wanted to do a Rahu and Ketu chant just to invite these energies into the session today. We're going to be discussing them in such detail. The traditional Rahu chant is said to create contentedness, remove anxiety and nervousness, and take away our future thinking. And Ketu is supposed to help give visions, epiphanies, is helped you to see omens. So I was thinking we'll just do these chants to, I'll do them rather quickly so we can get right into the material, but just to kind of set the stage for our series.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I'm not chanting, guys, don't worry. I'm going to be a listener.
So there's a sutra, it's about 4 lines long, and then the last line is the tantric sound. This is the strongest vibration. I'll repeat that a few more times. We'll start with Rahu, then we'll do Ketu.
Okay.
Ardakayam Mahaviryam Tandraditya Vimardanam Samhita Garbha Sambutam Tam Rahu Pranamamyaham. Ardakayam Mahaviryam Chandraditya Vimardanam Samhita Garbha Sambutam Tam Rahu Pranamamyaham. Ardakayam Mahaviryam Chandraditya Vimardanam Samhita Garbha Sambutam Tam Rahu Pranamamyaham. Ardakayam Mahaviryam Chandraditya Vimardanam Samhita Garbha Sambutam Tam Rahu Pranamamyaham. Om Brahm Brim Brahm Saharahuve Namaha. 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 Om Palas Puspa Sankasham Takara Grahamastakam Radram Radatmikam Goram Tam Ketu Pranamamyaham. Palas Puspa Shankasam Takara Grahamastakam Radram Radatmikam Goram Tam Ketu Pranamamyaham. Palas Puspa Sankasam Takara Grahamastakam Radram Radatmikam Goram Tam Ketu Pranamamyaham. Om Kram Krim Kram Saha Ketave Namaha. Om Kram Krim Kram Saha Ketave Namaha. Om Kram Krim Kram Saha Ketave Namaha. Om Kram Krim Kram Sa Ketave Namaha. Om Namah Shivaya. And so it's very special that we're starting our Rahu and Ketu Nakshatra discussion during the exact point when Ketu and Mars are at the exact same degree. Late on Wednesday, we started to notice this exact conjunction of Mars and Ketu. And the past about month and a half or so, everything has been building up into this point. So there's been lots of difficulties, but they haven't been coming to a climax. But in the last 5 days, in the last 3 days, in the last 7 days, these transformative events should be coming into a climax. I was mentioning with Heidi, relationships that no longer serve us will be ending. Jobs that no longer serve us will be ending. Being in locations that no longer serve us will be ending. And so there's this point of lifestyle habits and ways of thinking that no longer serve us will be ending. So it's also a time for people to be going into rehab, to be starting cancer treatment. The diseases which have been building can now start to become healing. You know, we're going to be talking a lot with Ketu today, and there's a lot of healing which is associated with that. But first, you got to go through the transformation in order to get there. So we're at this real intense climactic point where if hopefully all of us who have these big transformations going in our lives are at least on the other side of it about now.
Yeah, that's for sure. Oh, that was nice. So should we just get moving on? We're going to talk about, I will say too, the accidents have been really intense. Car accidents and like, I mean, accidents like crazy, I've noticed. And that's K2 Mars. Every reading I've ever had, somebody said to me, are you accident prone? Yeah, a little bit. So now I am really driving cautiously right now. So, you know, that's something definitely they're everywhere. Everywhere.
Accidents and then also natural disasters. There's been some earthquakes, but there's also been some volcanoes that have erupted since this Mars K2 has began. And that's significant of Mars K2, the violent eruption.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we're going to start with, we're just going to go in order today. We're going to do 1 through 9 and try to get those done.
Okay.
So let's start. Number 1, Ashwini. And I know I don't say them right 100% of the time, so you say them how you want to say them, the correct way to say them. Yeah.
So it's the first nakshatra is pronounced Ashwini Nakshatra. You were pretty close, so good enough. And Ashwini means horse. And going back into the mythology of the Ashwini, Ashwinis are actually the Ashwini Kumars, or the 2 horse brothers, or the 2 horse twins. And these are actually Adam and Eve, as far as the ancient Hindu tradition. So these are some of the first 2 beings to ever have incarnate form. And these are considered the physicians of the gods, or the physicians of the devas. And they are actually the founders of Ayurvedic medicine. So they automatically have a mystical association, and Ashwini Nakshatra is ruled by Ketu. So Ketu definitely has some really strong signification when in Ashwini Nakshatra.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever looked at the Queen's chart and the Queen and her husband's chart?
Not in a long time. Refresh my memory.
Okay, they're both the same ascendant. Okay, they all have a lot of planets in Ashwini. So they're Sagittarius, Purva, Ashadha, Nakshatra ascendant, Ketu in the first. The Queen has Ketu in the first. They have the same ascendant, and the moon is in Ashlesha in the 8th, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Not weird.
That's totally makes sense. And Ashwini Nakshatra is associated with royalty very often. The Ashwin twins, they are some at the top of the hierarchy. So there's this royal, there is this powerful, there is this almost regalness, which is associated with Ashwini Nakshatra. Now, because whenever you find Rahu in a Ketu ruled nakshatra, it's going to be a mixed effect. Actually, you know, it's easy to say, oh, something is favorable, unfavorable, benefic, not benefic, but that doesn't really tell us anything. So especially when you're talking with Rahu and Ketu, nothing's black and white. There's going to be some beneficial aspects from this alignment, and there's going to be some challenging aspects from this alignment. Now, when Rahu is in Ashwini Nakshatra, Ashwini has to do with this vibration of medicine, and it has to do with this vibration of moving forward and miracles and cures. And Rahu, as we know, is the dark side of the moon. It can bring confusion. So this combination, oftentimes when Rahu is in Ashwini Nakshatra, the individual has some type of healing process which is supposed to happen, but they're going to have to go through many difficulties in order to start that healing process, in order for that healing process to really start to happen. This is common when Rahu is in Ashwini Nakshatra, dependent on the position in the chart, but it's a strong vibration of the wounded healer karma, which is that someone has to go through certain health difficulties and health challenges in their life. Not necessarily health, sometimes it's an emotional crisis. Sometimes it's a addiction crisis. Sometimes it's something else. But they have to go through this painful suffering so that they can heal themselves. And oftentimes with Rahu, when it comes to the way that things are done within a society, there's a misdiagnosis and a mistreatment. So often people who have Rahu and Ashwini in their healing process, they might be misdiagnosed. They might be mistreated. And what that does is it causes them to kind of find their own healing path outside of what they were told, because what they're told isn't going to do them any good. And you find this in our world a lot, and people go towards Western medicine and they try and they try and they try. And when they've tried everything in Western medicine as possible, that's when they become open to Ayurveda. That's when they become open. And in this process, they begin to heal themselves, which helps reveal to them the healing abilities within themselves. But Ashwini Nakshatra, it always shows us the healer inside of ourselves and how we can take what has been sick and make new life out of it. It represents a dawn of new things, new beginnings. And that has to do with Aries vibration as well, which is the sign that Ashwini is in. But so there is this kind of healing vibration when Rahu is in Ashwini, but it can sometimes be a really difficult path in order to get there. If someone has Rahu Ashwini in the 6th house, which is the first 3 stages of disease, if someone has Rahu Ashwini in the 8th house, which is the latter 3 stages of disease, these people can have serious health challenges. They're not supposed to die from those health challenges. It's supposed to teach them how to heal.
Right. And, you know, another thing I'll notice with Rahu and somebody that has Ketu in, I get a lot of Ketu Ashwinis, and I can say there's a lot of people that are in the finance business, the loan business, the money business, people that can make quick decisions financially, gamblers, you know, like there's a lot of things that, you know, and firefighters and people that aren't afraid to make quick decisions, jump into things quickly, and kind of handle the details later.
Yeah, definitely. When Ketu is in Ashwini, there's a really rapid, fiery energy because you have Ketu in a Ketu Nakshatra, and then all of that is in the sign of Aries, which is ruled by Mars. So it's Pitta, 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 all the way down. So usually these people with Ketu in Ashwini, they're very intelligent. And because of the Mars vibration, they're go-getters. This means when they have something that they want to do, they don't procrastinate, they don't put it off, they get it done. That's why fast finance, fast business, all those things are very in alignment with that because it's basically this just rapid movement. It requires intelligence and it also has to do with letting go of something. You know, Ketu is moksha karaka. And so there's this great signification, according to one of my favorite ancient texts, which is Shubhakaran. It's not too ancient, but it's an older Indian text. And Shubhakaran writes on all of these different nakshatras. And often you find when Ketu is within a Ketu nakshatra, it can indicate great vulnerability to things like an early death. It can indicate great vulnerability to things like loss of wealth. Now, so if people are in high finance like that, you know, Ketu and Ashwini can promote great wealth, but ultimately these people might have to deal with bankruptcy at some point because, in other words, it kind of shows that extreme duality between things where on one side they might be given a lot of money, and on another side there's the moksha indication here, which means that sometime they might have to let go of it as well. Maybe it's not that they lose it. Maybe their wife takes it from them in a divorce. Maybe their husband takes it from them in a divorce. Things like that always happen with Ketu and Ashwini, especially if it's in the 7th house. The partner will take everything from them in the divorce.
I've noticed that too, actually. That's funny. Yeah, and also I will say, I think personally, I noticed that, I get a lot of people in the finance because of the crypto stuff, you know, so I definitely notice a lot more financial, but then people that are very interested in equestrian horses, you know, and also people, yes, that make bets on horses and make bets like gamblers too.
Yeah.
So it can go both ways.
Rahu and Ashwini loves horse racing, loves gambling in all of its forms. And especially with horses and Ketu and Ashwini, if Rahu was in Ashwini, the person might like to bet on horses and have a gambling problem. Ketu and Ashwini, it's more exalted. So it's more likely for that to be just an activity of fun. If they lose money, forget about it kind of thing.
Yeah, and I've also, like, a Rahu and Ashwini will be afraid of horses, but kind of like them, you know, but then Ketu might be okay, better with animals, you know, just, I noticed that with Ardra too. So with Ardra, we'll get there, but all right. So that's, you know, just like the animal thing with horses. So
definitely. And Ashwini is a very confident, courageous nakshatra. When you combine the Mars and Ketu energies, it's very almost military or militant.
yeah.
And so that kind of type military personality not necessarily means the person is in the military, but it can show an intense aggressiveness to the nature of the individual, a strong fire or a strong enthusiasm. But the dark side of the Ashwini Nakshatra, especially when Rahu and Ketu there, you can deal with ego disorders. You can deal with narcissism, Rahu and Ashwini, not calling people out, narcissism.
Sorry.
Ketu and Ashwini actually might be very successful. Hopefully they could be not attached from that. But you do have to be careful when Rahu is in Ashwini, and to a lesser extent of Ketu in Ashwini, of over-identification with the ego. You know, there was this, and there is there's the use of the ego in Ashwini to manipulate and control others. I mean, there's a really dark side of Ashwini. Hitler, his son was in Ashwini. And so you have someone who has this great ability to gain massive power and then use that power for destruction, because also Ketu is mokshakaraka, which has to do with genocide. It has to do with death. So there is this darker side of Ashwini, which is much more violent and radical.
Yeah. And you'll notice that in, like, some politicians, some royalty, some actresses and actors, like the ones that have gotten in trouble for stuff, you know, the people that are in the Harvey Weinstein case, lots of planets in Ashwini. Like, and it's interesting because I think it's like they get so carried away sometimes that just the Podestas and a lot of the people in those scenes. So.
And there can be a real stubbornness there with Ashwini too, with the nodes. People who are, again, there's a confidence and a courage associated. So people who don't want to question themselves.
Yeah, it's true.
And therefore, if you are to question them, might create an oppository energy.
Yeah, very true.
With people with Rahu and Ketu in Ashwini, you want them on your side. You definitely want them to be your friend and not your enemy.
That's true. Yeah, that's definitely true. All right. So then next we'll go with Bharani.
Bharani Nakshatra. Bharani Nakshatra is, the symbol is the yoni, or the female genitalia. This is symbolic of the power of creation and the energy of the creation. And actually, Bharani means the one who bears the burden. And we all know that that's the woman who bears the burden of giving birth, who bears the burden of pregnancy, and who bears the burden of her monthly cycle. So there is this aspect of a very feminine energy, which is associated with Bharani Nakshatra, and therefore it's very understandable that its ruler is Venus, Shukraya. So Bharani Nakshatra's its ruler is Venus. So right off the bat, Rahu does better with the Venus Nakshatra than Ketu does. But there's an extreme creative energy that's associated when both Rahu and Ketu are in this Nakshatra. Now, the thing is this represents giving birth. This represents creativity. This represents female fertility. And so when Ketu is in this nakshatra, it can almost take away some of those qualities. It can take away some of those abilities. It can create this fire, which is burning away the traditional feminine vibration. So when Ketu is in Bharani Nakshatra, it can sometimes it can show two sides of it. Someone who is asexual, which means they don't really have much romantic or sexual interest, or it can, on the other side of it, someone who just doesn't have a healthy relationship there and is unbalanced in that way. Now, Rahu in Bharani Nakshatra, the thing is Ketu does well in Aries, so it's getting the benefit of Mars when it's in Bharani. Rahu does not do well in Aries, but it does well with the Venus energy of Bharani. So Rahu in Bharani Nakshatra, it supports someone who is very creative and they like to enjoy the pleasures of life. You can think of a Rahu in Bharani Nakshatra as your typical rock star, as your typical movie star, you know, someone who likes to party, you know, does too many drugs and alcohol, sleeps around, all these. Now, that's Rahu, which is the darker side. Now, Ketu will take a more transformative vibration, a more unorthodox approach to the idea of sexuality, to the idea of creativity. So when you have Ketu in this nakshatra, you can have unique things with gender identification. So you might have someone who bisexuality, homosexuality, polyamory, all of these more alternative approaches to relationship and sexual interaction are more indicated by Ketu. And Rahu is more indicated in this nakshatra as the one that likes to indulge in just about whatever it can. Rahu in Bharani nakshatra gets what it wants, but at what expense? So there can be a selfishness. We can call Rahu in Bharani nakshatra hedonistic. Hedonistic, which means it prioritizes pleasure, okay? Because Rahu is this unquestionable craving, and Bharani has this association with Venus and sexual pleasures and things of that nature. So it can be someone who really doesn't control that aspect of themselves and just freely enjoys it and doesn't really think about the consequences. And Ketu, it's more of a mystical approach to romantic and sexual energy. One of the things associated with Bharani Nakshatra is self-control. So those with Rahu in Bharani Nakshatra, they have difficulties with self-control. Even those with Ketu in Bharani Nakshatra, they have difficulties with self-control. But as the individual evolves with these energies, even the person who is hedonistic, overindulges with their pleasures, will begin to get self-control over that. And the people that have these more alternative interpretations of this energy, that is their form of self-control. So with both nakshatras, there's this evolution of self-control. With Rahu in this nakshatra, it's a little more indulgent.
Yeah, and I think I get a lot of Ketu people, obviously, and some Rahus, more Ketu. Definitely get a lot more Ketu people. And I would say Ketu in Bharani, though, can be a lot of like, they got to be careful who they're around because people can suck the life out of them, you know?
Yeah.
Very like, and they can be very lazy. Like Ketu in Bharani can be extreme laziness because Ketu already doesn't care, right? Then you throw it in Bharani and then it's like even worse. So, or, you know, I've seen it work out where it's not like that, but, you know, it just depends, like male, female on the chart. And this all depends, everybody here, just so you know, this isn't like, this depends on which house you have this in, where Rahu and Ketu sit. And we're just giving you an overall vibe. So just because you have Rahu in Bharani, it could be in your second house, you know, and it just totally is going to act differently than if that is in somebody in their first house, you know, 100% differently.
Yeah, people with Rahu in Bharani in the second house, for example, these people are very financially and materially focused, and they put a lot of energy and determination towards those things. And actually, they have innovative and creative ways of making money. So there can be a lot of innovation and creativity if you were to have Rahu. So this is just an example of when Rahu and Bharani get together, it creates this innovative creativity. But you have to look at which house it's in and what the aspects are to see where that innovation and creativity is influencing.
Yeah, especially because it's a jealous nakshatra sometimes too. So, you know, so if it's like money and stuff, it can be people that get jealous about money, and especially Rahu.
Yeah, and it's possible someone with Rahu in Bharani Nakshatra in the 7th house, not good for marriage. Possible with Rahu, Ketu in Bharani Nakshatra in the 7th house, alternative interpretation of marriage. So I have Ketu in the 7th house, so I am spiritually unified with my partner by my guru, not from the state of Pennsylvania.
Interesting. Okay, so one of my favorite ones, Krittika.
Definitely. Do you have any planets there?
Good old Rahu.
Awesome. Well, that's actually cool. I have Jupiter in this nakshatra.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
So
I'm like, all right, God, you start. You could start on this.
No, please go ahead.
No, go ahead. You can start.
This is your favorite nakshatra. I want to hear.
So, you know, Ernst came on my channel and said how this kind of pans out. And this is so me. He said, anytime you have anything in Krittika, you're going to be a survivor, like from a past life, especially Rahu. So in a past life, Rahu, Ketu access, anything like this, you're going to be a survivor. So you've gone through like hell, right? And you just had to deal with like so many things. So in this life, you're extremely intense, which I am 100%. And especially in relationships, right? And how this pans out in your 7th house was so spot on. And so wherever this sits. So with Rahu being there, I'll test partners to see if they're stronger than me. It's like survival of the fittest, like the wolf pack, you know? So I'm only going to be respectful and like less dominant and like give in a little bit if somebody proves to me that they are stronger than me.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense with the sun rulership of Krittika Nakshatra, because the sun only loves who it can respect.
It's my number one word.
And then you bring Rahu into that, and it's someone who you can only love someone who you can respect and who can handle your dark side and who can handle. And that, I mean, that's true. They have to be able to handle. They have to be able to handle the full spectrum of it. Because with Rahu, it's like, you know what? I have to be able to respect you, and you have to be able to. You have to be able to kind of be able to handle my weaknesses, darknesses, and shadow self, because the Rahu in the 7th house means, you know, in order for me to respect you, you got to accept me completely for who I am.
Yeah. Now I can also say Krittika is, you know, like the passionate crusader. So it's definitely somebody too that is extremely protective in relationships, very like, I mean, I can be a big bitch, just quite honestly. Like, you can ask any one of my exes, and yeah, I'm nice, but like, you rub me the wrong way, and it's on. You know, like and unfortunately, this is a lesson I've had to learn through, because it's not easy for me to let that loose. Because usually, it's like I feel that I know I'm right about certain things. So if I'm telling you a reason, and this is one of the qualities I think of Krittika, is it's protectors. You know,
Yeah,
so.
Yeah.
You're looking out for somebody, they're not going to listen to you, then that's your own problem.
Yeah, the symbol of Krittika is the sword, and it's the sun which yields the sword, which means the king is the one that's yielding the sword. And the king who yields the sword, he protects the people. He protects truth. He protects the kingdom. He's protecting his wife. He's protecting himself. But ultimately, he's a protector for the people. And this symbol of the sword of the blade associated with Krittika Nakshatra, again, makes anyone who has some planets in there a sharp individual. Someone who is willing to really express themselves completely without holding back, because the sun here, it represents a complete expression. Now, with Rahu in this nakshatra, Rahu and Krittika Nakshatra, these people can be blunt. I mean, these people can be really blunt. Now, that the good side of it is they say it how it is, and they don't sugarcoat it. But that sometimes is still hard for other people to swallow that pill. It's still hard for other people to digest this pill because it represents this sharp expression of truth. And so whenever Rahu is in there, it's this sharp expression of truth. And I don't care how it comes out. If it's true, it's true. So,
that's so true. That's the story of my life. It's so funny though, because that's me. Like, I mean, it's so bad. Some of the things like if there's something on my mind and something that I need to say, it will be said, and it's not going to be pretty and all sugar coated, especially in a relationship.
Yeah. Now, Ketu in this nakshatra, it does okay on the Aries side of the nakshatra. So that's the 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th degree. But once it goes into the first degree of Taurus up until the 10th degree of Taurus, it's debilitated. So in the first 10 degrees of Taurus, Ketu and Krittika Nakshatra is debilitated. And so it can often take away one's power. When it comes to having to say it, you know, it's more like you have to let go of it. But there's this strong vibration when Ketu is in this nakshatra that it takes away one's power. It takes away one's fame. It takes away one's success. This nakshatra is said to give brilliance. It's said to give creativity. But when Ketu is on the debilitated side of this, Ketu represents a void. So even though the person might be brilliant, even though the person might be creative, they're not aware of it. They don't believe in this abilities. They will a little bit more if it's on the Aries side of this nakshatra, but if it's on the Taurus side of this nakshatra, these people can have a really hard time believing in their gifts, believing in their intelligence, believing in their creativity, and therefore they can have a hard time accessing it.
Yeah, makes total sense. And another thing I've noticed that with Ketu in it, people that have been abused, you know, but do have a lot of great humanitarian traits that want to like save children and help children and, you know, do stuff like this. So I have noticed a lot of people that are really protective with kids and want to adopt children and stuff with Ketu and Rahu, both. I mean, really both of them. So, yeah. But Ketu is definitely more, you know, let's save the world.
Definitely. And Rahu is exalted in the first 10 degrees of this nakshatra. So yours is exalted then.
It's yeah, because I'm at 0.5. I'm not even 1 degree of a Rahu.
Yeah. So the Rahu is exalted, and that usually is said to give great fame and public recognition for the individual. So that exaltation of Rahu and Krittika Nakshatra, it's going to really support your prominence on the web and in whatever field of work that you do. It should give you recognition. But with Rahu, you're also going to be back-talked behind your back.
Oh, hell yeah. I know I have that.
but that's not going to stop you from getting to the growth.
No, not at all. Like it would have when I was, and I'm going to say, being a younger person, this was tough, okay? Because I had a lot of lessons. But as I got older, now it's like you don't care. And because the 7th house is not just relationships, it's anybody else, you know? So it's other people. So I can rub people the wrong way, and I know it. And it's just, and I'm not going to change though who I am. I'm very cautious at work. Like I say the right things, and I can definitely put on the charmer when it comes to my real job, like my career in real estate. I'm not like blah, blah, blah. But when it's my opinion and it's what I believe in and it's what I have researched and studied when it comes to astrology, it's like, don't go there, you know, type of thing. Or if I'm out just hanging out with friends and stuff. So
that makes sense. And Rahu and Krittika, on the positive side, it gets what it wants. And on the difficult side, it's a my way or the highway kind of thing.
I think I have a little bit of both of those.
Yeah. And then with Ketu in this nakshatra, The real positive side is it can show ultimately a complete non-attachment to one's own ego. The challenging sign of Ketu in this nakshatra is it can be very aggressive, even violent.
Yeah.
Especially,
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, and it comes from a frustration in an inability to see one's own gifts and talents.
Yeah, like a lack of like confidence and stuff too.
Yeah, it's like a passive aggressiveness, which eventually leads to a self-destruction.
Yeah, I hate passive aggressive stuff.
I know. Just get it right out there. I'm the same way.
Spit it out. If you don't like me, just tell me it's cool. I'm okay. You know, don't beat around the bush and try to like. That's the thing. All right. So you know what's funny though with me, and I think this is where my balance comes from. With my, thank God my moon is in Pisces and Revati, or I believe that I would be a complete. Like this is where my mind can calm down, can settle me down, and I can forgive people easily. Now I won't forget a thing, you know, but I've like definitely learned and grown through, you know, that kind of stuff. Rohini,
the moon's favorite nakshatra. So, you know, oftentimes Rohini nakshatra gets a little more attention than other nakshatras. And that's because it's the moon's favorite nakshatra, and it's ruled by the moon. Its lord is the moon. Rohini means the red one because it's a very bright red eye of the bull. So if you're looking at Taurus, it's the eye of the bull, which is red. So it's associated with a cart being drawn by an ox. And there is this prominent desire for growth and reputation. I mean, there is this strong vibration for growth. Because it's ruled by the moon, Ketu does not do well in this nakshatra at all. Ketu is also debilitated in this nakshatra. So Ketu debilitated in the first 10 degrees of Krittika and in the 10 degrees to 23rd degree of Taurus, there's a debilitation of Ketu. This is because according to the ancient text, Ketu is enemies with the moon, and so is Rahu. But so Rahu does a lot better in Rohini because Rahu has a desire for growth, has a desire for reputation, has a desire for success. And so does Rohini nakshatra. So combined, this can actually be an exalted form of Rahu. When Rahu is in the Rohini nakshatra, these people are very charismatic. These people are very determined. And because of the moon's connection with Rahu, they touch other people's hearts. They have this great influence over people. Now, it's up to that individual whether they use that influence for good or they use that influence for bad. So there is this challenging side where, you know, Rahu and Rohini give someone this great power, give someone this great charisma, give someone this great influence. But that doesn't mean that they're actually using that for good. And Ketu and Rohini, it can similar, you know, Ketu and Rohini doesn't take away success. It doesn't take away one's reaching someone's full potential. Actually, in many ways, it supports this great transformation to this really high position, to this really high potential. Why is it debilitated? Because in the process, when Ketu is in Rohini and someone is growing and advancing along their path, their ego grows with it. And so Ketu in Rohini is possibly very good materially, just like Rahu is good for in exalted materially here. But because Ketu ultimately wants spiritual liberation, the Ketu in this nakshatra, it's very difficult. It makes spiritual liberation very, very hard.
Very hard, yeah. Yeah, definitely. I've noticed that a lot. And I think, well, in a Rahu and Rohini can be somebody that indulges way too much in pleasure and nice things and wants all the nice stuff. And, you know, to the person that their homes are, but great designers, you know, great writers, musicians, artists, I'd noticed like even just a lot of celebrities will have planets in Rohini and stuff. So
Definitely.
I just think that it's an interesting, attractive people are usually Rohini, have, like a Rahu and Rohini in the first house. That person's going to be like extremely probably good looking, or,
I think
it can.
like Amy Winehouse.
Did she have that?
Yeah.
God, that's funny. Somebody told me I looked like her. I was like, I don't think I look like Amy Winehouse at all. I've never heard that before. I don't think she's that. I mean, she's got a unique look, okay,
Yeah.
but I don't think she's like.
And that's what Rahu can do. It gives a weird kind of sexy look, but it's not. It's definitely not traditional. It's a minority that someone's going to be attracted to something unique about that look. To agree with what you said, the moon represents our desires, and the moon represents our emotional desires, which we act on when we want to emotionally, without processing them spiritually or intellectually. Hence the mythology where the moon sleeps with Jupiter's wife without thinking twice about it. So similarly, people with Rahu and Rohini, they could be very lustful, hedonistic, pleasure-seeking, and ultimately they might struggle with things like addiction or unhealthy relationship to money or sex.
Yeah, definitely. God, I'm just like thinking of all these people that I know, and I'm like, because you're like, I've dated some people with Taurus energy, so you're like, yep, and I do not work well, I think, with Rohini for some strange reason.
Yeah, and actually, a strong Ketu vibration doesn't do well with the Taurus vibration, because Taurus is about comfort and security through the material world, and Ketu is about liberation from the material world. So their energies are just very different. Now I wanted to take a look, and okay, very interesting. So Rahu is. I was just looking at Donald Trump's chart to see if his Rahu was in Rohini, but it's in the next nakshatra we're going to discuss, Mrigashira nakshatra.
That's an interesting one too. Oh God, these were the hardest nakshatras for me to learn. Were the first 9, and thank God I did, because I get them. Those are the most of the readings. I swear, I think I do have heavy, like lots of Gemini energy. And I knew nothing about Geminis,
Yeah, and that's one of the things maybe that happens too, is like, there, as astrologers, there are certain areas where we're naturally more knowledgeable and more interested than other areas. So naturally, clients would find us that are there to help us fill in the blanks.
Yeah, that's so true. Oh God.
I remember, like, when I first started doing readings, and I had done all these readings for different ascendants, and then I was like, oh, I haven't done enough readings for like Gemini ascendants, like you were saying. And then all of a sudden my next 4 readings were Gemini ascendants. So it was just like, so I definitely understand where you're coming from there.
You know who I'm the worst with? Scorpio risings, and I don't get many of them, but I'm so, just depending on who they are, especially Vishakha.
Yeah.
Like my worst readings ever come out of I swear, like I feel that,
I think ultimately too, the hardest chart for us to read is ones that are similar to our own. And so just like you might have difficult with the Scorpio ascendant, sometimes those Aquarius ascendants make me think a little bit harder.
Right. And I'm like thinking, I just start the reading off. I'm like, look, here's the deal. Scorpios like to know everything, but they don't want you to know everything about them. So we're just already uncomfortable, okay? And I know that you know that. But they want the reading. But, I'm not saying all of my Scorpios are like this, but some of them are.
Yeah. And when we get to that, Rahu and Ketu act really strange in the Scorpio nakshatras.
Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. Definitely. All right. So Mrigashira.
Mrigashira, the head of the deer, which is the symbol, and that's what Mrigashira means, the face of her, the head of the deer. Its ruler is Mars, which makes it very good for Ketu, and the thing is in the first 7 degrees of Mrigashira Nakshatra, Rahu is still exalted. So Donald Trump has Rahu at 27 degrees in Mrigashira. So Rahu has it on the exalted side of the Rahu. But also Mrigashira is the first 6 degrees of Gemini, and Rahu is, well, actually, Rahu's considered almost partially exalted in the first. So Rahu is considered almost completely exalted through Mrigashira Nakshatra. Now, when Ketu is in this Nakshatra, it activates that Ketu-Mars friendship, and Mrigashira Nakshatra is a moksha Nakshatra. It has an affinity for spiritual liberation. It has an affinity for spiritual enlightenment. And so those that have Ketu in Mrigashira Nakshatra have a great potential for spiritual evolution, for spiritual liberation, for spiritual awareness, for mysticism, for magic, for the occult, for the esoteric. So there's a strong energy, a fortunate energy when Ketu is in Mrigashira Nakshatra, although because of Taurus, it doesn't do that well. So there's a mixed effect here. But again, Ketu in Mrigashira Nakshatra can be very good for the spiritual evolution of someone or for the spiritual liberation, because Ketu is spiritually indicated. And when in this Nakshatra, it's particular. With Rahu, it's a little bit darker. They might use spiritual principles in order for material gains. These are more individuals who will be very driven, very focused towards material success and material prominence. And they are always trying to, they are on the positive side of it, very knowledgeable. And on the dark side of it are know-it-alls.
Yeah, but they research a lot. They are like, I think Mrigashira is by far like the world's best researcher or inventors or something, like where they eat both of it. Like it comes out in Rahu and Ketu is more of the investigator, like the person that has the conspiracy channel, that has all the research, all the knowledge in the world. And then I noticed Rahu's more like the, I don't know, just.
Yeah.
Rahu and Mrigashira affairs.
Yeah, I mean, it's researcher with Rahu in Mrigashira Nakshatra, because if it doesn't know something, it's a know-it-all. So if it doesn't know something, it's going to do as much research as necessary to have some knowledge of it. So, Donald Trump, who has this in his nakshatra, whenever someone mentions something that he doesn't know, I guarantee you he looks it up on the internet for like 2 or 3 hours until he knows all about it. Oh, now I know that better than anyone.
Well, and his moon, like his moon Ketu conjunction. And so he's going to figure it out. He's very, what cracked me up what he said, and I know you probably don't, I don't think you really like him, but I like him, so just gonna say it. It's just the facts. And I will say, like, what he said, I usually know within 5 seconds or 5 minutes if I'm gonna like somebody or not, but that's his moon, that's his Scorpio, like he knows things. He's got moon K2 in Scorpio. He knows things.
Definitely.
He has that intuitive side. He's like 5, 6, 7.
And what he doesn't know, he's gonna research.
Yeah.
And the last thing I want to say about the Ketu in the Mrigashira Nakshatra is it has a lot of past lifetime knowledge. So that's why it's the investigation versus the research, because it has the basic knowledge already as a soul. And so it just needs to start learning it again to remember it. So it's more like an investigation, which is a remembering. And with Rahu in this nakshatra, it's more like a learning of what someone doesn't know.
Yeah, very true. And just as a random thing, when there's new moons and stuff or full moons and this, there are a lot of like car accidents with deer. I'm not like there's a lot of like dead deer on the road. It's sad. It makes me sad.
And definitely with this nakshatra, because Mars is associated with accidents, and then you bring Rahu or Ketu in with Mars, And Ketu's accidents you have no way of avoiding, and Mars's accidents because of Rahu is accidents because of negligence. So people with Rahu in this nakshatra, their house burns down because they left the fire on, and Ketu in this nakshatra, accidents happen without any fault to the individual.
Yeah.
But Rahu, it's usually like, oh, you left this on, like you left the cigar, it burnt the cabin down.
Oh, all right. So then this one's in it. Like, this is one of my favorite ones. And my best friend Jenny's moon is in Ardra. I'm not saying that right, I know, but there's different ways I hear people say it, which is a very interesting nakshatra. So
definitely. And you did say that right, Ardra.
Okay.
So Ardra means a teardrop. And that can be associated with Rahu, which sometimes makes us want to cry. And Rahu is the ruler of Ardra Nakshatra. So this is the first Nakshatra we've seen that's ruled by Rahu. Now, we mentioned whenever the Rahu Ketu are in the Rahu or Ketu Nakshatra, you're going to get some mixed effects. You're going to get some gifts, some rewards, and you're also going to get some side effects that are associated with that. Now, Rahu is friendly with Mercury. Rahu does very good with Mercury. And just like how Rahu is said to be very auspicious in Taurus, it's also considered very auspicious in Gemini. And I've heard certain astrologers say Rahu is exalted in Ardra Nakshatra. And this is behind the philosophy that when Ketu is in its own nakshatra, that's a form of exaltation. When Rahu is in its own nakshatra, that's a form of exaltation. But again, it's going to be either really beneficial materially and challenging spiritually, or really beneficial spiritually and challenging materially. Now, the karma of the Ardra Nakshatra is removing distress from one's life. That's why the teardrop. So the teardrop is the symbol, but it's actually the removal of tears, the removal of sadness. And so that means sadness is usually come from us not being in alignment with our dharma, us not doing what we're supposed to do. So there is this strong connection here with finding out one's dharma and therefore removing all sadness or distress from one's life. Now, with Rahu, in the process of finding one's dharma, it's the hard knock way. It's the hard having to go through it the hard way. Now, eventually, those with Rahu in Ardra Nakshatra, which is considered a partial exaltation, what they end up doing as their purpose of their life, what they end up doing as the meaning of their life and as the purpose of their life, ends up being extremely powerful. But in the process of getting to that job, in the process of getting to that life purpose, especially because Gemini, we know, is a jack of many trades, master of none. So usually people with Rahu in this nakshatra, they try many different jobs, they try many different careers, they try many different religions, they try many, many different things and aspects of life in order to eventually get them in complete alignment with their dharma. But in the process, they have to remove all of the aspects of their life, which are complete bullshit. And usually with Rahu in this nakshatra, you have to experience a lot of those challenges. In other words, there's no way to go around it. You're going to have to do a job that isn't your life purpose. You're going to have to be in a relationship with someone who isn't your ultimate life partner. Why? So you can go through those lessons that help you do find the correct life purpose, that help you do find the partner that's perfect for you. But it's like this kind of backwards hard knock way of having to go through it.
Yeah, that's true. And then I will say too, it's funny, like I have a couple of people that I noticed like a Rahu and Ardra, they'll definitely be really good with IT, technology, engineers, anything with electricity, sometimes electrical engineers. And I've seen a lot of, now recently I did a reading for a meteorologist. So, because of the weather and the storms, and it's the storm. And I noticed people really do, like, especially with a Ketu or a Rahu in there, you're going to really feel like weather, have intuitive, you're going to feel storms before they come. And it's definitely an interesting nakshatra where I've noticed and it's a very, like, people in this can be very spiritual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Ardra is ruled by Rudra, the deva of the storms.
Mm-hmm.
And the teardrop can also be understood as a raindrop. And so there is this association with natural disasters, natural calamities, storms, electricity, thunder, all of these things which are associated with that. And it's really good, like you said, for technology. It's really good for writing. It's really good for speaking. Rahu is almost exalted in this nakshatra. So these people are very intellectually bright, and they're also able to write well. They're able to speak well, and they're able to convince people with their writing and their speaking.
Mm-hmm.
It's very good for communication. When Ketu is in this nakshatra, it can be a little more difficult. I've even heard an astrologer say that Ketu is debilitated in this nakshatra, and Ketu does really bad in Gemini. It's almost debilitated. I mean, Ketu doesn't do well in any of the nakshatras in Gemini, really.
I kind of agree with that for sure.
And that's because, you know, Ketu represents this profound intuition, and Gemini represents the intellect. So these things are often at odds with each other. So ultimately, though, there is this positive side of having Ketu and Ardra Nakshatra. It makes these people very kind of flexible in terms of what they're doing with their life at any time, working many different jobs, switching locations. People with Ketu in this nakshatra, they might have many different forms of income and jobs. People with Ketu in this nakshatra might travel and have different odd jobs in different countries and things like that. So it's very good for traveling. It's very good for having a diversity to one's life, but it can be very difficult to reconcile the intuitive and the intellectual. Sometimes people with Ketu in this nakshatra, their intuition is telling them one thing, but their logic or their intellect is telling them another thing. And then as a result, they're indecisive. They don't make any decisions, and they just sit there and let the life pass them by.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's like kind of confusing a little bit here and there too. I don't know.
Definitely. It definitely can be confusing. You know, it's, and with Rahu in this nakshatra, it's very social, and it uses its friends to make it feel comfortable and safe. But with Ketu in this nakshatra, it wants to burn the bridges and remove all of the people in the life that no longer serve you. So it's how they relate to people with Rahu in this nakshatra. It's like they need friends, and they need friends to help them feel stable. And these people have many friends with Rahu in this. But Ketu, these people might not have many friends. They might prefer isolation, and it can be very difficult for that social aspect.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so the next one, 7, Punarvasu. Am I saying that right? Punarvasu?
Yes, Punarvasu.
Punarvasu. Okay.
This is our first nakshatra, which is ruled by Guru, Jupiter. And the definition of Punarvasu means good again. And the basic energy behind that is repeating prosperity or brilliance. So Jupiter, Punarvasu has this vibration of great prosperity, of great brilliance. And it's the type of prosperity or brilliance that once it happens, it keeps coming back again and again. So another way of putting that is that it's a very fortunate nakshatra. It's a very lucky nakshatra. So usually when planets are in a good alignment in this nakshatra, these people have repeated prosperity, success, and recognition and brilliance throughout their life. The association with this is with Rahu and Jupiter. They have a very unique way that they interact. It can have this vibration when Rahu's in Punarvasu Nakshatra, that no matter how successful the individual becomes, no matter how wealthy the individual comes, that they still desire more, because the vibration of this nakshatra is repeating brilliance and repeating success, which means they might not see success and prosperity as a big deal. So that means if it happens, they're going to keep wanting it coming. And sometimes we can think of Rahu as a head which has no body. And when you feed a head which has no body, its appetite is not satisfied. So similarly, these people with Rahu in this nakshatra, especially on the Gemini side of this nakshatra versus the Rahu side of Cancer side of this nakshatra, it's very good for prosperity in the life. It's very good for graduating college, graduate school. It's very, but no matter how successful, no matter how knowledgeable, the person will still have this unquenchable thirst for more.
Yeah, and I've really noticed that Rahu and Ketu in this nakshatra will make people join like groups, clubs, like the Masons, and lots of Masons are in that, like the master builders, because it is also a nakshatra of building and building. So a lot of people that I sell new homes with, builders, they have planets in this, and they'll have like, Rahu in this, and really good like entrepreneurs, or it can be, and then you throw it in the Cancer side, it starts getting way more religious.
Yeah, definitely way more devotional as it gets into Cancer. When Ketu is in this nakshatra, it's again very good spiritually in this sense. It helps the person lead a life of, in this lifetime, the person does get prosperity. The person does get spiritual awareness. But they're at the same time, when Ketu's in this nakshatra, it's a trade-off in which they are getting more of a spiritual wisdom, sometimes at the expense of the material. Ketu doesn't do well on the Cancer side of this nakshatra or the Gemini side of this nakshatra. Now, the thing is, when Ketu is in this nakshatra, these people can have 15 minutes of fame, 15 minutes of fame in many different areas of life. So there can be this, they might be doing one thing in their life and be recognized for that. And then they switch. So maybe they're a DJ. Then they release some song, they become a DJ. Then they stop being a DJ and they become an astrologer. Then they get recognized as an astrologer. So this vibration, it does give prominence and success in many different areas, but because there's so much change, it doesn't allow the greatest amount of overall success the way that Rahu in this nakshatra might.
Yeah, I agree. And I think with that nakshatra, these people don't seem to stop. Like they can, if they know that they can bounce back a lot, because it's all about bouncing back. And so exactly. Rahu can be extreme effects. I've noticed, like extreme losses and then extreme fame. Like it's like, whoa, it's one of the, can be like a lot of extremes.
Yeah, just like with it, I agree with that completely. Just like it's good again, or the repetition of fortunate energy, it's also, if you get knocked off the horse, get back on the horse. And no matter how many times you're knocked off the horse, get off the horse. People with Rahu in this nakshatra, they get knocked off the horse and they just keep going without even noticing they got knocked off the horse. People with Ketu in this nakshatra, when they get knocked off the horse, it causes them to completely change and transform their lives. And the next time they get a horse, they're not falling off.
Yeah.
So it is no matter what, with Rahu and Ketu, it might be challenging to get there. But when these planets are in this nakshatra, eventually it leads you to be success and prosperous.
Right. All right, we have two more. We're going on number 8, Pushya.
Okay, Pushya Nakshatra. Now, this is very significant right now because you currently have Rahu in this nakshatra. Let me just double check that. Yeah, so Rahu is currently in this Nakshatra. So this is an alignment that is going on right now in this moment, and it's actually at 14 degrees. And when a planet is at 15 degrees, it's at its strongest degree. So you're looking at a very strong Rahu in this Nakshatra right now. Now, Pushya Nakshatra is ruled by Saturn. Saturn does well with Ketu and Rahu. Saturn does much better with Rahu than it does with Ketu, but Ketu gets along with Saturn well. Pushya means a flower, and the symbol of Pushya is often a flower. It has to do with when you plant a seed, and then you...
Isn't it a cow? Hold on, sorry. Isn't it? I thought it was a cow udder. Am I wrong?
No, that's another one of the symbols. So
okay. Sorry, I was just making sure I wasn't.
It's completely right. So flower, cow udder.
Cow udder. Okay.
And the idea behind the cow udder is that it provides nourishment. There is this idea of nourishment and the idea of water, which is associated with Cancer. And when you water something, it will bear its fruit in due time. This is that nourishment allows things to grow. Nourishment allows things to evolve. And so there is this strong vibration of this nakshatra in terms of nourishment. It is associated with Saturn, so there can be some intense challenges or lessons associated with this. Rahu and Ketu both do not do well in this nakshatra because it has to do with the emotion, it has to do with nourishment, it has to do with care, it has to do with support. And that's just not the natural vibration of Rahu and Ketu.
Yeah.
So when you have Rahu kind of having its influence in Pushya Nakshatra, there is a deep desire, because Rahu represents this intense desire for nourishment, for support. But with Rahu, there can be a lack of that. There can be challenges in that area. There can be trauma in that area. When Rahu is in this nakshatra, it does support an intuition, an empathic intuition, just like Ketu in this nakshatra supports an empathic intuition. And when the nodes are in this nakshatra, for better or for worse, you're going to be able to feel what other people feel. So it's a very absorbent nakshatra in what you pick up on the energies of those around you. When Rahu is in this nakshatra, it can show that you will pick up on the energies of those around you. And if those energies are positive, it will actually support you in a spiritually evolutionary place. But if those vibrations around you are negative or challenging, they can really affect the individual. So Rahu is in Cancer right now. So that means when we're walking around, not that we wouldn't necessarily, if we saw a homeless person on the side of the street, feel bad for them. But because Rahu is in this Pushya Nakshatra, you feel it even more. You feel the pain that that person is feeling. And so those that have Rahu in this Nakshatra in their birth chart, they're very sympathizing, they're very empathizing. But the dark side of that is that it influences their mind in a bad way. So if someone is an addict, if someone is with a drug addict and they have this nakshatra, then they can be prone to the addiction. If there was someone who has depression, then they become prone to getting depressed. If they are with someone who is narcissistic, bipolar, then they're going to be prone to those influences as well. So it's kind of like a sponge effect. And with Rahu, it can be very challenging in this nakshatra, taking on all those negative, bad feelings and emotions of those around you.
Yeah. Also, I've noticed like corruption, it can bring in a lot of corruption. It can also, like in people's, like some of the, I do a lot of the politicians and I do a lot of the Pope and all these people, and like lots of these people that have Rahu Ketu in there, they have some rough track records, so
yeah,
so
definitely corruption.
Yeah,
definitely corruption, because Rahu in Cancer, it wants to make everybody happy.
You think?
It does. It wants to make everybody happy so in turn it can become more powerful. So it doesn't
own benefit.
Exactly.
Okay, that makes sense. All right.
So people in this nakshatra, it seems like there's a people-pleasing nature, and what that does is there can be a lot of corruption in that, because you can't make everyone happy, but those people with Rahu in this nakshatra, they want to make everybody happy, including the people that they probably shouldn't be making happy.
Makes sense, yeah.
When Ketu is in this nakshatra, there's a lot of emotional volatility. These people usually have some form of PTSD, and actually people with Rahu in this nakshatra also have a form of PTSD. There's some form of trauma in their life. But people with Ketu in this nakshatra, it can actually take away someone close in their life at an early age. So if Ketu is in this nakshatra, it could take away a parent at a young age, a partner at a young age. It can leave someone becoming a widow if it's in the 7th house or something like that. And so when Ketu's in this nakshatra, there's an extreme intuitive emotional gift, but there's also an emotional hypersensitivity. There is this higher side of when Ketu is in this nakshatra, that let's say someone is in the presence of a guru, like someone is in the presence of a great spiritual teacher, then someone with Ketu in this nakshatra automatically gets lifted up into bliss. So when they receive the darshan, they get lifted up into this bliss state. So that's the positive side of that, is they're also vulnerable to being blessed by others in a really profound way.
Wow, yeah, that makes sense. And I know a lot of people that have planets in this, they will, just in general, not just Rahu and Ketu, they will be lots of religious people because they feel that comfort with the religion, with the groups, with the, like fixed religion, like Catholics or Christians. Or
definitely.
Or that are Bible busters, which I was one of those. So.
And that's totally common with this nakshatra, because you take the devotional element of Cancer and mix it with the old-fashioned nature of Saturn.
Yeah.
So you get people who are dogmatic, who believe in the old, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and believe in the rules associated with those religions. Now, people with Rahu in this nakshatra, it's more likely with Ketu in this nakshatra that someone be a blind follower or a blind believer. I would like to think with someone with Ketu in this nakshatra that they're more like an agnostic, that they're not exactly sure what to believe, so they're more skeptical and questioning. But at times, because they don't know what to believe, that they'll just believe what they're told or believe what's around them. So similarly, yes, it has an old-fashioned devotional nature, this nakshatra. And it can sometimes have to do with dogma. Even within religion, it's going to be a conservative approach to that religion or an old-fashioned approach to that religion.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Oh gosh, now my favorite nakshatra. This is not my favorite nakshatra. I'm kidding. Ashlesha.
Yeah.
Do you have planets in this?
I don't have any planets in Ashlesha nakshatra. No, do you?
Nope. That's why we get along. No, I'm kidding.
I don't have any planets in Cancer, and my Cancer's in the 6th house, so I sometimes have a challenging energy with Cancer vibration.
I don't have any planets in Cancer either.
Yeah. Now there's a very the Cancer side of this nakshatra. It actually is the rest of Cancer, so it doesn't really go into Leo yet until Magha nakshatra, which will start in our next time, is Leo, and I love that nakshatra. It's pretty cool.
I love the people that have that as well. Like I like hanging out with them.
Yeah. And Ashlesha means entwined or coiled, and that is referring to a snake that's kind of all coiled up. And so the symbol for Ashlesha is the snake, which is called Naga in Sanskrit, which means serpent. Ashlesha is ruled by Mercury. And so you're getting a Moon-Mercury combination in Ashlesha nakshatra, We talked about Rahu doing better in Mercury and Ketu having some difficulty with Mercury. This has to do with whatever obstacles are in one's life, any kind of hurdles or obstacles in one's life, the ability to notice that obstacle and remove that obstacle so that you can be liberated, so that you can be successful, so that you can achieve that. So when Rahu is in this nakshatra, these people have concentrated amounts of obstacles in their lives. And then Mercury, through the use of their intelligence, through the use of their discernment, through the use of their intellect, they create an awareness of what the obstacles are, and then they seek to purify them. Then they seek to remove them. The thing with Rahu in this nakshatra is even once it notices what the obstacle is that is infringing on your life's full potential, it doesn't necessarily want to change right away. Rahu has this predisposition towards kind of a stubborn wanting to stay the same. And when it comes to the weaknesses and flaws, not necessarily wanting to automatically work on them. Now, ultimately, there is this, I want to work on myself and evolve, especially associated with Mercury. In other words, people with Rahu in this nakshatra are very good at noticing all of the things in their life which are getting in the way of their growth, but they're not necessarily good about changing them. Yeah. And when Ketu is in this nakshatra, again, you have that conflict that we talked about earlier, which can be between the intellect and the intuition. And it can create a certain amount of confusion as to the purpose of life. A lot of times with people with Ketu in this nakshatra, they have what is called like a metaphysical dilemma, where they're not sure what the purpose of life, they're not sure what they're here to do, they're not sure why they're here. And again, because of the confusion between what the intuition and the intellect is saying, they might choose indecision and they might not do as much as they would like to do. But ultimately, those with Ketu in this nakshatra, because this nakshatra is about removing obstacles in order to achieve full success. And so Ketu is also about removing obstacles in order to achieve our full alignment, in order to achieve our full potential. So on the positive side of it, these people with Ketu in this nakshatra, they know whether they're reaching their full potential in life based on how many obstacles are concentrated in their life. If there's not many obstacles concentrated in their life, it kind of shows that they're on the right path. It kind of shows that they're in the right alignment. But with Ketu in this nakshatra, it can be very destructive if you're not on the right path, and then the obstacles get heavier and heavier and heavier, and eventually they become violent so that they can show you the lesson that they have to show you.
Yeah.
In a way, this nakshatra acts like a guardian angel, and with Rahu, you get to get away with your shadow side a little bit longer than you do with Ketu in this nakshatra.
Yeah. I think a lot of like corrupt people that are very snaky come out of that nakshatra. Just the truth. I mean, yes, a lot of spiritual people do. Yes, a lot of good people do. But the majority of the people that are snaky are the snake. I mean, it just is, especially a Rahu and Ashlesha, depending on where this is in their chart. They will cling to their ideas, and they will attach to these ideas, and they will ruin people to get what they want.
Definitely. The snake is wise. The serpent is wise. So it's using that Mercury rulership, that influence of intelligence on there. And it's saying, I'm going to use my intelligence, especially with Rahu in this nakshatra, I'm going to use my power to get what I want. And anything or anyone else is in my way, I'm willing to take them down in order to get there.
Like a great example is Hillary, HC. She's got like Mars, Saturn conjunct in Ashlesha.
Oh, wow.
So in the 10th house. So that's like all day long. Like that's exactly who she, like when I look at her, that's who I think of is Ashlesha. I think of the snaky serpent that just connived her way through things that for the wrong reasons.
And Mars is debilitated in that nakshatra.
Yeah.
So what you get is a intense bitch.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's so true though. I mean,
that's part of what made her successful, is her ability to be a bitch and put other people down. That gave her power, I don't know how it works, that hierarchy process, but you gotta take people down in order to get there.
And that's the thing. So like when we're saying about all these nakshatras, like they don't always go, like somebody's chart in India might work out a different way. It's like how they were raised. I totally believe. And then also it's on ranks. So like if this is somebody that's just a normal civilian, you take the Kundalini Ashlesha power, it becomes like Dr. Arjun Pai even says, this would be like the reptilian shapeshifters.
Yeah.
He says like this would be the people that are, which is true, like it's gonna go, it can go all different ways depending on how you're raised, who you hang out with, who you're associating with, and how your chart is aligned. It's not just this is in politics. It might be a lot different. It might be just a very successful entrepreneur that is a normal civilian like us.
Yeah, and totally. And karma isn't finite. So when we're looking at the chart, we're looking at a map of karmic potentials and possibilities. And based on certain life choices and decisions you make, you align to certain possibilities over others. And even so, when you're looking at an aspect, a planet in this nakshatra, there's 10, 20 possibilities associated with that. And which possibility is going to be prominent is based on the decisions that you've made in your own life. And so there is this great influence, like for me, my ascendant is Shatabhisha Rahu ruled by Shatabhisha. So double Rahu in Aquarius there. And so there's all of this energy here towards healing, towards alternative things, which means, there were many possibilities for my life. I could have become an astrologer. I could have become a practitioner of alternative medicine. I could have become an ayahuasca shaman. Before I became studied astrology, I was living in the South American rainforest trying to become an ayahuasca shaman, when I realized through the Rahu hard way of having to go through it, that this is not my life purpose. But in any case, there are all these possibilities and potentials. And if one of them isn't activated because you don't choose that path, then another one will be activated until that energy of your chart is satisfied. Like the karma is like an energy, and there's many ways that can turn out, but it's going to manifest in one way or another by the end.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah, when you just said that, like you were doing ayahuasca, you take Rahu and Shatabhisha, that can be somebody that poisons somebody.
Yeah.
Literally, or that kills somebody with poison, It's so not saying you would have, my God, you would never do that, obviously, yeah. But like, I just did a chart for my friend, and her ex is very violent. Okay. So when I said, you got to be careful that, because he's got a lot of Rohini and Taurus energy. So that's not going to work out as mystic as, somebody like you. So you have to like look at overall, I think the whole energy. It's not just, Rahu and Shatabhisha means, medicine man. It could be, I think it definitely can be. And that person is going to be Aquarius, Shatabhisha. Jenny, I think my friend Jenny has that too.
Cool.
That's where her Rahu is. So, well, that was fun. So we're going to
really fun. I had so much fun.
This is going to be a series. So we're 1 through 9. Next one, we'll do 9 through 18. And then last series, 18 through 27. So thank you so much for joining me today. And just if you want to just give your website real quick in case anybody, and I'm going to pin it and all that stuff. So, but make sure to go to your YouTube channel. You have a YouTube channel now. What is it?
I do. It's Kshanati Jyotish on YouTube. It's I don't have a direct link for it because I don't have enough followers. But if you just search Kshanati Jyotish YouTube, it'll pop up. My website is jyotishastrology.org, and I also have a social media, Facebook, Kshanati Jyotish. And I really enjoyed this time with you, Heidi. And after we're done this series, we should take a look at a bunch of different people's Rahu and Ketus and discuss that. That would be so much fun.
That'll be fun. That'll be good. That will be good. Okay. All right. Let me just hit end.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah, we're done. Okay. That was fun. Thank you.
That was really fun.
So I'm going to pin. Thank you so much for coming on channel 27. And also, please, if you have not checked out his YouTube channel, please do. I mean, make sure you subscribe. I'm telling you, if you want to learn Vedic astrology, you need to subscribe to his YouTube channel, period. Okay. And it's in the description box. I'm also going to pin it to the comments. So thanks so much for coming back here. It's always so wonderful talking to you.
Thank you, Heidi. It's such a pleasure to be here. Every session we do together is so much fun. Astrocartography, gems, and now getting into the Rahu and Ketu Nakshatras is really exciting. When we did the first session, it really got my mind thinking about Rahu and Ketu Nakshatras, and I became a little bit obsessed. So I've been doing some research from different lineages from an approach to Rahu and Ketu Nakshatras, and I prepared some interesting research that we'll touch on today as we're going through the different Nakshatras.
Can't wait. All right, so why don't we get moving and just start rolling on here?
Okay, great. So first we're going to talk about Magha Nakshatra. I'm a big fan of Magha Nakshatra, and we're not going to get too political here right before we get off the bat. But Donald Trump's ascendant nakshatra, Magha Nakshatra, and I always think it's funny, Magha, make America great again, and then Magha, there's basically one letter that's different. So I always thought that was interesting. Now, the combination of energies in Magha Nakshatra is Sun and Ketu. Sun coming from the Leo vibration, but Ketu, the ruler of Magha Nakshatra. So there's a real spiritual, mystical leadership energy that can come up with Magha Nakshatra. The Deva is the Pitris, which are kind of the founding fathers of humanity from a Vedic perspective. They bring karmic influence towards honoring your ancestors, preserving tradition, family pride, and your prestige. And it's really about remembering and honoring your ancestors. But this influence has a strong effect on the Magha Nakshatra, which brings a lot of family prestige and family power. And a lot of people born in this nakshatra from a past lifetime perspective, you know how they talk about karmic circles. So it's like, you know, the karmic circle you travel with from one lifetime to the other. Well, with the Magha Nakshatra, that's a powerful circle that you're traveling with. And there's something that you inherit from one lifetime to the next from traveling with that certain energy of that karmic family, you want to call it. So on a positive note, Rahu and Ketu in this nakshatra is really powerful. It can cause someone to become very powerful, very honorable. It will give them high aspirations. So no matter what planet you have in this nakshatra, if you have any planet in this nakshatra, it's going to give you dreams. It's going to give you aspirations. And there's a deep connection to the family. And a deep connection towards one's family members and one's ancestors. And therefore, usually with people in this nakshatra, Rahu and Ketu, the family supports your growth. So people with strong energy in this nakshatra, they usually don't get there without a little help from their family. And sometimes that is even stronger for some people than others. So difficulties, and whenever we have Rahu and Ketu, we're going to deal with some difficulties of that nakshatra. This is a Ketu ruled nakshatra, so it already has a lot of Rahu and Ketu energy to it. but it can cause a lot of stubbornness, especially Rahu in this nakshatra can be very stubborn and kind of develop a superiority complex. You know, I'm better than you and my ideas are right. And that's a stupid idea. How could you have such a stupid idea? Because they can make people feel bad about their ideas because, you know, their everything that comes from them is so great and their shit doesn't stink and so forth. Can be some of the energies. It can even get extreme with Rahu or Ketu in Magha Nakshatra. If these people aren't on a spiritual evolutionary path, they can be bigots and racists, and very superficial, like I'm better because I'm white, or I'm better because I'm a Republican, or whatever that nonsense is.
Hey, let's make it clear. Donald Trump does not have Rahu or Ketu in Magha. He has his ascendant. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And he has Mars there. So, yeah, because, you know, it's true. I mean, I think that's where, because when you said that, I'm like, oh my God, people are going to think like we're sitting.
No, I'm done. No. Yeah.
All right. Because we did bring him up, but you know how I feel about him. Heidi loves him. So it is what it is. But anyway, next, but yes, I totally agree. It can bring the radicals out for sure, but more so Republican, I noticed for sure. Yeah. Republicans, I noticed like Purva Phalguni tends to be more the other side. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's definitely true. The male rat is the symbol for Magha, is the animal associated with it. And it's focused on the second aim of life, which is Ardra, prosperity and success. So Rahu can do really good in this nakshatra because it's really focused towards material success and prosperity and everything like that. So there can be a lot of success no matter what the endeavor is in this nakshatra with Rahu. A little bit more difficult Ketu in this nakshatra, but it can still be really successful.
Wait, do you find it, I'm sorry, just you said you find it more difficult with Ketu there.
Yeah.
I agree. Totally agree with you.
I think that Ketu can be a little more difficult, and some of the research I did shows that Ketu does more difficult in that nakshatra. So in each nakshatra, it's divided into 4 sections, right? The individual padas. And so when you get into this advanced nakshatra research, it's so intense because it's not just each nakshatra, but then these little sections of each nakshatra contain specific energy as well. It's the 4th section of this nakshatra, both for Rahu and Ketu, that is considered the most favorable. And for Rahu, people with Rahu and Magha, they're very eccentric. They're very eccentric. They're leaders in one form of another, usually in some form of research or some form of education. So it's really good for leadership on the career side of things. But it's not good for marital success, Rahu and Magha.
Yeah.
And it's also not good for stomach, heart, or skin health.
Yeah, interesting.
Ketu, the difficulties are a little bit different. Again, it's a little stronger in the 4th section, but with Ketu and Magha, okay, here's the issue, is that double Ketu energy. So on one side, this person wants to be a renunciate, which means they don't want to have anything to do with the material world, but then the Leo vibration and the Ardra vibration of Magha makes the person want to make money. So they're basically really, what's the word? They're kind of twisted. They're not sure which path in their life to take. So it's more of a conflict for people with Rahu in this nakshatra. They're kind of happy with that energy of the focus on the material. But with the double Ketu energy, there's too much of a conflict there. They might become kind of like addicted towards certain things. They can be more compulsive. Some of the research I showed, there's gambling addiction with Ketu and Magha Nakshatra.
Yep, absolutely. Definitely addictions for sure, because it's like the moksha, letting go, loss. It's like a double loss. They don't give a shit. Just get me out of here. It's type. Let everybody that I know, especially if it's their ascendant, I know a few people that have that, and they really struggle.
Yeah, I wrote that and thought that it's a push towards renunciation because focusing on the material doesn't work out for them. It's kind of like that old saying, you know, money can't buy happiness.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. That's interesting because you would think ruled by Ketu, oh, it's going to do great there, right? And you would think it would just sometimes it's like the reverse, you know?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I think Rahu in the Nakshatra is good for like your typical kind of leader, like a CEO, like boss, kind of manager, someone owns their own online business or something. And Ketu in the Nakshatra can use that energy to maybe become a very powerful artist of some kind. So maybe there's more of a potential with Ketu in that Nakshatra of a creative or artistic energy, more mystical, more spiritual.
Yeah. And I know a ton of people that have Rahu, like a Rahu, Mars, Saturn and stuff conjunct. Actually, I did 1 week. I had like 3 people of readings. My friend has this. If you were born in 1980, I think it's 1980, you have kind of this heavy conjunction of Rahu, Mars, Saturn conjunct. And I'm pretty sure that's the year. And it's intense. And it's like, that can make somebody literally a hothead, you know, just create like fly off the deep end type of stuff.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But then I've also noticed like military, a lot of people that come out of the military too, you know, will have Rahu or maybe mainly Rahu once again, you know, Ketu doesn't, it's more, just sit back. I'll sit back and watch. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Because of that spiritual leadership energy too. Sometimes people with Rahu or Ketu and Magha, they can be very magnetic in terms of people being attracted to them and their beliefs. Like it's totally like a cult leader kind of energy.
Yes.
With Rahu and Nakshatra, you could have really large masses of people having a cult following of you. But with Ketu and Nakshatra, it's more like a spiritual following, like, you know, or it wouldn't be quite as like mass, you know, it probably wouldn't like also you might have like with a Rahu in Magha, you'll have a spiritual following, but you're going to make money off of that spiritual following, you know?
Ketu, you're just going to give shit away for free and then you're going to be broke, you know?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of things I read about Ketu in this Nakshatra, poverty and stuff like that. More difficulty with money.
Yep. I have my Mercury in Magha. That's why I'm a little obnoxious sometimes. But it's like, you know, it's all about, but Magha is more too, I would say, out of all the Leo nakshatras, I don't find that, and we're going to talk about them obviously, but it seems like Magha is not as obnoxious as some of the other ones. Like Purva Phalguni is kind of the more obnoxious one.
Yeah. Well, because of Ketu's element, I think in Magha, on some level, there's an ego thing that comes up, but it's also like working on the ego, like refining the ego.
Right.
Yeah. So I think that's nice.
Yeah, that's good. Good stuff.
So Purva Phalguni.
Yes, I get a lot of people with Purva Phalguni ruled by Venus.
This is the position of my Ketu.
Oh, that's funny.
In the 7th house.
You know what? My son. This is my son. Yeah, in the 4th or in the 10th, in the 4th. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So it's got a Sun Venus energy. Purva Phalguni. It has a special spiritual power of creation. It can create almost anything. The deity which is associated with it there's 2 deities. One is Magha. He's like the god of fortune, success, growth. So having certain energy in this nakshatras can be very fortunate or successful. As Heidi mentioned, that doesn't always bode well for the personality of the individual or some of their difficulties, but it does bode very well for their success and prosperity and fortune. It brings karmic success. is the energy of this god. And then also the Shiva Lingam. The Shiva Lingam, one of the most divine symbols in all of Hinduism. And it creates incredible growth in terms of materiality, companionship, and an overall enjoyment of life. The Shiva Lingam, it's a representation of both the union of masculine and feminine energies. People who have the positive side of having maybe Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra, people with Rahu in this nakshatra, they can be very energized. They can have a lot of energy. They can be very determined. They can be very successful. It's also said that it creates an attractiveness. Any planet in this nakshatra means the opposite sex will be attracted to you. And that kind of comes from the energy of the Shiva Lingam, which is that energy of Shiva and Shakti. So there is this influential, attractive, sweet energy that can come from the person with Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra. The difficulties is they can be very over-sexualized, especially if Rahu's in Purva Phalguni. Yeah. They can also be very indulgent. Both Rahu and Ketu can be hedonistic in this sign, which means they're pleasure seekers and they might prioritize pleasure above other things. That can also cause Rahu and Ketu, with Ketu in this nakshatra, vanity, and with Rahu in this nakshatra, narcissism. And and both of them kind of have an addictive, compulsive energy, like pleasure-seeking energy when it comes to Purva Phalguni. But it's considered favorable for Rahu and Ketu as far as their position based on Shubhakaran. And that means it doesn't matter which quarter it's in, but it does pretty well in all of the quarters. And that's kind of rare. So it's really good when that happens. Yeah. It's good for intelligence and self-made success when Rahu is in this nakshatra. So when Rahu is in this nakshatra, the person is usually smart, successful, and a self-made success. We talked about sometimes others make our success for us, not as much when Rahu's in Purva Phalguni. There's something that I read in one of the texts, and it said, when Rahu is in Purva Phalguni, your employer wants you so bad. Your employer wants you so bad. So again, it's almost, we talked about the Shiva Lingam. It's almost like your employer has a desire for you. Not that that's sexual, but a strong desire for you. Because you're going to fulfill their needs, and their needs is you as a person, possibly they don't think anyone else could fulfill those needs. It can almost be a romantic, non-sexual, but romantic relationship between an employer and their employee, which can...
That's very true. Yeah. Oh my God, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which could... Yeah, and that can end really badly, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Actually, you're 100% right. And I've noticed a lot of people that have Venus, not to bring this up, but like, I know we're not talking about this, but Venus or Jupiter, like in the 5th house or something, this will be when people are like, prostitutes, oversexed in certain things. So this nakshatra can get you into trouble for sure.
People with Rahu in this nakshatra, once they become interested in someone romantically or sexually, they become obsessed. That's all they can think about, and they will not be satisfied until they get what they want, regardless of the level of interest that the other person has. With Ketu, it's more like they'll see someone, and with Ketu and Purva Phalguni, and they'll fall deeply in love with that person. And if that person's not interested in them, then they go into a deep depression for many months and feel the tragedy of life and everything. I've been there. I told you this is my Ketu nakshatra. So yeah, they can go into that place with the partner. when also with Rahu in this nakshatra, there's a vulnerability to infidelity. Usually Rahu in this case, depending on the position, of course, whether the person is likely to be the cheater or to be cheated on. But both possibilities, whether it's in the first or the seventh house, right? But we can see that's a vulnerability. Ketu is good in this nakshatra, especially in the first 2 quarters. It increases incredible intelligence, and it also supports an affinity for religious or spiritual places, like sacred places, like spiritual pilgrimages and things like that. People will go to different places of, spiritual significance, and some people will get nothing out of it, and some people will get the most out of it. But people with Ketu and Purva Phalguni, that Venus sun energy with Ketu, it's kind of like they can really have a mystical experience if they go to a mystical place.
Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense.
One thing I told you that was interesting we were going to mention is something called fateful degree. So fateful degree is Shubhakaran. He's a Vedic astrologer from India. I'm not sure he's still alive. He's not really producing anymore, but he did write lots of books in the 80s and 90s. And fateful degree is basically if your Ketu or Rahu falls at a specific degree.
Is it the 4th pada? I have that in my notes, that you can die early.
Yes.
My son's in that. Okay, so I didn't know it was called that, but in my notes, there are specific nakshatras that have, you could just break it to me, it's okay. So my son is pada 4, and I remember when I saw that once, I was like, holy shit, because it says you can die really early, dies young age.
Yeah.
So look, that's why you bring this up.
Yeah, so fateful degree, it's like kind of like some intense karmic event that you're paying off from your past lifetime. But it's a very specific degree. So it's 10.4 degrees into the nakshatra. So Leo is 13. So it's from degrees 23 and a half, about 23.4. So if for some reason someone's Purva Phalguni is in Leo 23.4, that could be inauspicious. And there is some very specific things that you can do, like gemstones, mantras, certain fastings, certain lifestyle practices, that if you have this, don't go jump off of a bridge. You know what I mean? Like it's right. Okay. It's okay. There are things you can do. That's why astrologers notice those things. So you can have remedy to have a normal life if you have this. But if you or someone has this energy in your chart, it is important to take certain spiritual precautions, and not because we're fear-based, but just because it can't hurt to take those precautions, right?
Right. Okay, I have to say this now because I've been on a kick where I've been obsessed with watching planes. Okay, planes crash. Watched every documentary. I'm on this whole thing with, like, a couple months ago, it was crimes. Now it's plane crashes, okay? And I'm not scared to get on planes. I like turbulence and everything. One thing I've noticed, Purva Phalguni, that nakshatra is very triggered with plane crashes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think if you had Ketu in this nakshatra, you could assume you could have
I'd be dead.
Yeah. Or in a past lifetime, maybe you already did have unexpected death, and that's why you have this fear in this lifetime, which might not be rational.
Right. So so my son's in that 4th. So son's vitality? Let's talk about this. I'm going into my son Dasha. Bring it on. What do you think? Am I going to die?
No, I don't think is your sun at 23.4 degrees?
No, it's at 26.28.
Okay, so you're good. You passed the fateful degree there. But again, depending on the planet, the fateful degree is different. So for Rahu, the fateful degree is 24, but for for Ketu, it's much earlier. It's in the third pada.
Got it.
I think these things, you know, you could really, what does it exactly mean? I'm not sure, but here's something. Ketu will eventually go through this point of the nakshatra, you know, in the transit. Rahu will go through their tragic degree. So you're supposed to not drive, not fly, not leave your house, not take any walks, not go ice skating, not go skiing or snowboarding. Just take it easy.
Yeah, just trap yourself in your house and call it a day. Okay, that's what you need to do.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, and it's interesting if you look at tragic events which take place, you know, all these horrible events that take place, the shootings, the bombings, you know, there could be fateful degrees involved. And a lot of times there are fateful degrees involved.
You're right. That's what I like to study. We should do a show on that once, like on like a case study. Yeah.
That's really good research.
Let me tell you something, because even just recent plane crashes that just happened, I also noticed there's a nakshatra in Capricorn that causes that there can be some people that could be in a plane crash, because there was the plane crash that happened. There was 4 realtors together, all on a plane, and they all, you know, they went down in California like a month ago or 2 months ago. And I looked up all their charts because their nakshatras are going to stay the same minus their moon, right? So, and they were all born different years, different age groups, but they all had the same nakshatras. It was crazy. Like, it was really nuts. So this is what I've been doing, you know? So
that's awesome.
Yeah. And that's why I can pin down when there's going to be plane crashes. I swear I have it down. I think I have it down to a science.
Yeah. I like to, it'd be good to do that with plane crashes. It'd be good to do that with assassinations.
Yeah.
You know, different things that go wrong, you know, you can totally see, I'm sure there's some dark energy aligning for that moment.
Because I do believe you can watch out for it. So say that is in your chart. Yes. Like if that day the moon is in that nakshatra, like on something serious in your chart, yeah, don't leave your house. Why not? You know, or do something to protect yourself.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Don't go on any public transportation. All right. Like that, those kind of things.
Yeah. And don't sign any contracts and don't make any big decisions.
Here we go. Yeah. No, it's true though.
So Uttara Phalguni takes place Leo 26 to Virgo 10. So it acts very differently depending on what side of the cusp it's on there, if it's on the Leo side or the Virgo side. But on the Leo side, like the last 4 degrees of Leo, the sun is in an extremely powerful position there. It's not technically exalted, but it's like a Mula tricona. It's like a partial exaltation. So because of all the sun energy, it's just sun. It's double sun on that Leo side. As it gets more in Virgo, it gets more of a Mercury vibration.
Yes.
It's got a spiritual power of success and prosperity through unification and unifying things like marriage. And actually, Shiva and Shakti were born under were married under this nakshatra. Shiva was married under this nakshatra. So it's very significant for the success and prosperity that takes place after we kind of find our partner or have that. And this is a very traditional way of looking at things, but still, it has some energy about how we relate to others. The Deva is Aryaman. He activates a karma of nobility, society, leadership, and honor. So it's kind of a very societal Deva and has to do with nobility and success within society. Aryaman is said to help all that are in need and all that need support. And that Mercury Virgo vibration is very like of service and helpful. So there's a strong karma of this nakshatra of like being of service, being of help, helping those who need help, giving where there needs to be giving, where people need support. So people who are born in this nakshatra are very supportive and friendly and generous. And it does support success in marriage and partnership. Maybe not if Rahu and Ketu are placed there, but in general, for the most part. And actually, it does say that marital success is possible, but it does kind of support Uttara Phalguni, of an alternative approach to the relationship. Maybe not a traditional approach. Maybe it's like, you know, two people have been together for 10 years, but let's not do the legal side of things, you know, kind of avoid that energy. But as long as the monogamous commitment is made, I mean, that's some of the energy of the success after partnership, is when two people make that agreement together.
I've noticed that this merges families a lot. So like, or somebody will be attracted to somebody that has kids a lot. They'll meet somebody that's a little older, that have kids or something off the, you know.
Definitely. It's like, and the reason that is we can talk about the challenges of this energy, but they attract someone with kids because guess what? Kids needs taken care of. One of the real positive energies of this nakshatra is like, let's take care of something, but like that can be totally out of balance.
Yeah. Right.
And so they're attracted to someone with kids because those kids need a father, those kids need a mother, you know. It's like that kind of mentality that it actually can create. But people in this nakshatra, they like to be needed. Yep. You know, they want, and I think we all want to be needed, but it's like, you know, it feels really good for them to be of service. And if they're not able to help someone, sometimes they're spinning out in their head. They're like, we got to, you know, I need somebody to care for. I need someone to support. I need someone to care for me. So, but they're very kind, warm, compassionate. There's a nurturing energy. They can be very well educated and successful. They're natural leaders, especially on the Leo side of things. Lots of spiritual growth and potential. And as we mentioned, marriage success. But the downside of that, especially this shows up with Rahu and Ketu in this nakshatra. Ketu does a little bit better in this nakshatra. Rahu does very difficult in this nakshatra. I think like people with Rahu in this nakshatra, and some of the downsides of this is we feel kind of empty without our partners, which means our whole meaning of life is based on our partners. So if our partner's feeling good, we're feeling good. But if our partner's sad, then we're ready to go jump out the window. So you don't want your well-being so deeply connected to someone else's well-being, because then, you know, you have no stability, you have no groundedness yourself. Right. This can be very difficult. So it's codependency. Rahu and Ketu, both in this nakshatra, can cause codependency. Ketu ultimately will get past that codependency. Rahu might not be so keen to. And self-sacrificing, which means I love you so much. I did all these things for you. And what did you do for me?
Yeah. No, it's so true. This nakshatra I've noticed is the hardest nakshatra to not be like, this is a pushover. Sometimes this can be the person that's the pushover that gets especially a woman that's needy, that needs all, you know, and then gets burned.
Yeah, because ultimately, you know, it's not to an unhealthy level of neediness. It's not attractive to anybody. I mean, except maybe another Uttara Phalguni person.
Right. Or I've noticed people are dependent on somebody else's money, or dependent, like a woman can be dependent on something else where she doesn't want to work and she's just lazy and doesn't want to do things herself. So she'll marry somebody for money, or marries, you know what I mean? Like that type of, especially in Leo, I've noticed. Now the Virgos side is the hustlers, I've noticed. Like the Virgo side tends to be more like, you know, the hard workers that work like a maniacs, that do manual work too, with their hands, or drive trucks or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. And I like what you said earlier. It can come up as the desperate housewife syndrome.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it needs to be with somebody with money. That's so true.
Or it can show, and also they might be attracted to somebody who is not completely whole, so that they're needed more, so they can be attracted to unhealthy relationships. And stubborn, the animal is a bull, so there's a stubbornness which can come up, like you said, both, especially on the Virgo side, but there's a lot of working service mentality, good worker, hard worker. Because of the service orientation, it's best if they work in nonprofit or social work, some type of work that allows them to help others, people who are needy. Better that you go and actually help someone who's needy than to attract an unhealthy, needy relationship. So it's good that they have a career or work, which supports that. Also, they're good in writing. They're good in technology fields. This is a nakshatra which is associated with healing, but it's a very more scientific or intellectual approach to healing. And Virgo, on the Virgo side of it, is Utvachaya, self-improvement. So that's like healing, but they're also trying to better themselves, kind of like the self-help kind of person.
Right, right. Back to Purva, Phalguni, Rahu, I've noticed people that have hit the lottery, they got really lucky. And, and it's funny because once again, I saw this thing and it said, oh my God, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Holy shit.
What was it?
Light thunder. That was so loud. Oh my God, that was the scariest. Okay. I've got Uranus in the first house. I'm petrified of lightning and thunder. So whew. Anyway, so and now that I know my son's in Purva Phalguni, fourth pada. Oh God. All right. So anyway, but I have noticed, and this guy goes, well, if you are in a plane crash, you should go play the lottery that day, because if you survive a plane crash, and he said, because if you, I know somebody that one of the documentaries where he hit the lottery after he was in a plane crash, but it's just weird. That particular nakshatra, and there was Rahu there. So weird.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The faithful degree does show something. There's no faithful degree for Rahu or Ketu in Magha, and there's no faithful degree for Rahu or Ketu in Uttara Phalguni. So how bad could they be? And even though Rahu and Ketu is a very good position for Purva Phalguni, that's where the faithful degree is. So that's what you're talking about, how the person, they almost die in a plane crash, but then they win the lottery. It's like, well, that specific area, it's like, well, it's all really positive and successful if you can just make it past this one point where the challenge is the greatest.
Yeah. Oh. But Uttara Phalguni, I do notice that's a good nakshatra that comes out hard workers, people that always have this mindset of karma, depending on if it's jaded or not, because sometimes Rahu can make it a little jaded, but I would say that, or Ketu, I mean, I've seen Ketu do jaded things as well, so I will say though, this nakshatra tends to be there's this past life karmic thing where they think in their head, I have to do the karmic right thing. They are helpers because they think they know it's going to pay off, and they're just born with that.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
I wanted to say with Rahu in Uttara Phalguni, it's difficult for material success. A lot of times it can be difficult but it's not difficult for material success, but it's difficult to have material success in a traditional kind of way. It does suggest, even in some of the texts that I read, that material success is strongest with Rahu and Uttara Phalguni when you're willing to have that material success by unconventional or unlawful means.
Yeah.
So if you're not so for someone in Rahu and Uttara Phalguni, they should work in marijuana. They should work in alcohol. They should work with tobacco. They should work in these kind of fields that are more, unconventional. Also mysticism, astrology, in addition to the nonprofit, especially if Rahu is in Uttara Phalguni, they should really be open to making money, not just in a normal traditional kind of way.
Yeah.
Ketu, I like in this nakshatra. The first pada I know is especially favorable. It's really interested in the occult and the esoteric. Like the people with Ketu and Uttara Phalguni, like they're really into everything outside of the box, whether it's astrology, palm reading, tarot cards, all of that. And they actually have potential skill in astrology. A lot of good astrologers might have Ketu and Uttara Phalguni. Rahu is also a good astrologer in Uttara Phalguni. Maybe that's one of the unconventional ways that the Rahu and Uttara Phalguni person makes money. But one thing that you mentioned that I wrote, Ketu and Uttara Phalguni, a lot of my research shows there's car accidents. So if you have Ketu and Uttara Phalguni, maybe find another way of getting to work.
Oh, walk. Oh God. Yeah, no, I've noticed that too. Absolutely. Yep.
Cool. So bring in some moon energy into things. We switch to Hasta Nakshatra, which is Virgo 10 to 23. This kind of has a Mercury moon vibration and the spiritual power of manifestation. So this is and same with the next nakshatra, Chitra. These people with Rahu and Ketu in this nakshatra, as well as the next one we're going to talk, they can manifest. They have the power to want something and to manifest that. So you have to be careful. Is that white magic or is that dark magic? Is what we want to manifest best for everyone, or is it just best for you?
My Venus is in Hasta. Oh, God.
Good. So you can manifest a lot of things materially, romantically, if you want to.
But then destroy them too. Oh, yeah.
And also Venus is debilitated in Hasta Nakshatra.
Yep.
The Deva is Savitar, the sun god of transformational and creative energy. And this is where that manifestation energy comes from, because Savitar's energy, which is the power to create whatever we want and manifest whatever we desire. And so Savitar gives this power to people who have this nakshatra. So it's like a special gift from the sun god, which is really beautiful. And it also supports energies of healing and medicine and upachaya, which is self-growth, self-evolution. Positive energies of this nakshatra, especially Rahu is good in this position. Actually, some people consider Rahu's natural nakshatra to be Hasta. In other words, the Mercury energy of Hasta has a lot to do with the Rahu vibration. But again, that's debatable. Some people think Rahu's natural sign is Aquarius. So some people think it's Virgo. So there's a debate within that as far as
honestly, your opinion, I think it does way better in Aquarius. Yeah. I think Rahu because Virgo doesn't like unexpected shit. Okay. Because I hated when Rahu was in my 11th. The only good thing that came out of it was this. I started doing YouTubes. That's when all this happened. But besides that, I mean, it was like a nightmare. Mm-hmm. A relationship. And I'll never forget, Joni Patry says, Rahu, you're going to meet somebody that sweeps you off your feet. She was like spot on, right? But it was sweep the rug from under my feet.
Yeah. I was going to say, someone who sweeps you off your feet and then drops you on the floor.
It drops you right on the floor. It's so true, though. I mean, it's such a mixed bag with Rahu and Ketu. It's so hard to say. You know, it's like, yeah, you get this, but it's going to do something. It's like Rahu comes a success with a price. You know, it always does. But I've noticed that Rahu in this can be definitely more, there's just more issues. I've noticed Ketu in this is more healers, more, you know, Ayurvedic medicine people that are like Reiki masters, all that stuff, like natural healers. I mean, straight up healers.
Yeah. Yeah, because the good energies of this nakshatra make someone very smart, very creative, good with speech. They're skilled in writing, math, language. They have a pure mind. They're very self-disciplined. Rahu does worse in this nakshatra because the Hasta energy is very pure. And Rahu kind of muddles it up when the energy of Ketu allows it to stay more pure. And also the negative side, which can definitely come with both of these nakshatras, Ketu in this nakshatra, Rahu in this nakshatra, but Ketu is a very fragile, sensitive mind, hypersensitive, fragile mind. So they may be, they have to be very careful of their mental balance because maybe they could have something like bipolar or manic energy in its most extreme form. And then the Rahu in this nakshatra can be very obsessive compulsive, like OCD, and they're both very dramatic in this nakshatra. It's because of that Mercury moon vibration. It's kind of a dramatic nakshatra. And they're both maybe vulnerable to manipulate you to get what they want, using emotion.
And I will say this, another thing I've noticed is Rahu and Ketu in this can be like boxers, fighters, people that do anything with hands. And it can be like, also, I know a couple people that have Rahu or Ketu in this that were in jail for theft or selling drugs, you know, because there is a dark side to it. Like they got in trouble for something like that because it's real clever shit, you know. Ketu and Hasta can be real clever.
Yeah, definitely. Their cleverness was something that came up. And you said working with hands. That's something that I found in my research too, that it's really good for education, but not law, medicine, or business, but like trade school, which is like engineering, plumbers, electricians, like construction workers, like you said, working with your hands. It's good for employment in those kind of trade industries. But like you also said, these people have a real immoral or unethical temptation side to them with Rahu in this nakshatra. They're very vulnerable to stealing. Stealing Billy over here. So they can have a temptation to, that thing over there, no one's going to notice if I take it.
Right.
That happens and they can be vulnerable to that. And then there's a fateful degree at 13. The 13th degree of this nakshatra, which is right. So you have to be careful if Rahu is in this nakshatra, especially at the 13th degree, which would be at Virgo 23. So right in the last pot of there.
Okay, there were a couple plane crashes in Hasta too, now that I'm thinking about it. So Virgo, and it's Mercury, Virgo, Mercury's planes, accidents. Yeah, you're so, because I think of that degree, like it's going to be some dramatic, like boom, accident too. Okay, that's like, you would think something, not like all of a sudden this person, you know, gets some illness. It's more of like a sudden boom. Did you notice that?
Yeah. Like I feel like there would be an accident that day. And then the people that had that in their chart would be likely to be a part of that accident.
Yeah. Like a freak accident, like in that limo. Like we should look up that limo that just happened in New York. How weird is that's pretty crazy. Like, you know, I guarantee you they have some correlations like that.
Like you said, Ketu is a little more spiritual in this nakshatra, a little more pure, but they have health problems. people with Ketu and Hasta. And it also says that it can show that if you work in this nakshatra, that you'll have a lot of growth with whatever organization you work for, but you have to work from the bottom to the top.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Yeah.
And then that's a faithful degree of 12, which is also in the last pada of the nakshatra. So with Rahu and Ketu and Hasta, the first two padas are a little more safer. As you get closer to the fourth pada, it's a little more dangerous.
Yeah. And I've noticed actually Ketu and Uttara Phalguni, or Ketu and Hasta, maybe the first two padas, a lot of people that are in the paper business, like paper, contracts, documents, they hate it. They hate it. But they have to audit things and do that, work behind the desk. And a lot of people that process loans in my mortgage company and stuff had Hasta. It was weird. And then people that are really good at looking and analyzing things like a K2 and Hasta, I think, makes a phenomenal astrologer because it's an investigator times two. Because Hasta is a really good investigator. They're good at being like picking shit out. Like it's what I've noticed.
Yeah, I like what you said, and I like what you said also, that it's like they might find themselves doing that work, but it doesn't mean that they love it.
No.
I think Hasta work with Rahu and Ketu is that's really enjoyable. Like on the Ketu side, it has to be more spiritual, mystical, or occult, like you said, astrology or one of the Vedic sciences or some kind of Reiki or healing methodology of some kind. With Rahu, we talked about, it's good if they're working with their hands, if they're working in trade, electrician, plumber, construction. Yes. Also, because of that Virgo vibration, probably not as strong with Rahu because the intelligence is hurt a little bit, but it's good for working in education and academics. So it's perfect for being a math teacher. And it's good for communication, working in communications, self-help.
Can I ask you a question? This is totally off topic. So my Venus is in Hasta, and I just thought of something like James Braha. I just watched a video and he said Venus is math a lot of the times. I've never heard that until I heard that from him. And then you think about it, and then I have Venus in Hasta. I am the worst at math. But you know what's really funny? I watched this documentary on Vedic math and how they teach it there. When I watched that, I could do math. Mm-hmm. Isn't that strange? Have you ever seen that? The Vedic math, they do it really like how Indians teach people math. It's totally different. And it made more sense to me. It sounds a little confusing, but I'm the worst in math. I see numbers, I'm good with numbers, but I'm not good at putting them together.
Yeah. Well, Venus in Hasta, it's instead of doing math, it wants to make the numbers look pretty.
You're damn right about that. I always say my Virgo, the Virgo that I have, this is how I knew I was not a Virgo. I don't like to go outside and walk around in the earth. Okay. I kill plants. I had a cactus. I have a cactus and I think it's dead. I'm so not earthy at all. And that's my debilitated Venus. That's what it is. Yeah. And I'm more worried about looks. I've noticed a debilitated Venus in Virgo. They're the ones that are going to just be a little more material and a little more into, they don't care about the health stuff nearly as much, the oils or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
It really can screw up Virgo, from that perspective, but it's good. I think it's good for money, financially, because it makes you more focused on that.
And it's interesting that Venus is debilitated there, but Mercury is exalted there.
Yeah.
So if you have Mercury in that position, then you might be Albert Einstein when it comes to math, although his Mercury was in Pisces, which was debilitated. So who the hell knows?
But wasn't it in Revati? So I think it was in Revati. So, and that's ruled by Mercury. So I don't know, because this is, once again, let's prove that Western astrology, in Western astrology, I have the sun, I have Mercury in Virgo, exalted. No, I don't. I can tell you, I don't have that.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely would be able to do math if you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. I mean, I'm a calculator chick, that's for sure. Now, but I was a loan officer. So believe it or not, I did mortgages and I do, you know, so it's funny because, you know, I learned it too. I have to, like, you do it so you have to, but that's what calculators are for.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, not to take us off the topic, but have to ask when I have your brains on here. I got to take a bit.
I'm always happy to help. And I think Venus and Hasta, it can act more like Rahu and Hasta than Ketu and Hasta.
Totally agree on that one. Yeah.
So bringing some Mars energy into our discussion for the first time, we look at Chitra Nakshatra. Chitra is on the Virgo side, Mercury and Mars, and on the Libra side, Venus and Mars. And both of these energies act very differently depending on what side they're on. So, you know, because the Mercury and Venus vibrations are very different. Chitra Nakshatra has a spiritual power to grow and collect good karmic credit. Wouldn't we all like to have that? So people who have very, like, you know, highly dignified Chitra Nakshatra, they have really good karma. And people who have really difficult positions in Chitra Nakshatra, they might have some really challenging karma. The Deva, the Lord of Chitra, is Vishakha, the divine architect. And I always love, this is one of my favorite gods, the divine architect, because I like to think of that idea like the Matrix, like the architect who creates everything. And when you're the architect, you're also creating the illusion. You're also creating Maya. And Maya, or illusion, is a deep theme within the life of the Chitra individuals. And it's one of the most mystical and it's one of the most spiritual nakshatras. So Ketu and Rahu in this nakshatra, they can be very spiritually or mystically oriented. It activates a karma of the exploration of Maya, which means you're going to question reality. You're going to question the way, especially Rahu and Ketu in this nakshatra. They won't just question reality, but they'll tell you that you're an illusion. That the reality that you think a reality is not the reality, that you're living in a big, bad joke, especially Rahu and Chitra. They're like, your life is a joke. Like, you don't understand, and all the conspiracy theories and then really start coming with you, you know? But it does, I really appreciate this nakshatra. What is real and what isn't? What is illusion and what is reality? These are the kind of questions that people with Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra, they want to understand the true nature of reality. People with Rahu and Ketu in this nakshatra on the positive side are like attractive, intelligent, beautiful. Chitra means shining, brilliant. So it's like very beautiful. They're enthusiastic in energy. That comes from Mars. And they're magnetic. Yes. And they're skilled in the arts. And they're very passionate. And they're also skilled in illusion. These people with Rahu and Ketu in this nakshatra are the best magicians that exist. Like they'll they'll be able to do some kind of trick and, oh my God, I can't believe it. Is that real? Is that real? Now, of course, odds are it was probably an illusion, but you might experience it as being real.
Yep. Also, stand-up comedy people, I've noticed, like people that are smart asses, that are funny, they can cut to the chase. Mm-hmm. I've noticed Chitra comes out of there a lot, like very sarcastic, especially Rob.
Yeah, and I feel like that's, in a sense, also questioning the nature of reality. Like, what's funny? Like, this sham that we're living in, and just, like, pointing out all the little weird things of life that just make it seem like an illusion. Like, the best comedian, like George Carlin, like, he was always just pointing out the illusions of life and things like that.
Right, yeah.
People with Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra, because of Mars, if Pitta energy is in balance, the personality can really suffer. People with Rahu in this nakshatra are hypersexual, like very sexually driven, like manipulative, seductive, like stubborn, arrogant, and they don't necessarily care about other people's feelings, you know? And they can be brash or blunt. There was even something I read, it says, someone with Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra, they'll say something, they immediately regret saying it, and it's too late for them to take back their words.
Yeah.
So that's the dark side of it. But because of that illusion, people with Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra, they can be magicians, they can be illusionists, they can work with gems or jewelry. And Ketu in this nakshatra, because of its mystical association, makes for a really good priest or even a prophet or some spiritual figure which you're going to follow, or a spiritual leader of some kind. Yeah.
Extremely intelligent, and people that can connect to Akashic records and stuff like that, I've noticed they can just go into those other zones or whatever. I mean, if they're even, legit, I don't know, whatever they could tell a great story, but regardless, just like you said,
Yeah, what's real is the question. But
I know. Yeah.
So if you know that person's a Chitra, just think of it as also don't take it completely for real. Think that there's some aspect of it which is an illusion, know. Like they're not pulling that bunny out of a hat. I'm sorry.
It's like they get your brain working, but it's like then your realist needs to come in and say, okay.
Yeah. But I also like Ketu a little more in this nakshatra than Rahu. Because we talked with Rahu, sometimes it can get very immoral and unethical. And then you bring the Mars energy of Chitra into that. And they can be very materialistic, like very focused on money, and like they can cheat on their wife and drink too much alcohol, do too many drugs, or they're off on some adventure and they're abandoning their family responsibilities.
Yeah.
Ketu I really like in this nakshatra because it's just so spiritual. It's like just so beautiful. And the last pada of Chitra nakshatra for Ketu, it can show you getting close to spiritual enlightenment, and it's a karmic reward for many past lifetimes of like spiritual growth. So it's supposed to give you success in all of the areas of your life. So that's a very favorable position for Ketu. But because of this energy, with especially on the Venus side of it, if it's on the Libra side of it, even though they might have a lot of success in their life, on the Venus side of Chitra Nakshatra with Rahu or Ketu, it's not really good for marriage.
Yeah.
Although Ketu, that the second marriage can be the one that lasts.
Or maybe even like an unconventional marriage that like you have a partnership, but you're not tied with the papers.
Exactly. Oh, and did I say vulnerability to poison with Ketu and Chitra Nakshatra? That these people, just like, it's always something with Ketu. In the last Nakshatra was to avoid vehicles. Now it's to avoid, be careful with poisoning. So we can get poison in tap water. We can get poison through raw meat. We can get poison in heavy metal toxins. But you have to be constantly purifying yourself with Ketu and Chitra. Otherwise, you can get something like, copper poisoning or something weird like that, or E. coli or whatever.
Or you could make them. I'm just sitting here thinking of this woman that I know that's been on my channel. She's got she's a Chitra ascendant, and she's got all these planets in Chitra. I mean, it's amazing. No Rahu or Ketu though, but she likes shiny things. She makes all this natural healing stuff, like, the colostrum stuff, all this stuff. Her name's Sonia. She's amazing. But that's making me think of this because she makes all these different medicines and stuff.
Yeah. People with Rahu and Ketu in this nakshatra, just like they're vulnerable to poison, it's also a really good energy to make potions, to make antidotes, to make something that would actually reduce the poison. In Ayurvedic medicine, a lot of specific herbs remove poisons from the body. I mean, we know charcoal does that.
Right.
So,
or like rocks. Healing with like the rocks. I always say rocks, but you know what I mean, crystals and stuff. Rocks.
Yeah, it's like a very healing, like magical energy. Like if there's one person that's gonna do psychic surgery on you, it's someone with Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra.
True. Yeah.
You know. Oh, you have a tumor. Well, let me just remove it. Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. Oh, same with Shatabhisha, though. We're not even on that, but I think same for that.
Yeah. Well, I like to hear that because that's my Lagna and Rahu nakshatra.
Oh, really? That's totally, and same with the poison. Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. But making herbs and making health stuff to heal people.
Yeah. Before I was an astrologer, I was living out in Peru because I wanted to be an ayahuasca shaman, but it just...
Okay. Totally, that's a Rahu in that nakshatra, right? I mean, that couldn't describe it anymore.
Yeah. And then I was out there and I was taking the ayahuasca and the planets were talking to me and it kind of pushed me in the direction of astrology.
So funny. I would never take that.
Yeah.
I would be so petrified. I'm so afraid of here. And this is funny because I'm so afraid of losing control, like Ketu and Jyeshtha, I guess. Because you want to say, no, my Ketu's in Anuradha, actually. But my Mars is in Jyeshtha and I'm all about control. So it's like, I don't want to lose control. I'm not the type of person that would want to do drugs.
Yeah. And usually with K2 energy, like it's really strong in your first house and everything. Like that ultimately drugs are just a shortcut to something that you should be getting there without the use of drugs, which doesn't mean that using drugs is wrong as long as you realize that it's a shortcut and that it's ultimately not going to get you to where you need to go. So better for you to not even, if you already know that that's not going to benefit you, that you don't need that shortcut, then I don't really encourage anyone to take that road. But you know, Rahu people, they like shortcuts like myself.
Yeah, Rahu's loving that kind of stuff. But who can, I mean, it is what it is. You have to learn your lessons, you know? I mean, you do. But you would think my moon in Revati would make me want to do drugs. Like I would be this big, like, you know, and it's not at all. Yeah.
Probably because been there, done that as far as a karmic perspective in your past lifetimes and everything. Yeah,
probably.
You know? Like, I feel like you've probably already done that and realized it doesn't need to benefit you as a soul, maybe not.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. To know about Vedic astrology in this particular show, okay? So you kind of have to have somewhat of a bit of knowledge of Vedic astrology and know what we talk about.
I'm going to put your YouTube channel in you're muted.
Shit. Sorry, hold on a second. Because we're talking about something a lot different. This is why I say, like, the signs are meaningless when you learn nakshatras. Do you not agree? 100%? I mean, it's like, you won't even care about the signs anymore if you learn this. You won't care what, this skips like 15 steps if you learn nakshatras.
It's all interrelated too, right? Like so much of the sign influences the nakshatras and so much of the nakshatras influence the sign.
Yeah, because I was just telling Kastanati, this was supposed to be such a horrible with Jupiter and Scorpio. And I'm going to tell you, like I've noticed, I know the nakshatras where I'm going to sell homes. Magha, Mula, and actually Ardra, believe it or not. So those nakshatras are the ones that are good for me financially when I write contracts. And Punarvasu sometimes too. But I mean, like you can literally know.
Scorpio, and I'm going to tell you. Like,
sorry, I just want to put this in here real quick before I forget. Okay, everybody, this is his YouTube channel. And he doesn't have that many subscribers because he goes on Saptarishi's astrology. He goes on that channel, which is well known for Vedic astrology. And he is on there all the time. Unfortunately, his channel is lacking because he's always on there. So, and if you go to his channel, you can see, I mean, I found him from studying Vedic astrology. And when he said he would come on my channel, I was like doing back handsprings. Okay. So I have learned so much through him. You have no idea. We'll just leave it at that. All right.
Thank you, Heidi. That was very touching and sweet.
But it's true. Like I really have learned so. Like that video you did with, I can't even explain to you. So, all righty.
You make me blush. You can make me blush a little bit.
No, it's true. I mean, you know your shit. That's for sure. You do.
Thank you.
In a very nice way. you know. And you know, it's funny. I said yesterday on a show, I was like, I wish I could be an Aquarius. Like I totally do. It's my wannabe sign.
Yeah. But then Parashara says it's the most cursed sign. So.
But so is Scorpio, right?
Yeah.
They say both of us, we're the two most cursed signs.
Yeah. Well, it's working out all right, right?
That's right. That's right. Yep. That's funny. And think about it. I have Ketu in Scorpio and you have Rahu in Aquarius.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting.
It is really interesting, that aspect. I think it's really cool. It makes us good to work together.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
All right. So Swati, which my funnel Saturn's in Swati.
Awesome. Saturn is exalted in Swati Nakshatra.
In the 12th house.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's really powerful. I have to say that's really spiritually powerful. A lot of times with the Swati energy, it ends up ultimately benefiting the person in an incredible way, but it's just a difficult process. It's one of my favorite nakshatras. It has a Venus Rahu vibration. Maybe it's my favorite because of the strong Rahu vibration. It has the spiritual power to move, influence, change, and scatter. That's because it's ruled by Vayu or Vata, the lord of wind, the god of wind. And this wind energy, it has a karma of purification and cleansing. It is good for communication and expression. And it says that the communications of the Swati individual have the power to move someone like a strong wind, like a hurricane, like blow someone over, which means to quickly influence or change their mind. So they're very influential. They have the power to influence others with their speech. It's very independent sign and it seeks independence, and Ketu and Rahu both want independence in this area. They can be a little more soft-spoken or at least beautiful or sweet with their speech. That's from the Venus influence. And also communication, you know, the power of speech, right? There's a lot to be said with the power of speech. And once you realize that the power of our speech controls and influences every single person then you speak to, well, then that becomes a great power and that becomes a great responsibility. So I think that happens with Swati Nakshatras, like, you know, oh, because I can say this to get what I want, does that really mean I should say it? But they're very sweet and soft-spoken, and they flow like the wind, They flow with the wind with difficult situations and circumstances. Sometimes in their life, the circumstances aren't that great, but they can bend with the wind or move in a way that they have to so they can survive. Mm-hmm. In the beginning, it's about the situation is horrible. How can I survive it?
Yep.
But then once and this is very true with Rahu and Ketu there. But then once you survive that situation, there's this great chance for potential of change, success, prosperity. And people in this nakshatra, they're very passionate, intense. They have an intense energy to them, which is awesome. If, you know, I like that. I like people who are like, have strong energy to them. And it can be very ethical, moral, well-educated, spiritual. It's very well-rounded in a lot of its positive qualities.
Yeah.
When Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra, it can bring certain challenges. Selfishness. They can be a little bit selfish sometimes to focus on what they want to get what they want. Right. So they have to avoid that selfish tendency. They can be superficial or materialistic, especially Rahu in this nakshatra. It can be very look in the mirror. How beautiful am I? Oh my God, you just stay infatuated with yourself in the mirror for a half hour, an hour. So that energy can show up. And also addicted and materially focused with that superficial energy. Maybe they don't care about other things, or they're addicted, like hedonistic, like they like their pleasures too much. Yeah. Rahu in this nakshatra is a very difficult position. I believe it's a little because of all the double Rahu energy. It doesn't mean there's not material success. A lot of indications of Rahu and Swati nakshatra after some difficulties can indicate material success, but it's really difficult for the health because of the double Rahu vibration. It's best in its last pada. And it said in some of my research, it's very good to work with dairy. I know this is very specific. Sometimes this is an interesting opinion. Work with dairy. That also includes gemstones, jewelry, metals, gas, oil, and minerals. So working with precious materials and precious commodities can be very positive. And it's also really good for travel. These people with Rahu and Swati, they are sometimes more successful in business abroad or in business with foreigners than they are with everyone around them, like the majority and everything. So, and it can also show they can be disliked in their country, but they go to another country and they become a celebrity.
Yep. I've noticed that. I actually have a couple famous Indian celebrity friends. I mean, I'm talking like when I met this person, I'm not going to say who he is or whatever. I'll tell you after. But he found me on LinkedIn. He saw I did Vedic astrology in his chart.
Yeah.
All this. And let me tell you, the dancing. Dancing is another thing with this. Dancing is good dancers come out of this.
Oh yeah, because that Rahu Venus vibration.
Yeah. Right.
Very romantic, seductive.
Right. Yeah. And I'm going to tell you, this is in my 12th house of like secrets, hidden dancers. I would say like that would be my dream job would be that. Like I have that where I have this like such that going on, but I have Saturn there. Saturn's like all conservative, you know, Saturn makes it I think Saturn balances it out so much. It makes it a little more businessy.
Oh, know? Definitely. And more disciplined and not as party heavy.
Right. Yeah.
You know, but Rahu there is really party heavy.
Yes. Yeah. But I'll say too, Rahu there, the best salespeople you will ever meet. They can they can sell you freaking anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. They basically can, when it comes to that Venus Rahu, it's like, you know, I'm going to make you think that you need this thing and that you won't be happy without it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I actually learned this from Dr. Arjun Pai, and he's saying that Swati is like, it's all about you learn and you'll grow through rebellious things, like, you know, foreign things, foreign too. So you said, you know, business abroad too. But for me, you know, I did not connect to regular astrology at all. Yeah. When I sold homes to Indians, it changed my life. That's how I got into this. I had to learn the directions of the door. I had to learn Vatsu. I was like, these people are nuts. What the hell is wrong with them? Right now, now I'm studying it and this is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So it's just how it pans out. And that was right on my Saturn return in that same exact 12th house. 12th house is astrology too.
Exactly.
But it was a hell of a freaking transition. That's where my life spun upside down, a spiral of, oh my God, I can't even tell you. It was a mess. It was a mess. And that's good old Swati.
Yeah. Like the wind, you're swept from underneath your feet. Like the carpet is pulled underneath you.
Yes.
But when things settle after that, they're usually better than they were before the carpet was pulled out. So it does create a lot of change, but the change is often for the better, which means when you're going through the destructive event, it feels like hell. But, you know, there's a silver lining.
Yeah.
Really comes through.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wanted to say that Ketu, I like Ketu and Swati. Like you said, dance and music being really big. Ketu in this nakshatra, professional dancers, professional musicians. These people are, it's like intuitive dance where like you're dancing, but it's also like a manifestation of your feelings. Like, you know, like all this kind of performance art and things like that. It's an enjoyable life for Ketu and Swati.
Strippers too. I just thought I would bring it up because it's true. Exotic dancers, strippers, belly dancers.
Yeah, which leads me to my next point, which makes complete sense. and is especially true for Ketu, little bit true for Rahu, that Swati Nakshatra people can keep the company of some lowly individuals. That doesn't mean that all of your friends, if you have Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra, are lowly individuals, but maybe you have some friends who are criminals. Maybe you have some friends who are drug dealers. Maybe you have some friends who do a little bit of this on the side, do a little bit of that on the side. And that just tends to be a trend with Rahu and Ketu in this nakshatra.
It's like, because I think that Rahu likes to dabble in it. They don't want to do it, but it's like, you know, like for me, if I do readings for really like people that were in jail, like I love that, you know? So it's more of a, because you're not going to do it, but you want to know why. And you're all, you know, so it's kind of like, you want that. Like I want I would like to have mafia. I would like to have mafia, you know, know-ins. Like I want to have connections everywhere. And that's kind of like, that's, I don't know, politicians, Swati, but then we're going to go into Vishakha. This is a very interesting one. This one's very hard for me to like, I'm curious. I can't wait to get to Vishakha because.
Let's jump right into it. So Vishakha Nakshatra, it's really powerful. And this is my moon and Venus Nakshatra.
Your moon is in this?
Yeah.
Is it in Libra?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't get along with the Vishakha Scorpios. I don't know why. They drive me nuts. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, I got the moon and Venus and Libra together at the same degree.
Okay.
In 23 degree. So this is depending on what side of it. Is there a little feedback on my mic? Can you hear that?
No, I don't hear anything. It sounds good.
Okay, hold on. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I hear it. I don't know why. Let me just try to correct it.
Oh. That's so funny. Your moon's in this.
Yeah, moon and Venus.
That's so funny.
Depending on what side, Venus, Jupiter, or Mars, Jupiter, depending on what side of it you're on. When I told Dr. Harness that my Venus and moon were in this nakshatra, he said, you have the power to manifest anything you want within reason.
Oh, that's funny.
And it has the spiritual power of achievement of various diverse successes in life. So not just one area of life will the person be successful in, not just one area of life will the person be successful in. They're kind of like a Renaissance person, which means they're good in many different areas of life. The lord of this is Indra and Agni. Indra, the deva of transformation, and Agni, the deva of fire. This activates a certain karma of incredible potential to achieve any aspiration or meet any goal. The ability to transform and activate. The positive, I'm sorry, my headphones have some feedback. You can't hear that?
No, but I know what you mean when you hear that. It drives you nuts. I don't hear anything. Does everybody else hear an echo? Does anybody else hear anything? I don't hear anything.
Does anyone else hear it?
No, I don't know. Nobody's saying anything, so I guess not.
Okay.
Oh, they're saying they hear a delay, but that's, you know.
Okay.
Now they're saying they hear it. I don't hear anything. So I don't know.
Should I try to come back in real quick?
You can, yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear feedback with me? It's not on my end, is it? I have a microphone. I don't need to mute. I'm fine. Yeah, so Vishakha is an interesting nakshatra. Wait, I might have to.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry about that.
I don't hear anything. I didn't hear anything before though. So everybody said sound is good.
Okay, great. Awesome. I'm sorry about that.
Oh.
So the positive energies of Vishakha, it's a good position for Rahu. It's a more difficult position for Ketu. Success over time is the big theme that shows up with Vishakha. A lot of power, enthusiasm, devotion, faith, positivity, optimism. Vishakha natives will achieve their goals and prosperity long as they never give up. It's important that they do not give up. People with Rahu in this nakshatra are more likely to give up, which means ultimately it does take a lot of work with not, even though you're able to achieve many success, many aspirations, it doesn't come without a long time of hard work. That's one of the key things of Vishakha. So Rahu people in this nakshatra, they might, especially on the Scorpio side of it, they might give up if things don't work out for them in the beginning. But Vishakha natives will always achieve their goals. On the negative side of it, Rahu in this nakshatra, Ketu in this nakshatra can be very jealous, very unrealistic about things in general, like angry, discontent, argumentative, stubborn, controlling, dominating, or trying to control another individual.
Radicals.
Definitely, especially Ketu here.
I've noticed both. The politicians that are on the left, definitely there's a heavy this can be in their chart. Like a Rahu or Ketu in this, where it's extreme.
Yeah.
And mainly though, like in the Scorpio side, like it's weird because I've noticed the Scorpio side is so much worse. It's like the Libra side is tends to be more like more open and, nice. And yours works well, probably because there's Venus there too, so that moon Venus is just really nice and optimistic. I would have never guessed you were that type of, swear to God, I wouldn't have, but musicians too, in music, I've noticed that.
Yeah. The Rahu in this position, it's very good for material success, but they might do it by immoral means. So it might not be ultimately what's going to be best. It's difficult for marital status. So like, even though Rahu in this position, I wanted to mention that Rahu on the Scorpio side of Vishakha Nakshatra is debilitation.
Oh, that makes total sense. Absolutely. That's a tough one.
Yeah, I think it's debilitating.
That's like my nightmare chart, like a Rahu, Scorpio in the first house, Vishakha. Like I wouldn't want to do a reading for that person. I really struggle with Rahu readings. You know that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna send them to you.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks.
But Rahu people might not, Rahu people are always maybe looking for something specific to hear.
They want answers that they're not going to get from that K2 person, Yeah.
And also the K2 person is there to hurt the ego of the Rahu, not hurt the ego of the Rahu person, but humble the Rahu person a little bit. And Rahu people don't like to be humbled.
Right.
unless they're in Capricorn or Aquarius, maybe.
Yeah. True. Yes, very true. Very, very true. I could talk about this all day long. Oh my God. Yeah.
So difficulties with father when Rahu is in Vishakha.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Difficulties with the stomach. And the faithful degree is 2, which means in Libra, the first the 22nd degree is very difficult for Rahu. Ketu, it's difficult for the confidence. It's difficult for the mental stability. They're vulnerable to immoral actions. They're very creative. And And it's good for a minimalistic spiritual path or a path of renunciation.
Yeah. But it can be like that twisted leader with K2 there, because, you know, K2 Jupiter conjunction is kind of reminds me of like the Pope. It can be very good too, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But when I think of certain charts of like politicians and stuff, and certain that do not so ethical things, children type of stuff, like,
yeah,
that's what I've noticed.
And you can see that vulnerability to do a moral action with Ketu or Rahu in this Nakshatra.
Right.
Actually, all planets, even Venus in this Nakshatra, could be vulnerable to making a little money through criminal action. There is some temptation here with this Nakshatra.
Right.
Yeah, it's really powerful for investigators, especially Rahu in this Nakshatra on the Scorpio side. They're the perfect private detective.
Yeah.
Scientist, counselor,
yeah,
and life coach.
I've also noticed like marketing people. For some reason, like marketing people, and they want the easy, fast money.
With Rahu?
Yeah. Yeah, not K2. Not K2, Rahu.
Yeah, I could definitely see Rahu in this Nakshatra being into finance and that whole world.
Right. And then on the Scorpio side, I've noticed a lot of designers, like really good designers. So a lot of artists come out of that. Yeah. Or people that put you in those Ponzi schemes, like but they're not really, but they sell you on selling that idea. Okay. Perfect example. I haven't even looked at this guy's chart, but I guarantee you 150% that the man that started Nexium, he has planets in that. I guarantee you he has some sort of something in that. That's what it reminds me of.
I know what you mean. Like that scientist, investigator.
Yeah. The psychologist that's going to get people to follow them, like people that get people to, you know, the ones that start cults and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even like a...
I could definitely see that, because they could achieve whatever they want with Rahu in this Nakshatra. It's a temptation towards sorcery.
Right. And it's like having Rahu on Jupiter, because it's Jupiter.
Yeah. And Ketu has confidence problems in this Nakshatra, and Ketu has mental balance problems in this Nakshatra.
That makes complete sense. Yeah. Ketu Jupiter is hard. Like that's, you know, I've seen a lot of people who struggle with that.
Yeah, because that's so like spiritual.
Yeah. And if they're not at all, like K2 Jupiter and Virgo, I tend to get that a lot with people. Yeah, and I tell them to learn astrology, because they like to investigate, you know?
Totally.
God, this is so fun. Okay.
So Anuradha Nakshatra, did you say, do you have a planet there?
K2 is in there, yes.
Okay, awesome. Let me make sure I wrote something good for that.
No, you tell it like it is, because I'm going to be honest. And honestly, I'll tell you, K2 and Anuradha is not freaking easy. Okay, this is my first house. I have it conjunct Mars. Mars is in Jyeshtha and Uranus. Like, can you talk about any more extreme of a human being? I mean, that's intense.
It's very intense. It's a Mars-Saturn vibration in Anuradha, and it has the spiritual power of devotion and worship. The power and reward that comes with devotion and worship. Two gods. One is Mitra. Mitra is the god of friendship, community, and partnership. Activates karma of good interaction between fellow human beings. So a really positive kind of energy between you and fellow humans. So people who have this karma in their chart, it emphasizes having good friends, having a community, and being a part of a community. You have Ketu in this Nakshatra. One of the things that you do is that you build a community.
But then but still hate it. Like there are days where I can't stand talking to people, and that's Ketu. Like, get me away. Like, I don't even want to talk to the people ever. Like, sometimes I want to just go crawl in a hole and not talk to anybody.
Definitely.
That's Ketu.
I jumped into the YouTube chat before we came back from the break and just saw everyone interacting and everything. And there was this real beautiful, like, community energy.
Yeah. Because I feel like I'll bring like the community of like the truth people, like the people that want the investigators. Like, you know, a lot of people that came to my channel were from a conspiracy channel that were really religious. I was really religious. I went to Christian schools. I used to try to speak in tongues. Like, I went through that phase. So there's like, but I'm an investigator. I like to know shit. And most people here do. And that's why if they learn astrology, it's like, God, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I think new subscribers that I had, they teach me things. They're like, but then we're all know-it-alls, right? So we all, that's like the thing. Sometimes Ketu. I think Ketu and Anuradha has issues with relationships. There you go. That's what the problem is.
It's very difficult for relationships, but it's a good karma interaction. Like when people that you connect through Anuradha Nakshatra are going to have a better chance at having a good interaction with each other. So like if you put two people into connection with each other, because of Anuradha Nakshatra and Ketu and everything, they're very likely to have a good interaction with each other from the blessing of Mitra. So it supports friendship, community, and individual dependence and success. Ketu is always our past lifetime karma. So you don't want anything to do with that because you've been doing that for many, many lifetimes. But that doesn't stop you from doing it in this one.
Right.
And then Radha, who's Krishna's wife, is also one of the gods of Anuradha Nakshatra. And that's pure devotion to the divine, which is that worship of Krishna. Which means people with this nakshatra, they give their complete faith and they give their complete devotion to things. You know, for you, maybe that's Jyotish.
Yeah. Right. It is.
Yeah. So
I would never stop. Like, I don't care what anybody thinks, you know, it's just, explain to me why I've never felt like a Krishna connection. It's always been Shiva, 100%. Like, you know, honestly, but I will say the first Indian guy that I dated, they kind of like, I met him when I did all this too. He was heavy Krishna in his chart. Matter of fact, I think he had a tattoo of him on his arm. So it's kind of funny, but you know,
Rahu and Ketu are associated with Shiva. And when they're exalted in your chart, I think that gives a strong association with Shiva whenever Rahu and Ketu are strong.
Yeah.
And then Saturn is also Shiva. So your Saturn is exalted.
Yeah.
Swati Nakshatra.
Yeah.
And then that's Anuradha is Saturn Nakshatra. So I think there's a lot of things in your chart which might give emphasis to Shiva over any other deva.
Yeah, like on that app that Dr. Arjun Pai has on Cosmic Insights, I think it's 60% Shiva energy. So even though like the calculations per my nakshatras are 60% Shiva energy.
Cool.
Yeah.
On a positive side, Anuradha Nakshatra, especially Ketu here, rises like a phoenix from the ashes. The profound ability to prosper and grow through adversity. But that doesn't mean there's any growth without adversity. This Rahu and Ketu in this nakshatra, they can be very determined, very steadfast, very courageous. They love to travel and experience foreign cultures and foreign lands. They have a good organizing and directing ability. They're very friendly. They're good in a group. The downside of this, especially Rahu, can be very difficult, dominating, controlling, fearful, stubborn, jealous, aggressive, pushy, discontent, and gloomy. They kind of look at the cup half empty and are very pushy about their feelings and opinions about things. Rahu, this is difficult for the health and difficult for relationship. Rahu, it's debilitated.
Yeah.
So narcissistic and, you know, they're usually, so Rahu and Scorpio and Anuradha people, they always believe in the minority about something.
Right.
Like they're like nihilists.
Yeah, you're right.
Or anarchists.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely, they are. You're right. Yeah. And I'm going to tell you, Ketu and Scorpio, let's just say, people here, I share a lot, right? But the stories that I've told about me, it's only about 1%. Okay. I have a whole secret side. And that's one thing that I can say that Ketu and Scorpio, like Ketu and Scorpio in Anuradha, I don't care what nakshatra it's in, it just hides it better. That's the truth.
Yeah. Difficult for Ketu. It's good for them being like intelligent and educated about whatever they want to study, but can sometimes delay the position success. And it's said to often cause a change in home and residence. So it can sometimes make you move unexpectedly and things like that.
I've moved about 700 times throughout my entire life. Like even as a child, kids, you know, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, that's for sure. But I wouldn't have it any other way. I get bored.
I feel like Rahu in this nakshatra, private detective, investigator. They even could be working the tourism or hospitality industry.
Mm-hmm.
And Ketu in this nakshatra, like a community organizer, civil servant, someone who develops a community, and you could even say leads a community, but develops and creates a community.
I will say though, eventually I would like to be a private investigator and use astrology with it for it. So there's that too in K2, but that could be my Mars.
I definitely think that's K2, which is really good for private. It's also very good for private. In another manifestation, you would have been a great detective or a crime scene investigator, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I love it. Obsessed. I listen to police scanners all day. You know that. I think I told you that.
Yeah, I know. Cool. So Jyeshtha?
Good old Jyeshtha.
This is my sun in Mercury.
It is?
Yeah.
That's why we get along so well. Because I like Jyeshtha has such a bad rap, I think, and it's not necessarily always true.
Yeah,
like it actually kind of annoys me when people talk about Jyeshtha and they're like, oh, it's this and it's that and it's this. I don't agree. I don't.
I have a lot of nice things to say about Jyeshtha.
Good.
It's a Mars and Mercury vibration. Its spiritual power is to defeat one's enemies. So rock on, you got nothing. And also gain strength in battle, which means when a conflict comes, I get stronger. So that's a really positive thing as well. So the power to defeat one's enemies and gain strength in battle. I'll take it.
Yeah.
The Deva is Indra, the Deva of Devas, the chief of all of the gods, who's the divine warrior. He activates a karma, the winning of any battle, which means any conflict in your life, you can remedy it through determination, power, and your blessings of the divine. If you have the divine on your side, anything is possible. But with Jyeshtha Nakshatra, all you need is enough determination and power. The positive energies, especially Rahu in this nakshatra being debilitated, can be very challenging. But Ketu in this nakshatra can have a very spiritual like a leader, a spiritual leader kind of energy. Jyeshtha means eldest, like senior. So the one who deserves the most praise, powerful, courageous, determination, brilliant. They're very logical, rational, because Mercury is the ruling planet here. They're very analytical, and they're creative and innovative. When Rahu is in this nakshatra, it can bring out the darker side of this nakshatra, just like with any nakshatra. If it's the right planet in that nakshatra, it brings out the good qualities of that nakshatra. If it's the wrong planet in the nakshatra, it also brings out the wrong qualities of that nakshatra. So people might give Jyeshtha a bad rap because they've had difficult interactions with people with Jyeshtha who are in the wrong position.
Yeah.
So, you know, Mercury in its own position here might be a favorable interaction. But Rahu, destructive in this nakshatra, greedy, very egotistical, like, and there's a sly sketchiness with Rahu in this nakshatra, like, I'm going to get away with this and no one's going to know. And, you know, they're very like deceiving, deceptive. And they're unforthcoming. They're dishonest. They're not completely honest. Arrogant. They like to disagree. Like they like to, yeah.
They're like your debating freaking nightmare. They think they know everything.
They'll disagree with you even if they believe the same thing.
Right. Yes. That's so true. Oh my God. I swear some of the trolls that I guarantee you, like the trolls that troll on here are like that. That's probably what they have. So you have Sun and Mercury and Jyeshtha.
Mm-hmm.
What house?
10th.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's right. Because you're oh, of course. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, wow. That's awesome.
I hope so.
Yeah, that's good. See, and I think that's what kind of balances your Aquarian self out, right?
I think so too. There's a huge side of me that's fiery from that.
Yeah. You have a side to you that's like interesting. That's so okay, I have to ask because so Ketu, first of all, we were talking about Donald Trump earlier. Donald Trump has moon conjunct Ketu in Jyeshtha. That's why, and when people say the moon's debilitated in Scorpio, I mean, I see that, I guess, but I don't necessarily always, I just think it's somebody that, you know, is emotionally, goes through some ups and downs, you know. What are your thoughts on that? That moon Ketu in Jyeshtha with Donald Trump?
Ketu in Jyeshtha is one of the most favorable positions for Ketu in the whole all nakshatra. It supports, so you could say that Donald Trump having that is some past lifetime karmic credit.
Yeah.
And it supports career and it supports international relationships. That's
why he's swinging deals and making people happy. Now, don't get me wrong. You know, obviously there's some downs, but yeah. And
it also supports financial success, friendship, and it means the sport and entertainment industries will tend to like you as well. So that's why they can, you know, celebrity stuff. Yeah.
Until he became the president.
Yeah. It's either good for business or religion, but not both.
Right. Yeah. I guarantee you Donald Trump sees an astrologer. I have a feeling he does.
Rahu is debilitated here.
So, question. So you probably are like mixed about him. Right? Would you say you kind of have like both sides where you feel like mixed about him?
Yeah, I'm like observant, you know, and I'm just like, you know, it is what it is, and I'm fascinated.
Right. Yeah. It's a good way to keep it. Yeah, that's that Libra moon. No. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't vote in the last election.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to vote in this one.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't know how.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, because your chart, like now that you're talking, I'm sitting here thinking like you have to have a mixed bag with that feeling, like with, you know, having certain alignments similar to certain similar things, but you know, and certain nakshatras obviously gel well better than others, you know. So when it's interesting.
I feel like with the Libra, sometimes I'm always seeing both sides of things and trying to find some middle ground and not like thinking it as two different sides.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I do think, though, you're right. Rahu and Jyeshtha is a nightmare. Definitely.
And good thing about Rahu and Jyeshtha, members of the opposite gender will be deeply attracted to you. But again, that's not always a good thing.
Yeah, right.
It shows that maybe the person you're attracted to, maybe you wish they weren't attracted to you.
Yeah.
Or maybe it could attract someone to you who's abusive.
Yeah.
It's difficult with family relationships. They're really out in left field with their ideas with Rahu in this nakshatra.
Yeah, that can really bring out the Scorpio side that's dark. Because there is such a dark side to Scorpio. I mean, let's just be real. So, especially, I mean, I think Jyeshtha tends to be more of the, like, and Vishakha, I have to say Vishakha too. You know, Vishakha, Anuradha, not so much, but Vishakha and Jyeshtha, I can say Rahu can really do some damage.
Ketu's excellent here, and I think the fact that Donald Trump has this position shows that he earned it. But not necessarily in this lifetime. But he might have earned it. It's like I don't know. He was supposed to be successful in all of the areas of his life just from having Ketu and Jyeshtha.
Yeah, and Magha is ascendant with Mars.
Totally.
That's like good past life karma, right?
From your ancestors.
From your ancestors, but it comes with a price. You know, it's like, you know, it's a mixed bag with some other, because he's got Saturn and Venus in the 12th house of hidden enemies and in Cancer. It's like there's a lot of dicey things but the more he's got so much power, like he thrives on that shit.
But if he has Ketu in this nakshatra, he can defeat all of his enemies.
It's so, I say, like, he is 15 steps ahead of everybody. People think they can pull one over on him. Like, you can't. He's like, Ketu Moon in Jyeshtha is like one of the most, in my opinion, smartest individual. Like you're this is like a joke to you. A joke. Emotionally, he's a tank. I mean, who can take so much, any person, I don't care, even if you're, you know, to take so much criticism and so much hate and so much like negativity and still do what he's doing is pretty remarkable.
When Rahu and Ketu are truly exalted, hate makes you stronger.
Yeah. And think of that. So, and Rahu, I say, like, when people try to say, oh, tropical astrology or whatever, I'm like, he's not his 10th house, Taurus. Come on. I mean, you know, like Sun in Taurus, Rahu, that's him. All about money, period. He's not a Gemini sun. No way. He's Mercury's in Gemini in the 11th house. Yeah.
I knew he was going to win as soon as I looked at his chart and then the election chart.
Yeah. I was so nervous though, because you just never know.
It's just, it was fixed. Not in a negative way. It was aligned. It was aligned.
He was aligned. I think he had some karmic protection that just like, because I think he was even surprised. Did you see his face? He was like, every one of them were like, like, oh shit, what did we get ourselves into? I think he still thinks that to this day. Yeah. So do you think, all right, well, we've been on here long enough, for God's sakes. We've been on here for 2 hours. It's so fun. But next 9 nakshatras will be next. Hopefully we can get to it sooner than as long as it took us to do this one.
Definitely. I think we can do that, and then we can work on some new projects.
That's right. Yeah. So this was fun as usual. So make sure you subscribe, please, to his channel. I'm going to put it again, one more in the chat right now. Oh, that just put the Zoom meeting in there. That's a great idea. Also, I know, do you want to say like everything that you do? Because you do a ton of different things besides just, you know, readings. You do readings, you do healing. Why don't you give some spiel on everything that all your gifts?
So, my name is Krishnati. I devoted my life to Jyotish and Vedic astrology, and anyone who's interested in any sort of Jyotish work, you can reach out to me. I do karmic evolution. We focus on your karmic evolution, achieve Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. I also do astrocartography, which is geography. I do lots of gemstone work for astrological gems. And I do lots of remedy, how to improve our spiritual relationship with the different planets. And lots of exciting webinars of research with astrocartography. Now I'm doing the how to improve our karma with the various nakshatras. 3 weeks ago, I released how to improve our karma with Ashwini nakshatra. And then October 25th, this is with Saptarishi. And then October 25th, I'm doing how to improve your karma with Bharani nakshatra, where we just talk about the nakshatra for 4 hours, from its karma and its history and its lessons and its remedy and different celebrities and historical and spiritual figures who have planets in that nakshatra and how to understand that. And so that's really fun. My website's jyotishastrology.org, and you can always reach out to me there. Thanks so much, Heidi.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, guys, for watching. Have a great week. Just make sure I get this off here. Today is another exciting day. Here, it's still here. It's mine. Hold on a sec. Okay, so today is an exciting day. Once again, we have Krishnati here with us. We're going to do the Nakshatra series number 3, and we have gone through 18 of them. Right? We've gone through 18 of them.
Yes, and we have about an hour and a half today, so I'm not sure if we are going to get through all that, and also we have to decide if we want to do 27 or 28.
Oh gosh, do you use that other one?
I mean, you know, a little bit here and there. Right.
Yeah. Okay. So, just if you do not know who this wonderful soul is here sitting in front of us, I can tell you that this is probably one of the best Vedic astrologers that I know. And when I saw the first video you did, and it was the Ketu, it was something with Ketu. It was Ketu through. I'm having some frequency problems. It's windy here, though. Let me see. So I watched a video that you did, and amazing. And then you did astrocartography. You did so many things. Your readings are immaculate. I've had people that got readings from you that have came to me and said how great your readings were. So what happened? Did we lose you?
I'm right here.
Wonder why.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, it went away. So it must have been something funny, huh? Gosh.
Rahu or Ketu. We'll find out which one soon.
All right. So I will say this. He does readings. He has a channel. Make sure you check out his channel. It's in the comments. I'm going to pin it to the bottom of the comments as well. I've learned so much from you. So thanks again for coming back on. Everybody loves you. Everybody's like, where's phase 3? Where's section 3? Phase 3. You can clearly tell I'm in the home building industry. So where's part 3? Where's part 3? Everybody's so excited. I'm so excited. I love learning from you. And seriously, I recommend anybody who wants a reading, if you want a thorough, accurate reading that you're going to get down to the core. Also, not even just astrology readings, astrocartography. If you want to know, should you live in this one place? Should you live in that place? Another readings. You also do readings with gemstones. He consults with those. I mean, he's like a one-stop shop. And he's a great teacher. So I learned so much from you, and I really highly recommend you. Anybody that's looking to get a serious Vedic astrology reading, this is the man to go to. All right. That's it.
Heidi, you're so nice. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for saying that. It's such an honor here to be back on Channel 27, going through these Rahu and Ketu Nakshatras. Ever since we did this, focusing on the Nakshatras through Rahu and Ketu, it really shows you an interesting way of how that Nakshatra functions. In other words, unless it's a Rahu or Ketu Nakshatra, when Rahu or Ketu's there, it's going to stir that Nakshatra up. And that's one thing that I've seen through just our analysis and this work we've been doing together. And we were just brainstorming, we were going to do a Rahu Ketu conjunction video in the future, where we talk about Rahu with Sun, Ketu with Venus, Mars with Rahu, and all the other conjunctions with the nodes and how those would affect the chart. And that should be interesting as well.
Yes, absolutely. Since I mean, that's my favorite topic to go into. So, and it sounds like it's yours too. Go figure, it's really heavily in our charts. So we live with this on a day-to-day basis. It's true. Right? I'm the K2 queen and you're the Rahu. I don't even know what to call him. Chemist. I don't know. So, this is going to be another exciting show. So why don't we get started with one of my favorite nakshatras, 19, Mula.
Mula Nakshatra. Excellent. So the first thing that I think is interesting is to bring Ketu out when we discuss not just Mula Nakshatra, but Purva and Uttara, because Ketu, the ancient rishis believe this is some of the best positions for Ketu possible within the chart. There are some rishis that say Ketu is exalted in these nakshatras. That doesn't mean that Rahu does horrible in this nakshatras, but some Jyotish believe that Rahu is debilitated in some of these nakshatras. So these three nakshatras that are in Sagittarius are really interesting for how the nodes act. So with Mula Nakshatra, it's ruled by Ketu. And it's interesting with Mula Nakshatra because its goal isn't spiritual liberation. When you, moksha, when you get into Purva and Uttara, there's much more liberation, moksha energy. But with Mula Nakshatra, it's still kama. It's still desire. It's still the fulfillment. Now, Mula in Sanskrit means root. So there is this energy of it being the root of the universe or the center of the galaxy or the place where Kundalini energy sits, a strong vector of universal energy. Also, Mula could mean first. So some believe this is the first star that ever existed. Yeah. So that's interesting to think about philosophically. Now, when you have Ketu in this position, you have Ketu in its own nakshatra. So that's going to be extremely powerful and considered to have very high dignity. So it's going to be acting very powerfully. Now, that doesn't mean that the life for that individual is grounded, because when Ketu is in Mula Nakshatra, it's very, very strong. And these people are deep investigators. They're deeply looking into the workings of the universe. And one of the things that they're most fascinated about is death. And that's why Ketu is associated with Mula Nakshatra. The goddess of Mula Nakshatra is Nariti, the divine mother of death, which can also be related to Kali Mata, or the divine manifestation of Kali. And so this has to do with working with death, understanding reincarnation, understanding karma. And so the Ketu energy goes very well into that. And so there's this high potential to really kind of have a deep understanding of the way that the universe works, especially when Ketu is in Mula Nakshatra. And kind of anyone who has strong position in Mula Nakshatra, they understand karmic law. They understand the universal code, the universal law. So Ketu has very high dignity in this position. And that doesn't mean that it's good for the physical body of the person. Depending on the house the Ketu and Mula is in, if it's in the 8th house, that's probably not beneficial for the physical body. But it could still be very beneficial in terms of the spiritual liberation and the fulfillment of desires through Mula. Mula gets to the bottom of things. So Ketu is very strong to put all of its energy to getting to the bottom of things when it's in Mula Nakshatra. So I think it's a pretty favorable conjunction. That doesn't mean there's not challenges, but I like that position. Now Rahu in Mula Nakshatra. Rahu in Mula Nakshatra can be considered a debilitation position. Now, I don't like using the word debilitation. I was just talking about with Heidi about these planetary dignity terms are totally lost in translation, and debility and exaltation, those words are irrelevant. But, you know, we have to try to translate these things. And this vibration of difficulty, because Rahu can be deception or confusion.
Mm-hmm.
And Mula is getting to the root of things. So a lot of times the difficulty that people have with Rahu and Mula Nakshatra, and we'll talk about benefits too. I'm not going to beat up on Rahu and Mula Nakshatra.
Right.
But I'm just saying there can be some confusion as to, I think I know what is right. I think I know what's going on in the world. I know what I believe, and they could be a stubbornness. In general, with Mula Nakshatra, there can be a stubbornness, but it kind of supersedes the ego with Ketu. In other words, it's beyond it. But with Rahu, the person can be easily offended. They can be very strongly opinionated. Even with Ketu in this position, they can have strong opinions.
Yeah.
Be very strongly opinionated. But you probably be more, the Rahu with Mula person might be more likely to push the opinion onto you. The person with Ketu and Mula, they're just kind of incorporating their beliefs into their lifestyle, and hopefully it's in a good position in the chart that helps them, that isn't contributing to their health in a negative way.
Right.
But yeah, I think just as we move through these nakshatras, I like Ketu and Mula in its own nakshatra, but a lot of times both planets in this nakshatra, these people have to deal with lots of death in their life because of the goddess Nriti. So with Ketu in this nakshatra, they can use that death for something positive. And with Rahu, hopefully in this nakshatra, the person can use death as something positive. But also with Rahu in this nakshatra, the person can be traumatized from certain events, certain things that happened in their life. They can be traumatized, like Mula, which means root. So some of the things in the early childhood, maybe some traumatic events happen to the individual in the early childhood, and then they have to heal through those events. Getting to the root problem of what their suffering is. Yeah. Like, for example, like if they're an older person, like a grown person, and they have certain bad attributes, it can be traced back to certain traumas that they might have had as children.
Yeah.
And this can happen with Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra, but it's more challenging, I think, for Rahu in this nakshatra.
I agree. And I think that depending on, like, you know, Jupiter goes here, anything that goes here, it can be pretty arrogant. Like my Jupiter's in it, and I can, you know, it can be sometimes intense, and where I say things I know that scare people, or I say things that people are like, really? Did she just say that? I mean, is she really going to talk about that? You know, and I just don't care. So I know what Rahu and Ketu really can do. I think that Ketu, I've noticed that there's so much about the past. It could be past lives too, I think. I mean, that's personally, I think, you know, you really get into the past lives. People are like spiritual detectives. And then I've also seen it go a little health way too. So sometimes like the Rahu good side can make some like extremely like into the health stuff or things underground. But I will say what you said about Rahu and Ketu, like Ketu's going to do it in a more subliminal way, when Rahu's going to be like the annoying politician that thinks they know everything, and the investigator, and it's like blah, 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 and everybody needs to go on board. Rahu's like that extreme. So, or I think it could go material, where it brings out surgeons and brings out, you know, detectives that way, or brings out somebody that can dig into things. So material, loans, mortgages too. I've seen that.
Exactly. Digging into things is a perfect way of putting it. And all three nakshatras in Sagittarius, and Sagittarius is representative of the legal system. But before we can make any laws or anything like that, we have to investigate why we have laws, the reason behind things. All of that comes from Mula Nakshatra. It's
Right.
like the research material,
Right.
because we just came from Scorpio. So it's like the finishing of the research, the culminating effort of all of the research leads to this final truth, leads to this root answer, leads to this root cause. And with Ketu in this nakshatra, there can be some disassociation from the material world. So there is a challenge with Ketu and Mula nakshatra of being like, okay, I have these responsibilities, but I'm living in this other place. Especially if you have Ketu in a moksha house, 4th house, 8th house, 12th house, it could really be acting in this position of escapism tendency. Now, with Rahu in this nakshatra, sometimes when we're getting to the answer, getting the research or putting together our final answer, we have to go through some rough patches in order to get there. So that means the answer that we currently have might not be our final answer, which means with Rahu in this nakshatra, what I think is the truth, what I think is the final answer, there might even be something a little bit deeper that we're not seeing, because Ketu is the ruler of this nakshatra. Ketu is no eyes. It sees without its eyes. So maybe there's something that we're not seeing with Rahu in this nakshatra that's actually deeper than what we think this thing is about.
Yeah, good. That makes a lot of sense, for sure. Now, we're not going to get into conjunctions. That's where it gets fun, because you throw a Ketu-Jupiter conjunction or a Rahu-Jupiter conjunction in Mula, and it takes it for a nice wild turn, you know?
Exactly, because
that'll be next.
Yeah, because it impact, you know, then Rahu would like to, Jupiter would like to have high dignity because of its position in its natural sign. But Rahu's saying, okay, there's still a lot of lessons to learn around Jupiter type significations, where Sagittarius is, where Pisces is, will be affected too.
Right. It's always fun. Like, that's the best. I think that's the most fun part about astrology is, you know, it's a puzzle and you're putting it together and, you know, just learning. And that's how I learned, was from doing all the readings mainly and noticing the patterns. So I'll say, though, one thing I got to say about Ketu in, I get a lot of Ketu in Mula, and I'll say that it's a lot of the people that are into the truth seekers. And I call it truth seeking. Some other folks might call it conspiracy theories. I call that, there's some logic and facts to it, I'm sure. So those are the people that are interested in the facts. They want to know the truth. They want to get down dirty to the details. I mean, they don't care. They will dig down to the root where they can't dig anymore. And a lot of those people are on this channel. So I think that that's the theme I see out of my readings the most. And maybe it's also because my Jupiter's in it, you know?
100%. With Mula, they will only accept Sat, which is ultimate truth, which is the divine reality, which is ruled by Ketu, which is that which we cannot see, which is also that which we can logically or rationally understand, because we can only logically or rationally understand what we can see.
Right.
So, but yes, there's this deep digging and investigating and getting to the bottom of things, and not taking anything else for an answer, which is why Rahu can act debilitated in this nakshatra. Because Ketu's like, okay, that's not the answer I wanted to hear, but I'm going to move on.
Right.
But Rahu might be like, that's not the answer I wanted to hear, and, you know, really like just start being boisterous about the own opinion and being kind of like pushy about that. So, but Ketu could even be like that too, is there's this temptation to be self-righteous with Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra. And that's because you know what's going on. I mean, in honesty, it's okay to be self-righteous when you know a little bit about what's going on, but still that has to do with the ego. There's a difference between having healthy amount of pride and then being infatuated with the ego as well. But you said your Jupiter is in Mula?
In the second house. Second.
Okay, my Saturn's in Mula in the 11th.
It's funny that our connections, though, that's why we get along. Like, that's why we could sit here and chit chat all day. I think because of that, the Scorpio connection, like that intense that. And then, well, obviously, I just think Rahu. And plus that Aquarius energy, I always like talking to an Aquarius. It's like the sign I wish I could be. You know?
It's actually, Kumbha's considered the most cursed ascendant. I know that sounds funny, but a lot of, in an old...
We both are, aren't we? They say that Scorpio and Aquarius are the two cursed two.
Yeah. And by the way, cursed is another word we have to stop using.
Yeah, that's true. Right. Okay. So the next one.
So
20.
The next nakshatra, which we're going to discuss, is Purvashada, and this is a very significant nakshatra for currently the time that we're living in, because right now Ketu is actually in Uttara. It's in the Capricorn side of it. But as Ketu is a retrograde planet, it'll move into Sagittarius, and then it'll move into Purvashada. And Saturn is currently in Purvashada. So Saturn is going to join Ketu in Purvashada, and they're actually going to travel together conjunct for 7 months. 7 months, Saturn and Ketu. And I think they're within a degree of each other for 3 or 4 months in Purvashada. So this is a very, now the Deva of Purvashada is Lord Apas, Lord Varuna, the god of water. And it has this power of replenishment. So it has this very strong energy of restoration or replenishment, which is connected to Ojas. Ojas, which is connected to Shukra. And Venus is the ruler of this nakshatra. So you got Varuna and you got Venus. So from the Venus influence of this nakshatra, you come from Mula Nakshatra, where you just got to the bottom of everything that you needed to get to the bottom to. And now that you have that information, what are you going to do with it? And the question is all of these things that have to do with the answers which we're looking for, what's the point of having the answers if it doesn't make us a better person? And so as you see this evolution through all of the nakshatras of Mula, Purvashada, Uttarashada, it's all about becoming a better person. And it rounds out this evolution. Now with Venus, it's about ridding yourselves of all of the things which no longer serve you. So when you have Saturn and Ketu coming to rid us of all of the things which no longer serve us, good luck trying to keep a secret.
Yep.
Good luck having any secretive parts of your life. And we'll see this on a political structure when the long hidden secrets of certain political leaders are going to come out, and certain, you could say, mysteries which have gone unsolved for so long will finally be solved, because all of these things which are no longer serving us are coming out. Yep. And this means dishonesty too.
Yep. You know, let me tell you a couple of people that are popping in my head that I know their charts. First of all, look at this one, R. Kelly, okay? So somebody said, watch this, and I watched that documentary on him. He's got his sun, moon, and I think sun, moon, and Mercury all there together. Mm-hmm. So let me just say, and look what happened to him. He's in a Saturn dasha, I think. He's screwed. Comey, there are a ton of people in that, not even so much high up, that are in FBI, CIA, I noticed. This nakshatra is a very tricky nakshatra to understand, because yes, it has this arts and this artistic Venus and Venetian thing, but this is also can be a very corrupt nakshatra, sex, affairs, doing things you shouldn't be doing, oversexed, control, it gets dark. This nakshatra I noticed gets really dark. It's the Bhadrapada one.
Yeah, when it comes to the things that no longer serve us, we can either remove them from our life, which would be hopefully the best evolution, or we can just indulge in them freely. And so one of the things that you see in Purvashada is that the weaknesses for the person come up. But when the weaknesses for and we'll talk about Ketu and Rahu, when the weaknesses for the person come up, then they can either give in to that demon, or they can try to purify themselves of it. So this is why Ketu is exalted in this nakshatra. This is another one of Ketu's exalted positions. Because, and the goal of this nakshatra as well as the next nakshatra is moksha, or spiritual liberation. So Ketu does very well from its rulership in Mula, and then because of the moksha associations of Purva and Uttara Shada. So there is this vibration here of, if Ketu is in this nakshatra, when you look at the face of your demon, and we all have a demon inside of us, let's be honest, everybody. We all have our positive light side and our dark side. When you're looking in the mirror at your demon, are you going to dance with that demon, or are you going to try to purify yourself of it? And with Ketu in this nakshatra, it tries to purify themselves of it. So maybe earlier in the life, but Purva Shada is the earlier part of it. Uttara Shada is the later part of it. So with Purva Shada, there are usually things that happen earlier in the life, which are significant events. And with Uttara Shada, there can be more significant events later in the life. But this energy of Purva Shada with Ketu, it will rid itself of all of the things which no longer serve us. For example, earlier in the life, the Purva Shada with Ketu person, they love smoking cigarettes. They smoke 2 packs of Newports every day, and they just really, really enjoyed that. But eventually, the Ketu and Purva Shada person, they can't keep smoking cigarettes. They have to give up smoking cigarettes. Then once they give up smoking cigarettes, they'll say, I'll never smoke another cigarette again. And they go their whole other life without smoking cigarettes. So even though they might give in to their indulgences, eventually they can be purified beyond them. Rahu in this nakshatra, it's more of the things that Heidi mentioned as well. And some of the things, if Sun, Mercury, other planets, R. Kelly, he believed he can fly. He believed he could, but really he was just getting himself into some indulgent troubles. And that can happen with Purva Shada Nakshatra, especially earlier in the life or earlier in the career. There can be certain lessons that you have to learn in order to refine yourself, because Venus is all about this refinement. So, but Rahu in Purva Shada, they really can like to party. They really can like to do drug, alcohol. Gamble, and
I noticed a ton of people that have planets in this and Uttara Shada gamblers, especially a Rahu, big time.
Definitely. Rahu is compulsive. So any kind of compulsive activity could show up here with Rahu.
Prostitutes, hookers.
Yeah. And both Rahu and Ketu are related. It's not a bad position to have Rahu in this nakshatra. It's just a little harder to stay sober.
Yeah.
So if you have Ketu in Purva Shada, you might have been an alcoholic when you were a teenager, then you got sober, and you're sober for the rest of your life. But if you're a Rahu in Purva Shada, maybe you struggle with relapsing more often. Maybe it's hard for you to put together years and years of sobriety. Maybe it's not alcohol. Maybe it's heroin that you struggle with.
Yeah.
So there are different layers of it, but either way, if you have either Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra, whatever your weakness is, whatever your demon is, it's like the purification of that. So what'll be interesting when Saturn and Ketu comes in there and takes all our secrets and weaknesses and puts them out on the table for everyone to see.
It's going to be a scary summer. I just touched a couple bullet points on my last video, but I will say I think this summer is going to be one like we haven't seen.
Yeah.
We'll have to do a video on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, the interesting thing about Uttara Shada is that it falls into Capricorn.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you're kind of like getting to the finishing of all that energy. So there's more of this vibration of associating more leading to work. Now, there's this thing that liberation is still Uttara Shada. So there is still this final goal of liberation, but Sun is the ruler. So while Purva Shada is like liberation for myself, like I have to become a better person. Like I have to evolve. Uttara Ashadha is how can I take this refined version of myself, this better version of myself, and do something with it. Not just for myself, but for somebody else, or maybe for a company, or maybe for a business, especially as you get more into the Capricorn side of the Uttara Ashadha position. But Ketu in this nakshatra, it kind of is like the person has a lot of spiritual wisdom, especially if you're looking in the later padas of Ketu in this nakshatra, not in the later padas on the Capricorn side, just the end of the Sagittarius side. This is kind of a really bright, shining position for Ketu. Once you get Ketu on the Capricorn side, it loses all of this dignity. So Ketu does much better on the Sagittarius side of Uttara Ashadha. Now, it means the later conquered, or the later part of life. So this usually shows that the people have a better second half of the life.
Mm-hmm.
Purva Ashadha people have a better first half of the life.
Yes, very true.
So, and the Purva Ashadha people are partying hard. So that's, of course, they're having a good first half. They probably don't remember it.
Right. Well, and they're like, sometimes can be silver spoon people too. You know, the people that get everything handed to them. And arts, media, social media, that stuff. No. Acting, actresses, I noticed that too. Musicians.
Yeah, but there's also this strong energy of Uttara Ashadha, which is, I have to conquer this thing before I can prosper.
Yes.
Especially as you get into the Capricorn side, we'll see this with some of the other Capricorn nakshatras. There's this overcoming of adversity, but it even shows itself on the Sagittarius side of Uttara Ashadha, which means because it's something that they conquered in order to be successful. The conquered foe or the conquered demon. We talked about with Purva Ashadha, the demon comes. But have you conquered that demon? And just because you conquered it, it doesn't mean that it won't tempt you again.
Right.
So, but Ketu really shines well in this position and can lead to these real kind of positive type leaders. Like you would want an Uttara Ashadha Ketu leader. Like that would be a nice leader vibration. You could really be inspired by them because they not only walk the walk, but they talk the talk.
Right. And like a CEO, I would say, because I think the politician side can get too controlling, but definitely I think can make a really good CEO, really good boss, something like that.
Exactly.
Because they're dedicated to it. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's my opinion.
100%. And Rahu wants that, but he doesn't, it's harder to get.
Yeah.
Like, Ketu will, it likely is past lifetimes. It's like you came in with that credit from the past lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
With Rahu, you have to work to earn that credit, and you think you have it. Like
right. That's the worst part about. I've noticed the people that have Rahu in this nakshatra, it is tough for them. Like it's either tough where they just avoid it and just work in some menial job that they can't stand, or because I guess they're afraid, or they'll go into like a task job. But this is tough to like explore creativity when you have that. I've noticed, and they get real like because it takes that like hustler energy and throws like the strategizing guy and throws the chaos in. It just can get crazy.
Yeah.
Or arrogant or controlling or something like that.
Yeah, and Rahu, especially on the Capricorn side of Uttara Ashadha, it can be materialistic.
Yeah, definitely.
It can have and Ketu in this nakshatra is not free of materialistic tendency either. It's just like they're kind of like evolved past. Maybe they can evolve past it, but they could be very tempted with Rahu in this nakshatra for name, fame, and wanting to be well known, wanting to have clout. Like wanting to have like this presence and be remembered in all of those kind of things.
Yes, agree. Yeah. It's funny. I don't know that many. Like my head starts thinking of charts that I know. Even people I do readings for, I don't forget charts. And it's like, I know a few that I had that have that, but That's a chart I don't get often.
Mm-hmm.
You see that a lot?
I get a lot of Rahu in Mula, Purva, Ashadha, and Uttara Ashadha.
Yeah.
And
I get K2 too. I get more K2.
that makes sense.
Right. It does. It totally does.
But when I get the Ketu in these nakshatras, it's like I can generally appreciate it, you know. Yeah. But I can definitely work with people who have Rahu in this nakshatras to kind of. It's hard with Rahu to really look at yourself, and it's hard for us Rahu people to admit that.
Right.
But it's when you're working with Rahu in these nakshatras, it's good to have some type of advisor to actually help you work through your stuff. That's why if you have Rahu in this nakshatra, you should have a therapist. You should have someone to help you work through some of the identity things.
You should call Shravana. Because I think that's a good counselor. Okay, that's so funny. God. It is. It gets confusing. Or I think it can make somebody like just really successful. Like to the top.
Yeah.
To the top of the ladder. No. And then, but then here's the thing. Then that's the person that's going to take the money and the whatever and have that and probably do some shady things with it, you know, maybe possible.
Yeah. And also, you know, like they've had generally, you know, no one gets anything for free. So they did have to overcome some adversity in order to get that. And so there can be this thing, well, I deserve everything that I have. And just because we have to work hard from it doesn't mean that we're entitled to it. You know, it's still a blessing. In other words, things that we work for, they're still blessings too.
Right. Our screen just went off. That was weird. We're good. It's back on.
So Shravana?
Yes.
So Shravana is really getting into the heart of this Saturn moon vibration. And when Saturn moon vibration are very strong, interacting with Rahu and Ketu, it can really weigh heavy on the heart and the mind of the person. So I am compassionate. I'm compassionate to Rahu and Ketu in this nakshatra. It's not the highest dignity for either nakshatra. Rahu and Ketu are enemies of the moon. And the moon are Rahu and Ketu's greatest enemies. So in this sense, and I want to redefine enemy, but let's just say that they don't get along that well, that sometimes that their interactions cause the moon, which rules the mind, it wears on it. It tears on it. It causes erratic changes of the thought process. So this can overcoming a lot of adversity in the life. Ketu in this nakshatra, Rahu in this nakshatra. But Shravana is also one of the indicators for when you overcome that challenge, the grass is greener on the other side. That's how I feel about Shravana.
Yep. It's the softest side of Capricorn that there can be. You know, I'd say, and I think that's why Ketu and Rahu trigger it so much, because it is the emotional side of Capricorn. My mom has planets in this, and it's like, so when she gets upset, she's like, you know, and she holds it in. So somebody that can hold a lot of, especially like a Ketu in this, can be like, just you hold it in and hold it back, and it can really do some damage to you, even your health.
Yeah, I think it's worth clarifying that Ketu does a little more challenged in this nakshatra than Rahu. Yeah. Because Rahu generally does well through most of the Capricorn and Aquarius nakshatras. Mm-hmm. But Ketu does a little more difficult. Now, Ketu does well in some of the Aquarius nakshatras, and Dhanistha we're going to talk about. It does okay. But there's this energy of that the person might have to deal with a certain loss, you know, because Ketu's the moksha karaka, and that they carry that loss with them their entire life.
Right.
Like someone might lose their parent when they're young if they have Ketu in this nakshatra, or someone which was very close to them in their life when they're young. and they remember the loss of that person their entire life because it happened at a very vulnerable time.
Yeah. And just a lot of taking care of people, I've noticed too.
Yeah.
You know, just taking, and that's like, it's kind of like you just take care of people and you just do things. And so a lot of nurses and a lot of doctors but mainly nurses or people work at nursing homes, I've noticed, but a lot of like doing work that you have to take care of people that you like, I would never like doing. I mean, it's not my style. It would be so hard for me to work in like a hospice. I could never do that. Like it would be somebody like that or Bharani, you know?
100%. Ketu and Shravana, even Ketu and Mula. That'd be good to work in a hospice or to work with death. Like, and it could actually show prosperity in that career. Because one of the strongest things about Shravana is like, okay, you can be really successful in your career. So there is this energy of like, okay, Ketu and Rahu, and they're in this Nakshatra, the career, it can be outside of the box. So it might, with Rahu or Ketu in this Nakshatra, they might not be your typical lawyer, doctor, or businessman.
Right. You know? Funeral business. I've seen a lot of funeral business with that.
Yeah, 100%. Working with death, working with dead bodies. This is all going to be indicated. Now, with Rahu in this Nakshatra, they're more tempted to make money by what I call whatever means necessary.
Right.
Now, this means for sometimes Rahu and Shravana people, they can put their material goals above everything else. And Ketu in this Nakshatra can also be tempted, not necessarily material goals. Usually the goals with Ketu in this Nakshatra, they're not necessarily like this much money or a house. Maybe it's a person, or it's a place, or it's a certain thing that they want. But with Rahu in this Nakshatra, there can be a tendency towards materialistic goals. And the thing is that tendency helps you be successful. Yes. So it's not a bad thing to have Rahu and Shravana. It just, the one thing I will say from a remedial standpoint, be careful with Ketu or Rahu in this Nakshatra because it's ruled by the moon. And the balance of Shravana Nakshatra is my career and my family. So with Ketu in this Nakshatra, can I balance my my spirituality, my religion, my career, and my family?
Yeah.
And with Ketu, they could be, I mean, with Rahu in this Nakshatra, they could be tempted to make money unsavourily by drug dealing.
Right.
They might like to hustle this or that.
Yeah. Or I have to say this. So I like to do a lot of research on like criminals and people in jail too. So a lot of people that have planets in this, and there are some nakshatra part of Capricorn, but then you start getting here, this can lead somebody in jail, 100%. Like, and I remember looking at this prisoner's chart, and I can't explain the story why I was even looking at this prisoner's chart and why I gave him a reading, but because it's top secret. And his chart looked like he could have been the attorney representing him. You know what I'm saying? But things didn't work out that way, you know? And so I've noticed that Rahu or Ketu in any of these nakshatras here in Capricorn, but especially Shravana, can get involved in like so much drama with other people and emotions and worrying about other people. And it really can like screw them up and like, say they have an idea and the idea, they get involved in the drama. It can just ruin it.
Exactly. I agree 100%. Ketu and Rahu in this Nakshatra are master manipulators, but they also don't understand that they're easily manipulated. So again, they have this ability to have a great impression and kind of manipulate others, and they can do that and commit illegal crimes.
Right.
And end up in prison. You know, because they give into this temptation that they're feeling with Shravana. And that's the overcoming at adversity. Right. You know, there could be some lessons that when they overcome this, there will be great success in their life.
This person I'm talking about, I gotta just tell you this because it's pretty crazy. I said what he was in trouble for was he was a pimp, okay, basically, and he was hookering out girls. But these girls he got off of the street that were like heroin addicts, crackheads, like And he truly, in his heart, felt like he was giving them a better life than they were, because they were homeless, you know? But what was amazing was the correlations in their charts, the girls. They Pisces, a lot of Revati, like a lot of Pisces. But what else? It's like this is like a whole case study, I swear. I can't talk about it though, so I can't. But it's just so amazing how these nakshatras work on every level, with every situation, everything.
Yeah, yeah. And it's just 100% having a full influence on how your experience is, especially when you're going through either a transit related to Rahu or Ketu, if you have Rahu and Ketu in this nakshatras, or you're in a Rahu Mahadasha, you're in a Rahu Antardasha. All of these are significations that these lessons are directly affecting you right now.
Or where you live, your location too. Like, because you have to look at those too.
Now, one thing about Shravana that does difficult with Ketu is this connection to Lord Vishnu, because Vishnu is the preserver and Ketu is the moksha. So Vishnu is trying to keep everything together. And so a lot of times people with Shravana, they have this mentality, got to keep it together, got to keep everything together. And it's actually one of the indicators for being well organized. So is Dhanistha. They're both indications for good organization. Mm-hmm. But when Ketu or Rahu is in that nakshatra, there's a fine line between good organization and what we call obsessive compulsive disorder.
Yeah.
Is it good organization, or is it just something that has to be just right in your mind because it's just got to feel just so?
Yeah. Yeah.
And with the moon nakshatra, there's more vulnerabilities to mental illness here.
Yes. Depression.
Big with depression, especially Rahu in this nakshatra. It's like, I'm the victim.
Yeah. And Ketu moon's going to just like go hide and curl up in a ball.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, the evolutionary energy of Shravana is, instead of playing poor me, which means letting all of these little things that happen in life that are challenging get me down, instead of playing a victimization role in that, I'm just going to push past that adversity and achieve success.
Yeah.
And that's the Saturn energy of falling back off the horse and getting back on. So, it's this energy of how we are coping with adversity.
Right.
And with Rahu in this nakshatra, maybe we're coping with adversity through control.
Yeah.
Through power. With Ketu in this nakshatra, maybe through escape. So there's difficult tendencies for both the nodes in this sign, a lot of evolutionary energy.
Yeah. Yes, very much so. The next ones are my favorite. So you're going to be good on the Aquarius. This is going to be fun.
My favorite, right?
I bet. Yeah. And it's so funny. I can't tell you how many readings I do for people with Rahu and Aquarius. But wonder why?
Yeah. Well, the thing is with Rahu and Aquarius, and they have the Ketu in the 7th house, they would just be attracted to a strong Ketu vibration. In other words, a lot of times with remedial practices, when it comes to Ketu and Rahu, you just go to the other node for the remedy. So in other words, if you try to heal Rahu by going through your karma with Rahu, that's like jumping down a rabbit hole, going into Alice in Wonderland.
Right.
Yeah. Like, how is Ketu acting in my chart? Let me align to that. And if you're suffering from a Rahu dasha, align to Ketu to feel good.
Right.
If you're struggling during a Ketu dasha, connect to your Rahu vibration and feel good.
Yeah.
So Dhanistha, the next nakshatra, kind of connects Capricorn and Aquarius. This is a very powerful nakshatra and is warrior caste, is Mars association, and is Mars ruled. So of all the kind of planets which are having to do with Saturn, Mars is the most, Dhanistha is the most physical.
Right.
So you're talking about people who have lots of skills, like with Ketu and Rahu in this nakshatra. These people are very skilled. They're fixer uppers. They make things better. They're engineers. They're chemists. They're car repairsmen. They're mechanic. They're electrician. They know the way that things work mechanically and physically. There's a strong connection to the physical world. Understanding the physical world, understanding the mundane world. It's the conclusion of the Capricorn energy. So in its most exalted energy, I think of it as one of the most grounded nakshatras.
Yep, I agree.
It's grounded through physical action.
Yep.
Ketu and Mars and Saturn all acting together. I like Ketu. Well, I'm going to always say I like Ketu more on the Aquarius side of Dhanistha Nakshatra. And I just like the Aquarius side of Dhanistha Nakshatra. And I have someone very close to me in my blood who was born with Saturn and its ascendant in Dhanistha. And we've always had this strong connection with each other. Right. So there is this energy, though, of feeling, because of Saturn and Mars, this kind of interaction when Ketu is in this nakshatra. There is this sense that there's always something that I need to be doing. I mean, this is how Dhanistha Nakshatra is. Like, there's some action that I need to be taken. But the thing is there's setbacks and delays because of the Saturn influence. Also, these people are very well learned. They're highly educated. This is a strong signification for Ketu in this nakshatra to have a lot of wisdom. But there's a lot of discipline. There's a lot of organization potential here, but that's more when Saturn is in those signs.
Yeah. I've seen Rahu do phenomenal in Dhanistha, though. And there's a lot of Dhanistha in my family, too. So in my mom's moon, and my grandmother was heavy. And they were like entrepreneurs. My mom puts people to sleep. Mars, hospitals, like anesthesia. So, yeah.
Yeah. Rahu and Dhanistha, it's funny you say anesthesia, because this Dhanistha can have to do, as we get into Shatabhisha as well, you're kind of getting into more medical energies.
Yeah.
So Dhanistha has this, especially if Rahu is in this nakshatra, an interest in alternative healing, different medical procedures, surgeries. So there's this interest in medicine. There's this interest in the physical world. There's this interest in the physical body. And also people with Rahu in Dhanistha Nakshatra, they love the planet Earth. They love physical nature.
Yeah.
And it's like they're the type of people that could be really successful businessmen. They can also be the CEOs. But guess what they're doing on the weekends? They're going camping. Guess what they do when they get off of work? They
golfing.
What's that?
Aquariuses, especially, I don't know if it's this one more so, golfers. There's a lot of golfers that have planets in Dhanistha, I would say.
Yeah.
And that's nature, too. And it's like Mars, nature, competitive nature.
Yeah. Yeah. And also Rahu in this nakshatra, there is usually a very strong personality that's energetic. Like the person, you meet someone with Rahu in this nakshatra, you're like, oh, I'm going to remember that person. Now, Ketu in this nakshatra is really good for spiritual education, is really good for spiritual wisdom. Not everyone with Ketu in this nakshatra is going to choose a spiritually oriented life. But if you were going to choose a spiritually oriented life and you have Ketu in this nakshatra, you can learn lots of different wisdom of lots of different religions.
Yeah. Yes. Cultures, everything. Yeah. Very smart human beings. Like I like the intelligence that I've noticed that comes out of here. And I do feel like Rahu does so well in all the Aquarius nature. So you said the Ketu. I'm telling you, I think it's the Rahu ones that are the ones that are so, because it takes that energy. Now, they might be a little out there and disconnected from a lot of people. I've noticed the other people suffer the most, like the people around them, right? But it's some serious brains.
You said Ketu does well in these nakshatras?
I think Rahu does way better.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, Ketu, I think Ketu gets all confused in these. He's like, yeah.
Exactly, because, you know, they say that Ketu and Saturn are friends, but they don't really work well together.
No, I don't think so at all.
But Rahu and Saturn work well together. So Rahu does really well in Dhanistha, Shatabhisha, in Shravana, and Ketu does better in the Sagittarius nakshatras, Mula, Purva, Ashadha, Uttara, Ashadha. But I think through Capricorn and Aquarius, Rahu kind of showing that him and Saturn have the closest connection.
Yeah. And if there's any of the nakshatras that it's going to do well, it's going to be, I would say, Dhanistha. K2 can do okay with it. Yeah, it's 100%. But Rahu, I don't know. It just depends. And also, everybody needs to know too here, this is so depends on your chart. This isn't just like, oh, if you have this and this is how you're going to be. It's in what house it's in. It's how it's going to play out, what your ascendant is. It's going to play out, you know, if it's conjunct with anything else. So we're just giving you like the overall energy of how they perform.
Yeah. And Dhanistha is the drum. So Ketu and Rahu in this nakshatra, they love music. They're great musicians. And, you know, Ketu in this nakshatra might be more like Yanni, and Rahu in this nakshatra might be more like Swedish death metal. But the thing about the Rahu in this nakshatra is they're like Ghost. They'd be the #1 Swedish death metal band out there. Yeah.
And a lot of wealth comes with that nakshatra, I've noticed. Like, either way, it's a lot of wealth. Even if it's hidden, like you won't know about it, but they can have money. Yeah.
Definitely. They're actually very good organizers of money. But the thing is, the Rahu in this nakshatra, they'll be very successful. They'll have lots of money, but they'll also might be tempted to things like you mentioned, gambling, especially the stock market. Rahu and Dhanistha, these are people who get lost in the stock market.
Right. Or get rich.
Right.
You know?
Or get rich. You got to take some hits before you get the right one. But yeah, there is also this like serving energy which is associated with it. Yeah. So these people are very physical in their expressions of their love. You know, so like people with Ketu in this nakshatra and Rahu in this nakshatra, especially Rahu in this nakshatra, they might make you uncomfortable with the way that they express their love to you. With Ketu in this nakshatra, they might not like to express physical love that way. But with Rahu in that nakshatra, the hug is too tight, the hug is too long, the hands are too low. Whatever it is, it might be too. Maybe they rub your shoulders when you don't want your shoulders to be rubbed.
Oh, it's so funny. Yeah. You know, I've noticed though, Dhanistha tends to be the more like, if you have to do the medicine side, that's more like the real medicine. And then I noticed, or surgeries, or like then Shatabhisha is more the natural, creative healing. I mean, some of the charts that I have seen with the Rahu and Shatabhisha, it is like, the ideas that these people have, you're just like, I mean, where do you even come up with that? You know, and like here we go. Go ahead. That's a good segue into it. Go ahead.
It's my favorite nakshatra, but obviously I'm partial as an ascendant Rahu in this nakshatra. But basically, finding out that I was a Rahu Shatabhisha ascendant, when I found that out through Vedic astrology, that's what made me believe in Vedic astrology.
I bet.
I looked at my Rahu subperiods. I was like, oh my God, this explains my whole life experience. I need to study this. I took a notepad. I took all these books, and I was writing all the notes about what Rahu and Shatabhisha and what that
meant. That's crazy. That's when I heard K2 Scorpio Mars, it described my entire life. Like, it hit home so bad, and I haven't went back since.
Yeah.
And I guess that's an ascendant. It's just going to do that to you, you know, so much.
Exactly. It's like we don't even have a choice.
You don't even, like, I don't even think of anything else in my chart besides like K2 Mars Scorpio, because it's like so heavy. When it's so heavy in your chart and so powerful and so insane, nothing else even matters. It's like this hard block hurdle that you just are always going to have to deal with no matter what. I don't care how good anything is. You still have this vicious first house. And like some people are lucky where they don't have a lot of any act in there, but then sometimes their lives get so drawn up in everybody else's. But you and I have these ascendants that are like, you know, there's a lot of focus there. So we can be selfish.
Yeah.
That's okay.
But that's the thing is based on, that's because we put too much energy in one area. So you have to be selfish.
Right.
If you're going to even fulfill anything which you're meant to fulfill in this lifetime. If there's not some partial selfishness, there's no fulfilling of anything.
Right.
You know, how can you be true to others if we can't be true to ourselves first?
It's true. Very true.
I believe Rahu is Mula Trikona in Shatabhisha. It's root Trikona, best position. So it's its most comfortable position. So again, I think of all the Nakshatras, this is Rahu's spot. Now, I also seen Rahu do well in some of the other Nakshatras on the Taurus side. So I also see Rahu act well there. But that's more like of an exaltation. Mula Trikona is more like a natural sign. And in Jaimini astrology, Aquarius is can be the ruler of Rahu.
Right.
Rahu is the ruler of Aquarius. So as you look into Shatabhisha Nakshatra, its energy is naturally Rahuvian. And that's because it's called the 100 flowers. 100 flowers can also mean 100 medicines. It's also called 100 doctors. It's also called 100 diseases, and it's also called 100 poisons. And you take all of that together and you have a Shatabhisha person. So that basically means that there's 100 medicines that the person could get to know throughout their lifetime. But there is no way to know which of those things that they think are medicines are actual medicine and which things are actually poison.
Right.
So Shatabhisha is also called the wounded healer, which is related to, on another completely thing in Western astrology, they call that Chiron, in which we use in astrocartography. In Rahu, this position in Shatabhisha Nakshatra, it has to do with suffering, physical illnesses, right? That you have to go through in order to become a healer. Right. So, you know, I was a Rahu and Shatabhisha Nakshatra, and when I was a baby, my mom said I used to put my head in my hands and say, the brain thing is happening, the brain thing is happening. And I'd be like, what do you mean the brain thing? And you would just put your hands in your head and run around in circles and start yelling, the brain thing is happening. I mean, it's like all of this Vata energy swirling in the mind. And that's where creative energy comes from. Yeah. That's where innovation comes from. So that's where all these good ideas about the future and all of the potential have to come from. But when that's not grounded, it creates horrible Vata vitiation of the mind. So someone with Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra, they have the potential, if they are healthy, to have this incredible innovative intelligence. But if they are not able to heal themselves properly, then their intelligence will not manifest properly. So it's not going to be manifesting in its, but Rahu in this nakshatra, it does everything that it can in order to experience this healing process.
Yeah.
So, and it wants to share that with everyone. But this is an indicator for mystical and occult wisdom. Yeah. Rahu in this nakshatra. Ketu in this nakshatra. I like Ketu in Shatabhisha nakshatra.
Do you? I think that brings out a serial killer.
Yeah.
I totally do. I think it does. I think it gets dangerous.
Yeah.
Because this is like where Twisted Ketu gets all like the dark chemist that's turns into like the person that kills somebody and poisons them. Like if say it's a woman who hates her husband, that's the woman that's going to give her husband antifreeze.
Well, the Shatabhisha is the magician.
Yeah.
Which means the sorcerer.
Yeah.
Which means the brujo. And the brujo is the evil sorcerer, the dark sorcerer, okay? Yeah. So it's like Darth Vader or Luke Skywalker. Who are you going to choose to be? Right. So, but with Rahu and Shatabhisha Nakshatra, you can get into shamanism. Ketu and Shatabhisha Nakshatra, shamanism. But there's always this temptation as we become more wise and have more spiritual power to use that power for our own control.
And probably the people watching this are definitely those people, but the people that don't know about astrology, they could have the bad ones, you know, or have and it's going to go to our next nakshatra, next couple sets of nakshatras, you know, this is where it gets kind of dark. These are my favorite ones too. Like we're going into the favorites. So, but I think Shatabhisha, musicians too, Rahu and musicians and phenomenal, but drinkers. Ketu there can be alcoholics for sure, because a lot of addictions I've noticed, like with, you know, smoking.
Yeah, because they love medicine as much as they love poison.
Right. Yeah.
And so people with Ketu in this nakshatra, that's a strong indication for sobriety. Okay, I agree. Now I see the connection, because if you have Ketu and Shatabhisha and you're on drugs, hell yeah, you're going to kill somebody.
Right.
So that Ketu and Shatabhisha nakshatra person needs to be sober.
Right.
You know, Rahu in Shatabhisha nakshatra.
Expensive. Yeah.
It can actually change poison into medicine.
That makes sense.
It can, which is actually Lord Shiva. And Lord Shiva is connected with this nakshatra, as well as the incarnation of Vishnu, Varahadeva. So there is this strong energy, Varuna, of when Ketu is in this nakshatra, of kind of pushing the person to not put poison inside of their body. The Rahu in Shatabhisha nakshatra, he says, give me more poison, give me more poison. And for some reason, there's this possibility that poison doesn't afflict him. And in the ancient tales, they have Shiva, and he drinks the poison from the ocean, and it turns his throat blue. And they call Shiva Nilakanta, which means the blue-throated god. And sometimes when you're praying to Lord Shiva, you say, Jai Nilakanta, Jai Nilakanta, blessed is the blue-throated god. That's because he consumed poison. So Rahu and Shatabhisha, they can consume poison for whatever that's worth. They can consume poison and get away with it.
I just got chills when you said that. Yeah. Or it could be somebody that gets poisoned, you know?
Ketu in that nakshatra, and Rahu in that, I've been poisoned many times. And this is my...
well, it doesn't surprise me. You have Rahu there. So, and it's in your first house.
I've gotten food poisoning, living in other countries, parasites, worms, and all that stuff, just from eating, you know, in other countries. So,
I got to say this, because here's the funny thing. You actually got them, right? Well, here comes Rahu, Ketu. Ketu is paranoia, okay? I always think I have parasites. Like, I won't even eat sushi anymore, nothing. I don't eat meat barely at all. I mean, nothing. But when it comes to, like, sushi, I would never touch it because I had this horrible fear of parasites. And I knew every parasite, every worm, hookworm, lungworm, flukeworm.
Your Ketu and Shatabhisha?
No, Ketu and Scorpio, but I just got so obsessed with it. It's like when you have just in general, Ketu, what they do, it just goes, mine went into investigating mode, you know, yours, but that actually gave you poisoning, you know, because it's in your first house.
Yeah, I also lived in Peru for like a while drinking ayahuasca.
Yeah.
Thinking that was medicine. I mean, I don't think it's poison. I don't think it's both and neither and either. I went there trying to figure out what it was and studied it for years and still have no idea. So that's just the Rahu and Shatabhisha thing. It's like, I thought this thing was the answer. Like before I ever tried ayahuasca, I thought that was the healing answer, that was going to heal everyone's suffering. And then I went there, I'm like, oh, this is just another thing that I don't understand.
Oh, I would love for you to talk to Cliff High about that, because he knows a lot about that. Interesting. And he does it in like a very logical way and talks about it.
Yeah, it's very powerful. I think it helped open me up to the, the energies.
And I have no desire to do that whatsoever. No, nothing like that. Like because I like to be in control. So I'm never going to do something where my mind's out of control.
Yeah. People with Ketu and Shatabhisha, or Rahu and Shatabhisha, they can be very tempted to use shortcuts for their spiritual growth.
Yeah.
Like psychedelics or whatever it may be, like thinking that that's going to do any spiritual work for you. That's part of the great illusion. No substance is going to do any spiritual work for anybody. It might show you the work that needs to be done.
Give you a heart attack and put you back to.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, again, with Ketu in this nakshatra, I encourage sobriety. With Rahu in this nakshatra, there is no silver bullet.
And, let's go with, even with this nakshatra, somebody that's not spiritual could just be on heroin and then they just almost die. And to the point where they almost OD, and then that's their awakening. And it doesn't mean it's a spiritual awakening, but an awakening to get clean, to put your life back together. That can be too a scenario that happens. It's not all just spiritual. There's like sometimes the realness that comes out of it, I've noticed.
Yeah. And for example, with Shatabhisha, it's the poisoning that allows you to know what the healing is.
Yeah.
So, obviously the way that I ate before I got food poisoning, I'm less likely to eat that way now. So it just teaches you to learn the physical lessons of the body the hard way. So the thing is if you find a path of, and then we'll move on. I know I've been talking about.
No, you're good. No, I like this one. It's good. Keep going.
That if you use alternative medicine to in your lifestyle, then and you have Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra, you can live a very long life.
Right.
But if you're not open-minded to different ways of trying to make your life longer, you could have a very short life. And some of the things with Shatabhisha nakshatra is, the disease took this person out because they weren't willing to do the work. They died from consumption or whatever. So there are these different energies here where you have opportunities, what are called healing crises. And you were just talking about one, Heidi, with the heroin addiction. I've also seen Shatabhisha node natives with these type of addictions. And when this is a healing crisis, which means heal or die, right? I'm either going to heal and become a really good person, or I'm just going to fizzle out and die.
Alcohol too. Alcohol Shatabhisha is a lot. There's a lot of, anybody has planets in it, like a lot of times Rahu, I'd say more Ketu, because Ketu can be more, Rahu's like the fast pop. Like it's going to be that person that has that quick fix beyond the, Ketu is the addiction, I've noticed. Like that what brings out more addictions. Did you notice that?
Yeah. And also with Ketu in this nakshatra, there can be some codependency.
Yeah.
And even with Rahu and nakshatra, it's not as much codependency or as much as trying to control another person.
Right.
Or wanting to be the one in control or wanting to be the dominant.
Yeah. Then like a Ketu person, when they're drinking, they're that quiet drunk. That like they're not going to be the one, like they might drink so they feel normal, so they can associate with people.
Yeah. The Rahu and Shatabhisha person is the person they're like, sorry, I can't serve you another drink.
Right.
And you're like, I haven't even been drinking.
All right, next one. Last set of. Do you think we can finish the rest? I think we finished.
Sure, if you want to. If you have the time, I can. We'll
I have like 25 minutes. Yeah, we can do it.
Okay, well, it makes sense that we can kind of do it on a little bit quicker because you got Purva Bhadrapada and Uttara Bhadrapada. So you have both sides of this Pisces energy that are kind of evolving. Just like we had Purva Ashadha Uttarshada. Now we have Purva Bhadrapada and Uttar Bhadrapada. Now, Purva Bhadrapada, this has an indication for, I like Rahu in this nakshatra a lot. Rahu and Purva Bhadrapada has very so while the Rahu and Shatabhisha person, they'll have very interesting ideas, but they won't be specifically focused around religion, let's say, or a certain belief system. Like they'll have lots of ideas, but there can be open-mindedness. When planets are in Purva Bhadrapada, there's much more of this vibration of, if Ketu is in this nakshatra, like, can I begin to let go of this kind of part of me which is no longer serving me? It's this kind of energy of, can I believe something? Can I find something to believe in and then begin to lead my life by that? So this vibration of Ketu in this nakshatra, you get kind of religious zealots or religious over-enthusiasm. And you can actually see this through all the Pisces nakshatras.
Yeah, I agree. Like when I think of Purva Bhadrapada, I think Aleister Crowley. That's Aleister Crowley. I mean, that's what I think. I mean, that if that explains it. For me, that's when I hear Rahu, Purva Bhadrapada, Aleister Crowley.
Yeah. And when you're looking at that, you're looking at people who are very well educated. And if they're into religion, they're usually like pretty like intense about it. And they're also have this magnetism.
Yeah.
They have this attraction. And with Rahu in this nakshatra, a real fascination with the mystical or the occult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or then you throw like this into a political leader. This is when things get dark. I mean, I'm not saying it's always dark, because I do a ton of readings for people with this, but depending on like how your chart sits, this nakshatra I notice has the most murders. Absolutely, hands down, has the most murders, because it's like that control, that passion, that like, you know, that, and K2 in this too, both. You throw a bunch of planets all together, like a moon Rahu, or it doesn't mean it's always going to be that way. But if somebody's chart takes a turn for the worse, this is when it can get dark. And it can get dark where I've noticed that it's spells, magic, dark magic, rituals, sacrifices, human sacrifices, sacrificing kids. And not everybody that has this in their chart doesn't mean they're like this, but it does bring that energy out. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons like why you have that is because like there's this Jupiter influence. And that Jupiter influence is saying like, you know, I'm going to believe very strongly about this. And what I believe is what is right. So there's this, so if they don't think murder is wrong,
right,
or if they think their murder is justified, and you can get this with the other Pisces nakshatras as you get more into it as well, which is basically Pisces kind of takes us out of the material world. We've moved away from Capricorn. We've moved away from Aquarius, which is, you know, moving away from the mundane world. And now we're in a higher realm. And in traditional Hindu, this is connection with Svarga, which is the celestial heaven, or like an altered dimensional realm, which is beyond this physical realm, which we go to where the devas are. This is the, you know, so there is this higher celestial realm. But that means that you might be living in another place. So if you have Ketu in this nakshatra, especially, or you have Rahu in this nakshatra on the Pisces side, you have to be careful about thinking that you know everything and that you are correct about everything. There has to be this kind of open-mindedness, or there can be a lot of trouble that comes up here.
This is way better in Aquarius than it is in Pisces.
Yeah.
Hands down. Like I think it's dangerous in Pisces. And not always, but
yeah. I think Rahu does better on the Aquarius side. I think Ketu does a little better on the Pisces side.
I agree. But then that person usually is abused. It's like it works. I've noticed the Ketu, when you have Ketu in there can be a lot of abuse.
Yeah.
like in a female. Depends on the, you know, it just depends on the chart, but.
Yeah. It's like with Rahu in this nakshatra, there can be, on the Pisces side, that can be difficult because there can be very escapist tendencies.
Yeah, drugs, big time.
But with Ketu, on the Jupiter side of this nakshatra, there is this possibility to, yes, like you said, there's trauma in their life, but they don't live in that world, which means, okay, maybe they live in a fantasy world, but maybe they've actually like just kind of moved on from that, hopefully.
Definitely radicals. Like if this person believes in something, they can be extremely radical, whichever way it is. K2 brings out that like the radical, I know it all. Rahu's like the radical, everybody follow me and believe what I say, like cult leaders. It just Jim Jones or the cult leaders, there's so much Piscean in them because they can sway people, they can be magnetic. This is when charts can get dangerous. Or they can get like radical like that, or they get real spiritual, or they could get really insecure and have horrible things. Like it gets hard. It's dark. It's like, it's all over the place because it's such an emotional like sign anyway.
Yeah. Now the Purva Bhadrapada, it's much more spiritual than the Uttara Bhadrapada. In Uttara Bhadrapada, the way that Ketu acts in that, it can be very radical and fierce and violent and aggressive. So we're talking about, this is where you get into religious extremism, you get into radical practicing of belief systems.
Right.
You might get into acts of terrorism.
Yep.
So this is something, now with Rahu in this nakshatra, there's more of like on the Saturn side of it, it's like, I don't want anything to do with the way that this world works. And I'm just going to be pissed off about everything. And there is this energy of just having a sour taste in your mouth. With Rahu in Uttara Bhadrapada, it can leave a sour taste in your mouth, which means you are so strongly connected to your beliefs that there are other beliefs that you don't really want to focus on.
Like, I hate to say this, Nancy Pelosi's ringing a bell. Okay? Like, a lot of liberal, like, a lot of left-leaning, and I know, and it's not just one party, but it's true. A lot of Purva Bhadrapada tends to be extremely, extremely left. And it's just, they get so stuck in their thoughts that it's like they can't see any which way. I'm not saying other parties are like that too, but definitely the left is more that side.
Yeah.
Like
and
that.
Kind of when you're looking at Purva Bhadrapada, you're looking at the left, and Uttara Bhadrapada could be the right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Because of Jupiter, and Uttara Bhadrapada is warrior caste.
Yep.
Which has to do with more with red and the red party. So I think that, but in Pisces in general, you get extremes. So you're going to get extreme left on one side. You're going to get extreme right on the other side, which again goes back to the other energy, which is which is they're kind of like living in their own little world, which is fine because that little world might be comfortable.
Yeah. Right. And it's definitely like that. Or it's an extreme, like I've noticed Uttara Bhadrapada and Revati when we get there, but Uttara Bhadrapada is can be really religious. I mean, where it's so religious that it's like, you can't, that person's like, the astrology's for the devil.
Yeah.
You know, they're the ones going to the March for Life. Nothing's wrong with this, guys. I'm just giving you examples. You know, there's a lot of that. And a Rahu in that, like the pastor. Matter of fact, a lot of pastors, I think you said that to me earlier too. We were discussing that. We said Revati, but I think Uttara Bhadrapada can be like that too.
Yeah. And I like Ketu sometimes in Purva Bhadrapada, and I like Rahu in Uttara Bhadrapada.
Yeah.
Sometimes I find Rahu and Uttara Bhadrapada, they have some really unique approaches to spirituality. we have some really unique approaches to religion. Like if I wanted to talk to a religious person and I saw that they had Rahu in Uttara Bhadrapada, I'd be like, okay, I'll listen to what you have to say for a second, even though I don't really care for that. Because there's going to be something wise there to be offered there.
Yeah. Right. And it can balance it out. It's all balance too, you know, so sometimes maybe it opens it up a little bit.
Yeah. And I think it's interesting when certain people have, whether it's Purva Ashadha, Uttara Ashadha, Purva Bhadrapada, Uttara Bhadrapada, when you have one planet on one side of the nakshatra and another planet on the other side of the nakshatra, it's like you might, for the political thing that we're pulling out of the Bhadrapada, if you might have some energy in Purva Bhadrapada, which means you lean left socially.
Right.
So if you have strong Purva Bhadrapada energy, you're going to lean left socially when it comes to certain things. If you have energy in Uttara Bhadrapada, you're going to lean right financially.
Yep.
So if you have energy in both, maybe it's not cut and clear that you're a member of this party. Maybe you lean left in this area, you lean right in this area. But it can definitely show your leanings is what I think we're bringing out.
Yeah. Pelosi's moon is in Vishakha. So it's like when you get a lot of those, like the radicals, it can really just do no talking to. There's no like what she's doing right now, you know, and you know, we're not going to get all political in here, but it's just so crazy how it works out in every time. Same with Hillary Clinton. Her chart looks like kind of very similar to Pelosi's. You know, they've got these trends.
Yeah, the grahas, right, they pull on our consciousness. And what is politics but a manifestation of our ideals? The world is hardly idealistic, but in the political world, you're working off of ideals that you want to manifest in the world. Never ends up, in other words, no president that ever existed in the existence of the United States of America has accomplished everything that they've wanted to accomplish while they're president. So it's based off of ideals. So it's interesting when you're talking about it from an astrological perspective to say, okay, wow, maybe the way that I think about politics is being influenced by my chart. Isn't that interesting?
It is. I can tell who voted for who every chart I pull. Every chart. You can see it. I can look at the Nakshatras and say, who does this person like more or less? It's so simple. I mean, you could test me and see. I mean, you would laugh.
Yeah.
I could be like, and I could say, some people there's been 2 charts readings I've done where I was kind of cautious because I was like, and totally threw me off when they told me what side they were on. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm thinking in my head. And, you know, when you see something, you're just like, you don't want to say anything, but I use a lot of examples, you know, in readings so people understand. And it's just such a fine line, but you can see this. You can see the energies just from these nakshatras. That's why they're so amazing.
Yeah. So once you figure out, you know, what side of the fence you lead on and you're figuring out the final understanding of your knowledge, then you come to the final conclusion of all of the nakshatras. The last nakshatra in the zodiac, Revati nakshatra, which is symbolized as the fish. So when you're looking at a fish, it doesn't have legs, it swims in the water, it doesn't have feet, it can't walk around. Now, it's not supposed to walk around. It's the completion of all of karma. So Revati is the completion of karma. So it reminds me of a story, just the energy of Revati nakshatra, is that the Buddha, it came time that he was dying under the tree that he prayed under. And he could have just died and went in peace. But he decided that I had to express the teachings of the Buddha. I had to teach the wisdom that I've learned. And Revati nakshatra is ruled by Mercury. So even though Revati nakshatra has to do with what is called Maha Samadhi, the ending of the cycle of reincarnation, so people who have lots of planets in Revati nakshatra, they're obsessed about enlightenment.
Yeah.
And people with Ketu in this nakshatra, it indicates that they can achieve enlightenment. Now, enlightenment is an interesting word. Enlightenment, to bring light, to bring awareness. Yeah. So the real strong energy is to bring awareness. And I like Ketu in this nakshatra. Mm-hmm. And sometimes I like Rahu in this nakshatra because except Rahu in this nakshatra can have some really out there, or they say out in left field. Even any planets in this nakshatra, the beliefs can be out of the norm. In other words, your general beliefs, they don't match up with the average Joe or the average Jane. Right. But this energy, the completion of this nakshatra is to take everything that you've learned and to share it and to teach it and to express it. And so, yes, there's a lot of energy about spiritual enlightenment, but it's also about teaching. It's also about sharing. It's also about communicating and expressing. And so I like Ketu in this nakshatra for expression of spiritual truth. If you have Ketu in this nakshatra, you might be like a channel, like a psychic, like an intuitive. Like you can just, someone walks into the room and you can feel their energy. Even with Rahu in this nakshatra, you might have this indication. Now with Rahu in this nakshatra and Ketu in this nakshatra, they can get carried away with their religion. And they can get carried away with their belief system. Like even if they're an atheist, because Rahu and Revati, I've seen them be atheists. They're the intense type of atheists that are like...
So is Ketu. I've noticed Ketu can be that way too.
Yeah, because it's like it wants to share real truth. Yeah. So a lot of religion has to do with the blind faith following of dogmatic belief. And that doesn't have to do with the Revati, like trying to figure out what divine truth really is. That has to do more with like, you know, learning about astrology and things like that.
Right, definitely. Right, absolutely. And I'm going to say my moon is in Revati, and I'm going to tell you, Revati's not all peace, love, and harmony. That's for sure, okay? It can be scandalous. It can be promiscuous. Okay, it can be very, can be dangerous sometimes. So it's not all, so when you throw the nodes in there, I don't have the nodes in it. My moon's alone in the 5th, but it's definitely not 100% all very spiritual. It's like for you're sitting here saying this and I'm thinking in my head, yes, mine goes with music. That's, nobody understands that, but that's all I do. I don't listen to what anybody says. I have my own opinions. I have a drum. I could dance until my head falls off alone by myself doing crazy things. Like you would not, nobody knows how I really am internally. And that's my moon in Revati. So, but if somebody's confused or lost, or they have Ketu or Rahu there, it can make a stripper.
Yeah. A
legit stripper or a prostitute. Okay. Cause they're too nurturing, cause they're too giving and too, they need that attention sometimes. If it's imbalanced, they need attention, or they'll stay in situations that they shouldn't stay in, that because they're afraid of being alone, even though they're supposed to be. You know, it's like, it's that cycle, but that Rahu and Ketu do some interesting things to Revati, I've noticed.
Yeah. Revati is a very intelligent nakshatra. It has to do with intellectual capacity. And so, yes, there's a spiritual energy, but it's grounded by intellectual energy. So it's like, yeah, they're spiritual as much as an intellectual person can be. Right. Because if you cannot explain something or you can't understand something rationally, then how are you going to try to believe in it? And that's kind of the Revati kind of vibration. So Rahu in this nakshatra can be very skeptical. Just like they can be extreme, they can be very skeptical. And if someone says, I'm religious, they might laugh. They might think that's funny that another person's religious. Because to them, how could they practice something like so seriously? Now, Ketu in this nakshatra, it's Ketu has signification for the 12th house. Revati is the last nakshatra in the 12th sign. So it has this strong vibration of an obsession with karma and reincarnation. Something we saw back with Mula nakshatra, that Revati Nakshatra, especially Ketu in this Nakshatra, there's a strong amount of knowledge of reincarnation and divine law and the real spiritual truth, not the, the illusion that's out there that we're
and
seeing.
Animals, with animals, because with Pushya, you're protected when you're traveling. Like, there's a huge connection with animals. Ketu in there can be extreme, like dog activists. Same with Mula too. People that are really into saving animals, rescuing pets, Like, I would rather watch a movie where a person dies than an animal. I can't see animals die. Like, if I see that, I can watch people die all day long, not animals. And I know everybody's like, oh, it's no, but that's just how I am. That's why I'm not having kids, because I don't have that affection to kids. Maybe you would think a moon in the 5th Pisces Revati, I would want kids. No, that I don't, never did. I'm more like with the animals. So I think it's not always about children and this. It's more about nurturing. It can be self-nurturing too. But Rahu and Ketu just throw the wacky things can really. But I've seen, what I have to say, Jupiter moon in Revati, that's a freaking Bible buster, hands down, hands down. But I was a Bible buster. I used to write Heidi loves Jesus on our walls with glow in the dark paint. So it's there.
Yeah, and that's kind of the Revati journey, which is actually to kind of like dance with religion, but to question it at the same time, and to take some value from it, but also to look in every other area for it. And so there is like this questioning spirit to the Revati native. And which means if someone has Rahu in this nakshatra, they're always questioning things.
Right.
They're always doubting things. If Ketu is in this nakshatra, then they're more likely to be a blind faith believer, or maybe just like very radical in their approach.
Right.
But
alchemists come out of there too, big time.
Yeah.
Like, and that's, that makes sense with the Mercury Ketu in there. I've seen a lot of like out people that study that know, I don't even understand it at all, but people that get really heavily involved in that, because it's like that intelligence that Ketu is the detective, and that can be that.
Yeah, like if someone had like a Rahu or Ketu in Revati in like the 10th house, then they might own some like occult shop where they have all these different potions, alchemical mixtures, different writings on different practices. Like we have a shop in Philly called Harry's Occult Shop. It's been there since I was a kid. But yeah, it's this kind of vibration where it's like, maybe they came from a religious background, but they've kind of approached it more from a logical perspective. Yeah. And Mercury is associated with astrology. So a lot of Revati people, they can understand spirituality through astrology. And I always like calling astrology the science of spirituality, because you're able to look at the spiritual evolution of somebody through the chart. So that's really what we're looking at. And so I think Revati has this fascination with understanding like how we can like understand how things work, but not in just a blind faith kind of way, but in an intellectual kind of way.
Yeah. Albert Einstein had a ton of planets in it. I mean, so it's kind of like, it's an interesting nakshatra. I mean, that's why I'm really glad I'm a Scorpio with my intense ascendant balances it out. I like to say that. It's like that facade, because you wouldn't know that about me if you didn't know me. Like you would not guess I'm a Revati moon if you see my YouTube channel. You probably think absolutely not. There's no way, the way that girl talks, what she says, that she's this calm little Pisces moon in the 5th house. Absolutely not. Yeah. It's a facade. It's that Mars, K2, Scorpio, don't F with me, watch out facade that I keep on, and it's a guarded thing. And you need to have it on this freaking crap, with all the craziness on YouTube. But that's how it is. It's a facade. It's not how I am emotionally and how I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I always say, Jenny and I, my friend Jenny, she's a Pisces ascendant, Revati ascendant, sun, all Piscean, but she's a moon in Ardra. And I'm the Scorpio K2 Mars with the Pisces Revati moon. We're totally reversed, but people see her as the nice one, and me, like the nice, like sweet, you know, she has the facade of being very calming, sweet, nice, and we're totally reversed.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about a Pisces Revati person, especially with Rahu or Ketu in this nakshatra, you could talk with them philosophically about anything for any amount of time.
Yeah.
People with Ketu in this nakshatra, Rahu in this nakshatra, they're very interested in philosophy and they like to communicate. They like to talk about it. So having the moon in this nakshatra is perfect for talking about astrology, is perfect for sharing about these things, because it's like you're expressing this type of devotional energy, but it's through a science, it's through an intellectual energy. So it satisfies your love, it satisfies your devotion, but also your intelligence as well.
But I don't discount other things. Like I read about Vedic, Western astrology, Chinese astrology, you know, I mean, there's astrocartography. There's so many other things that I'm not going to just say no to, because you have to keep an open mind, because what if you're wrong? What if you find proof that something else is right? Just like all religions, you know, one day I'll never forget, if that was the end of the world. I was reading the Quran. I thought I was reading Revelations. It was the Quran. I had no idea. It's like, what the hell is this? It was the Quran. I was just Googled like end of days, and it came up. And that was a big eye opener for me, that I was like, whoa, what's the Quran? You know, I grew up in Pittsburgh. There wasn't any like craziness at all. So it just was eye opening. I'm like, this is the same story that's in the Bible. That's all I needed. Then I started questioning things, and I'm like,
that's how I think about Revati. It's like whatever religion you're born in, you pick up the book, you read through it, you put it down. Okay, what's the next book?
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, I already read that book. Okay, it's time for the next one. So it's like this energy of like, you know, ascertaining the truth from something and then moving on, learning something else, and sharing what you've learned along the way.
I have to say, I might be a little radical when it comes to astrology, though, because there's not one person, and you can say this, I'm sure, too. What an amazing thing. People don't understand why people get so passionate about it, because if you give us your month, day, year, city, location, we can tell you how you think, what your worst demons are, your best demons, your worst flaws, your best attributes, what you should be doing. I mean, it is crazy. Any stranger off the street, anybody. And that's one hell of a gift to have. And it's not a gift. It's like, for me, I look at it like I like it as a power thing. Why? Because I'm in control. For me, I use it as a tool also. Okay, I'm not going to get mad at this person because I know this is activated in their chart. So that's not going to piss me off like it would piss me off like it usually does. You know, that's another wonderful thing about astrology. You can forgive people easily. You can, there's so many things.
I think that's so beautiful, Heidi. I've also used it as a tool for understanding like all the people in my life that I love and care about. And when you can understand the challenges they go through in their chart, instead of getting angry at them, instead of you start to feel compassionate for them.
Right.
From an ancient Vedic perspective, that's karma, which they are inherited to experience in this lifetime, and they have to experience that. So why should we be angry at our family members for the karma that they have to experience? So it is just really helpful in just like understanding, like, also, I'm not feeling well. I'll take a look at the chart. Oh, that's why I'm not feeling well. My ascendant is being hemmed in and Saturn's in the first house. And that's why this thing isn't uploading on time. And that's why there's a little glitch there. But it's just a way of understanding things that, you know, for me, took a lot of stress and tension out of my life. And for us Mercury-oriented people, you have that Revati energy. And it means that you have to understand something logically, rationally. You know, you can't, so astrology is perfect for those of us who are intellectually or scientifically oriented and still want to try to understand spirituality.
But you got to have a little like openness to you too, because the brainiacs that just try to stick to the graphs and the details and the little tiny nitty gritty things I've noticed, that's where you can fail too. It's one of those, it's like a double-edged sword, you know, if you get too into the numbers, too into the graphs, too into like every little planet specific thing and you're charting everything out. I don't think that works, because I'm going to tell you, I think times have changed yogas back in the day aren't the same yogas. If you're a king in a yoga, doesn't mean you're going to be a king right now. It means you're probably going to be like a manager. You know what I mean? We got to look at these things and bring them to the new age, because times have changed, planets have changed.
Yeah, 100%.
And goals and morals have changed. So like a debilitated Venus, which I have, it's worked out rather nice for me, where I've been pretty successful at a young age and always have made money. And, you know, so it made me materialistic. It took the earthy out of the Venus. So you kind of have to look at charts. It's so not the way I think it's taught. And you have to learn that on your own. That's where once you learn the basics, but I'm going to tell you, I've learned this so much through Nakshatras, I can't even explain.
Yeah. And that's been the focus of my time and energy lately. I just did something on Krittika Nakshatra. And it's just, when you understand, someone asked me when I was doing a reading, what's the difference between the energy of the planet, the sign, and the nakshatra? Like, how do you differentiate the energy? Like a really heady person. I was like,
yeah,
you know, the planet acts like a catalyst for the karma. So it kind of, it's the action, it's the movement of the karma. The nakshatra is the lesson that you have to learn. The
right.
nakshatra is the evolution that you have to go through. The planet is what's activating that lesson. So literally, when you're looking at the chart, your signs, your planets, and nakshatras, you're not only looking at all the circumstances in your life, but you're looking at the lessons that are within them.
Yep.
And so for all of us who are looking for meaning to life, that's all the meaning that I need right there, is to know that there's lessons that have to do with what I'm going through.
That just gave me chills again. It's just like when you learn them, and I love that there's not that much information out there, because it can't be like, you can't get like brainwashed with it, where the information is very like, it's almost like real times now, because it's genuine. It's like what's happening now. You know what I'm saying? It's not so much people they didn't know how to use them. They were kind of like, just go by your moon. I think that's bogus. I think you need to go by your ascended. I can read charts with nakshatras. You need to know every nakshatra in your chart. I don't care what anybody says. That's that important.
Yeah, the ascendant is definitely 100% the way to go too, because we're in the Kali Yuga, where the warrior caste is the highest energy. So because we're in that current time, like there's nothing more important than that.
Don't you agree that the ascendant is the most important part of your chart, 100%?
Yes, but I agree 100%. But I think a couple thousand years ago, before Jesus Christ, around the time when the Yuga changed, that maybe the sun and the moon were more important thousands of years ago. And then also thousands of years into the future, they may become more important again. But right now, today, hands down, ascendant Lagna first.
Yeah. And if that's why I say I don't even do readings for people that I don't have it. I'm like, because I can't rationalize a chart. You can give somebody's overall energy, but if you want to know if you're going to get hit by a bus or win the lottery, you need your ascendant. Like that's just, or if you're going to get a promotion, you can go by how somebody thinks, or their sun, which sun is so generic to me. And somebody wrote in the thing, oh, I see how she must have had that kind of relationship with her dad. No, because that's not just what your father is in your chart. And Venus has a correlation to your father too. So people need to get that straight. They don't even like, and that's where Western astrology can be very like, they don't understand how deep the Vedic goes. It's the dark, it's the stuff that most people don't want to talk about. It's the karma.
Exactly. And you can focus in on any area of the life and say, this is the type of karma that I have there. And this is something maybe we can discuss at another time, but there are 3 types of karma. There's fixed karma, and that fixed karma shows up in your astrology chart. For example, Aquarius is a fixed karmic sign. So usually karmas in Aquarius are fixed. That means you're not likely to do anything to work through that karma on your own. That means you have to go through that lesson your entire life. That means that you have to experience challenges with that lesson your entire life. Now, according to Hinduism, you can actually work through the fixed karma with the guru. So then there's also movable karma, which is karma that you have to work really hard to move. This is the dual sign in astrology. So if it's a dual sign, that means it's movable karma. That means it's not going to move on its own. you got to put time and effort in it. To like an alcoholic who needs to stop drinking. You're not going to stop drinking on your own. You got to put down the bottle. If you're overweight, you got to put down the fork.
It's so true. It's so true.
Yeah.
But the one thing I'm going to say, I think personally, and the thing I say, if you know yourself, and you said it earlier, if you know you, all the other stuff doesn't matter. Like if you know what you're supposed to be and you know why you're here, and you know your negative traits too and how you are, because sometimes people just don't even realize it, then that's when everything else kind of falls into place. And quite honestly, I think a lot of people have a hard time accepting it and saying their flaws and, I'm just forgiving themselves for all the shit that they've done in their lives. Okay. A lot of them have so much stuff, they just blame it on everybody else. So I don't believe necessarily you need to follow a guru. You have to get your shit right with yourself first. Then you can work with somebody else. That's my opinion. And sometimes astrology is the place to start, because when some stranger that doesn't know you tells you everything about, that's what blew me away. I'm like, did she Google me? And I'm like, how the hell does this person know everything about me? And it's freaky. It's but it never is wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. And then there's the changeable karma, which just kind of moves through on its own, which means that it's kind of like something that you'll kind of it'll work itself out.
Yep.
And there are certain lessons that we have in life that work themselves out. There are certain lessons in life that we have to really work really hard to learn them. And there's other lessons that it seems that no matter how hard we think we learn them, we keep repeating the same mistakes. So the chart, it's a report card for your karma. So if we work through our evolutionary energy, then in the next lifetime, our karma has improved. If we don't evolve to the evolutionary energy, which is suggested in our chart, then in the next lifetime, our karma is much worse.
Yeah.
So it's basically the choice between heaven or hell, which don't actually exist, but exist as far as our karmic incarnations.
Yep. Beautiful. I put your when we were in the chat here, and I'm going to post it one more time. Here's all of Kasanati's information. Okay, so everything's there. Please go subscribe to his channel. If you want to learn what we're talking about and you're new to this, I'm telling you. And plus, I mean, it's just, I think he has got so much amazing knowledge on there. And he's done, Nakshatras and Rahu Ketu with a bunch of brilliant astrologers. He's doing summits. He's teaching things. He's all over the place. And his channel, he's all over other people's channels, but his channel, and go support him, please. That would mean a lot to me. And you need a reading, I'm telling, astrophotography, astrology, gemstones, everything. He's a one-stop shop, like I said. So,
Heidi, I'm so grateful for your wisdom, your insight, your natural intuition as far as all of the lessons and energies of this Nakshatras. I'm so grateful for this Nakshatra series with Rahu and Ketu. I'm looking forward to Rahu Ketu conjunctions. I'm sure we'll be coming up with many more exciting projects after that. And thanks again for having me on.
So fun. All righty. Thanks, guys, for watching, and have a great week. All right.